did run up the score in a lot of the big metros. Places like Franklin County, Ohio, or Oakland County, Michigan, where it's headed, or even the big urban counties in Texas, which they won by substantially more than Hillary Clinton did. Denver and its suburbs, I think they won by over 400,000 votes. You're seeing this consolidation inside the major metros toward the Democrats. Cobb and Gwinnett, and that's why Georgia is still in play, because it's not only Fulton anymore. Those counties were now decisively Democratic. On the other hand, Trump's hold on Trump country looks utterly unshakable, even with a nominee, Joe Biden, whose calling card was supposed to be his ability to cut into those working class whites, those mid-sized industrial cities, and those rural communities. There may be a little gain here and there, but by and large, not only did Trump dominate those places, but Republicans won back a number of the House seats that Democrats had taken in those places in 2018. And on the other hand, even though Democrats didn't expand their margin in suburbia, they largely defended most of the seats that they won in kind of previously Republican-leaning suburban terrain. And then on the Senate, 2016 was the first time ever in American history when every Senate race went the same way as the presidential race in that state. We could see that again, except for Maine, and even Maine isn't entirely decided. And it all adds up to a system in which the country is being partitioned between these two sides, often within a state, but certainly between the states, in a way that makes movement very, very difficult in either direction. And that, I think, is just the reality that we are living in a time when we have this trench between two very different coalitions that want very different things and have very different visions of what America is.
David, your point resonates especially. Yeah, go ahead, and then I have a question for you, please.
Well, I just want to add on the rigidity piece, which obviously Ron is so good at describing and sketching out. Part of that rigidity gets to attitude, because in so many thought bubbles in this country that I've been in, there is a sense among Trump critics that they simply cannot understand how another American could support this president. They just can't get there. And this is a reminder of how big and diverse and divided the country is, that people vote for lots of different reasons. We can break down economy, other policies, and fear of the left. I think it's interesting, when I was talking about the Senate, there's a desire for divided government in this country, and there always has been, because it's a check on whoever runs the White House. And a lot of people get frustrated that things don't get done. But I think it's interesting if Republicans hold the Senate. First of all, it would reflect how tight the presidential was when you had states with tight races, but also a desire for some level of gridlock.
It's interesting. I think it comes down to an understanding of the foolish versus the fatal, which is Trump supporters will say, look, what you don't like about Trump, I get. I'm not saying I like it either, but this is foolery, Trumpery, literally, the word by definition. But what's fatal are their fears about cultural and structural economic changes that a radical left may bring. Now, in terms of what narrative matters, Laura, I want to get you in here on this. The president is going to have a big hand in how his supporters perceive this voting and counting. How important is his messaging when he comes out today or goes on Twitter or whenever he decides to start his day?
Yeah, I don't think we can overstate how important what the president of the United States says. And so when he said overnight that there was fraud with no evidence, that he won the election, which we aren't done counting. So again, that's false. And saying that somehow the election would be stolen from him and that voting should be halted. I mean, that's dangerous rhetoric for an electorate that looks to the president to lead and to tell them what the truth is. And when I was going to battleground states in the lead up to yesterday, I heard from a lot of voters, even Democrats, their concerns about the electoral process and how they were worried about what was going to happen. And Republicans certainly listened to the president, and they did not trust the process. And they repeated his talking points about the election potentially being stolen. So it's important what he says, and it's important for us clearly as the press to put a check on it when it's inaccurate. And so right now, votes are still being counted. And this idea that votes are coming in, beyond election day that somehow they weren't cast before November 3rd. These are mail-in ballots that were the early vote, and they're just now being counted. And they count just as much as votes that were cast yesterday during the day in person.
Absolutely.
And so that's key.
I gotta get to break, guys. I appreciate it very much. Thank you. And this is what we know. We have an absence of reports of problems, of irregularities, There have been monitors everywhere. There are lawyers everywhere. The president was right about how he would be portrayed in this election by his followers, how much resolve and strength he'd show, and he was dead wrong about fraud in the process. We've seen no proof. On the contrary, we've come out stronger than ever, and the count is going exactly as we expected it to in terms of process. Outcome, who knows? There's a lot changing in real time. We'll stay on it for you. Stay with CNN.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN_. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's filled in to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Great future awaits us.
This place is dangerous.
It is a day for perfect time.
Our mothers smashed. I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
I've never tried Match, but I'm downloading it now.
Now I'm just filling out my profile and everything is prompted.
Pick a topic that shows your best side.
Two truths and a lie. I can play ocarina. Currently can. I'm just gonna take a photo. It's horrible. And I'm a photographer.
Be my top pick for free. That's new. It's definitely different from what I thought.
I got some really, really great matches.
They have this new feature where you actually get to video chat with someone.
2 thumbs up.
Ready to start something great? Try Match.
From deep dives to daily briefs, CNN Politics podcasts have you covered. The X-Files, Politically Sound, CNN Political Briefing, and more. Listen on cnn.com/podcasts. This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All right, we have a very interesting situation for you evolving in real time. We have an emerging theory about what is happening in the key states and what it will mean for the state of play in not too long from now. And we have an opportunity to test the theory with the Secretary of State of Michigan, because Michigan is obviously highly involved. So, and you can be with me in real time because I'm not quite sure I get it. Help me understand why you and Harry Enton believe that there's somewhat of an understanding of what's happening here.
Well, I think the better way to look at it is the importance of Wisconsin and Michigan right now, which we have been zeroed in on and which we have seen Wisconsin move into a...
Not Georgia, not Pennsylvania.
We'll get there, but it's as much reporting as it is pathways right now,
Okay.
And I'll explain that in a second. But obviously, we've seen Joe Biden take a small lead in Wisconsin. Joe Biden is on the verge of taking a lead, given what's outstanding and where it's outstanding in Michigan. So I want to map this out. Look, everything you see that's colored in right now is a state that we've called. And that leads Joe Biden at 224 electoral votes and Donald Trump at 213 electoral votes. Now, say for the sake of argument that Donald Trump wins Alaska, Joe Biden, Donald Trump wins Alaska, which is to be expected, and Joe Biden wins the state of Maine. We're not even going to give him Maine 2, the one electoral vote there, just give him the state of Maine. And where things stand right now. Now, Joe Biden is leading in the state of Arizona. Joe Biden is narrowly leading in the state of Nevada. We expect mail to come in there. Perhaps they hold on, but just for the sake of where we're going right now, this is where he's leading.
You won't know about Nevada. You'll get an update tomorrow, and then they have until the 10th.
What I want to do is show pathways right now.
Okay.
So show pathways. So if Joe Biden holds on in Nevada, if Joe Biden holds on in Arizona, if Donald Trump holds on in North Carolina, look at where things stand right now. What's outstanding? State of Georgia, state of Pennsylvania, state of Michigan, the state of Wisconsin.
And that one district.
And Maine 2. Now you give Wisconsin to Joe Biden, where he's currently leading. You give Michigan to Joe Biden if he overtakes Donald Trump, which it looks like he will based on the outstanding vote. We don't know if that holds. We don't know what's going to happen over the course of the next several hours. My point is, if Joe Biden holds on to Arizona, and Joe Biden holds on to Nevada, and Joe Biden holds on to his very narrow lead in Wisconsin, and if he overtakes Donald Trump in Michigan over the course of the next several hours as counties come in, he doesn't need Pennsylvania. He doesn't need Georgia. He doesn't need North Carolina. He's at 270 electoral votes.
All right, so let's test the theory real quickly, and then I know Don Lemon has the Secretary of State of Michigan to give us some insight into whether or not you're even close, but what do you see in Michigan? Because he's losing right now.
He's losing in Michigan. Let's take a look, and it's a similar pathway of what we saw in Wisconsin. Pull up Wisconsin first. I'm not going to do a deep dive in Wisconsin. We saw Donald Trump up by about 109,000 votes just a couple of hours ago in Wisconsin, and then you started to see the mail-in vote come in.
Right.
You saw it come in Milwaukee. You saw it come in Kenosha, a Republican county. You saw it come in Brown County.
Biden is up 20,000 right now, which is really thin until you remember that Trump won Wisconsin in 2016 by 22,000 votes. So it's not an unheard of margin of state of play. Keep going.
That's 97% reported. So that's what we saw happen in Wisconsin. Now, there's still a vote outstanding, and we are still watching it closely as it comes in. As you noted, that is a narrow margin. Now let's move over to Michigan. Just a couple of hours ago, Michigan was at 220,000 vote lead for Donald Trump.
Now it's at 27,000.
27,398 with 86% reported. Not unlike Milwaukee, Wayne County, largest county in the state, 18% of the state right here, 64% reported. You're talking another couple 100,000 votes right there. Now, we don't know exactly how that's going to break down. However, we know it's absentee. We know it's mail.
County clerk said they had a lot left to do, about 45% of the number, then iced me on timing. But there are a couple of different areas that are similarly situated in Michigan where you believe it could break through.
It's not a belief. It's not a belief. It's based on history. It's based on current margins, and it's based on the type of vote that's outstanding, right? It's vote by mail. And over the course of this night, we've seen, and now morning, we've seen repeatedly when vote by mail comes in, whether it's earlier than election day mail or after election day mail, it comes in heavily Democratic. So it's not just that big counties like Ingham, which reported still has about 7% outstanding. That's how we saw Joe Biden start to narrow the lead even more. It's not just that these counties are outstanding, that there are fewer Republican major counties outstanding. It's that most of the outstanding is vote by mail and absentee. That's what gives Joe Biden a pathway here. That's why Michigan right now at 27,000 apart is very close. And the Biden campaign has a pathway in Michigan, pathway in Wisconsin. They hold on to Nevada. They hold on to Arizona. That's 270 electoral votes. But it's early, and these races are very close.
Very true. Okay, good. So it's a fragile theory, but there is an opportunity for us here to take a question mark and maybe bend it into an exclamation point, because Don Lemon has the Secretary of State of Michigan who can put some meat on the bones of what's actually happening there. Don,
we need it at this point. You guys did a great setup. So let's talk to her now. The Secretary of State, Joycelyn Benson. Thank you so much. Of Michigan, I should say. Thank you so much. I appreciate you joining us. It's good to see you again. So you saw Phil and Chris set it up there. Where are we, having heard them there at the match ball?
Well, a lot of what they said is absolutely a reflection of what we're seeing on the ground here in Michigan. Hundreds of thousands actually of absentee ballots remain to be tabulated. Workers have been counting them throughout the night, continue to count them today. They're notably counted by a pair of election workers, one from each major party to prevent any political bias. But in Detroit, in Flint, in Grand Rapids, in Warren, in Sterling Heights, those absentee ballots are still yet to be reported. And so
Okay,
we're
I know Phil is listening to you and Chris, so say again, repeat it.
So we got Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Warren, Sterling Heights. All of those right now are still being counted. Hundreds of thousands of ballots between all of those of our largest jurisdictions. Grand Rapids, Flint, Detroit. Those are all of our largest cities. All absentely ballots still being counted.
Can you give us a closer number? Can you give us a better idea of how many you're talking about?
I would say certainly larger than any margin between the candidates right now. And I will also say we'll know much more in the hours to come, and I expect we'll have a much more complete picture of Michigan by the end of today.
Okay, and the hours, meaning soon, this morning or early this afternoon?
People are tabulating these ballots right now, and so that's why even if I say we have this many ballots counted, it could change in 10 minutes. So I would encourage people to keep checking these counties' websites: Wayne County, Macomb County, Oakland County. Know that it's absentee ballots still outstanding in our largest jurisdictions, and know that we're on track to complete the vast majority of that tabulation today.
Today, so we should know today. Do you think we should have some? We can come to some sort of conclusion.
Yeah.
Okay.
We're on track to have a much more complete picture, if not the vast majority of jurisdictions reporting out by the end of today.
Let's talk about these mail-in ballots, Secretary. What role did the fact that we saw more mail-in ballots than in-person voting, what impact does that have on what we're seeing right now?
Well, it certainly allows potential false narratives, as we've seen and as we expected, to percolate on social media and come from candidates. But the bottom line is votes are still being counted. 2/3 of our voters voted absentee, and for that many ballots to still be outstanding, I really call on every candidate on the ballot right now, as the vast majority have, to respect the process, respect the security of our process, and join with us ensuring that every vote will count and that will determine the outcome of any election in Michigan.
Listen, Madam Secretary, I know that you don't want to be partisan with this, but you heard what the president said. But this is how elections work. You count ballots until you finish counting them. Just because they happen, after a deadline, an arbitrary deadline that he set in his head, it doesn't mean that these ballots should not be counted.
I fully expect I'm going to spend a lot of time today pushing back against false information about our state and about what the voters have voted. For any candidate to claim they've won our state with hundreds of thousands of votes still being counted would silence the voices of citizens who legally voted and whose voices are going to be heard. So I would ask all of us to exercise caution and patience and respect the will of our voters, and know that our election workers are diligently tabulating every vote, and that we will have more to announce in the hours ahead.
Just to be clear, I'm not always the sharpest knife in the drawer. I've been up for a long time, since yesterday. But I just want to make sure, you said that you should have some idea by the end of the day. And I just want to remind our viewers, Secretary, 2016, it took almost 3 weeks to call Michigan. You don't think we're gonna have that sort of stretch this time, correct?
Well, no, that's not what I'm seeing. However, a lot can happen in the next few hours, right? And so we want to be mindful. We're counting every vote. That's what we can say. With certainty, we're on track to see every vote tabulated today and have unofficial results to report quite soon, probably, certainly within the next 24 hours. Still, a lot can happen. We want to make sure, again, any challenges get adjudicated and all that today. So we're still mindful of the process. We're going to give updates throughout the day, but that's where we are right now. I'm cautiously optimistic we'll have a much fuller report out of Michigan by the end of today.
Okay, Secretary Vincent, I want to just stand by. I'm not sure if they will, but I don't know if Chris or Phil had any questions for you, because this is an opportunity we have to speak with you. You're being very candid. If you do, raise your hand or raise your voice, guys, if you're able to hear, and if you have some questions for the Secretary.
Hey, Madam Secretary, Phil Mattingly here. Thanks for taking the time. Just a couple more detailed questions. When you're talking about Kent County, you were talking about Grand Rapids being outstanding. Are you looking inside Kent? Is Grand Rapids being kind of the primary batch that's still outstanding in that county?
Yes, the absentee count in Grand Rapids is where the largest number, if not all, are outstanding in Kent County. There are still a number of jurisdictions in Oakland County and Macomb outstanding. Those absentee ballots continue to be counted. As you noted, Ingham County, so a lot is happening in real time. We want to, not get ahead of anything, but also just the process work. But notably, our largest jurisdictions, which, as you know, are the ones I mentioned: Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Sterling Heights, Warren. Those still have some time to go, and those ballots are being tabulated as we speak. And so, keep posted. We'll keep you posted throughout the day. But things are going efficiently. Yesterday was very smooth for our state, and we're now committed to just making sure every vote is counted.
All right. Madam Secretary, thank you very much. I appreciate it. Just a real quick to Phil. Phil, how does that inform you, your question?
Well, look, it informs pretty much what we've been saying over the course of the last couple of hours. The Secretary came through and kind of hammered home a key point. One of the things that we've gone back and forth to a couple times over the course of the night and morning, I guess, is where is the outstanding vote and what does it mean going forward? And I've gone a number of times to Kent County. Kent County, which is the home of Grand Rapids, Kent County, which President Trump won back in 2016 by about 3 points, just north of 3 points. Take a look at that right there, just north of 3 points. It started to swing towards Democrats back in 2018. The governor's races and the House races as well looked like it was moving away from President Trump. And throughout the course of the night and into the morning, the margin in Kent County was pretty significant for President Trump. And so my question was, has he turned the tide back his way in Kent County? Or was there a lot of outstanding vote that was primarily Democratic vote by mail? What we've seen over the course of the last couple of hours is more of that vote has come in, that margin has started to close. And what the Secretary laid out, and why I asked her specifically about Kent, is the majority of the outstanding vote by mail and absentee in Kent County is coming from Grand Rapids, which is a Democratic city, which more generally comes in more Democratic. And so this margin should shrink a little bit more. You also talk about, one more quick thing, if you'll allow me, Don, Genesee County as well, which is the home to Flint. I think a lot of people have been staring at this wondering why, with 95% reporting, Donald Trump is in a lead and it's in a county that Hillary Clinton won by nearly 10 points. It doesn't mean that Donald Trump's not going to end up winning the county, but it does mean that there's outstanding vote from Flint, which is a traditional Democratic, traditionally goes Democratic. And so what I'm trying to do is identify where specifically in these counties the outstanding vote is coming from to better identify what the party compilation will end up being. And I think what the Secretary is laying out is that it is largely going to come in from Democratic parts of these counties. Doesn't mean it's necessarily going to be all Democrat, but that's what we're looking at coming in.
All right, Phil, we're going to get back to you. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Because I want to get to our panel and talk to some folks who can help us out with this, as Chris said, put some meat on the bones for us. So joining me now is former Virginia Governor Terry McAuliffe, Scott Jennings, a former special assistant to President George W. Bush, and Republican strategist Anna Navarro. Good morning to all of you. I'm not sure if I've ever been up this early to speak with you and to see your faces, but it's good to see you. Terry, I'm going to bring you in because this is straight up your bailiwick, as they say, straight right up your alley. As you are listening to the Secretary of State and you're listening to Phil's analysis, what does this tell you about where we are when it comes to Michigan right now?
Well, let me say, we're going to win Michigan. I would predict we win it handily. Don, I'd go on to say, listen, Joe Biden is going to be elected President of the United States of America. I think he is on track now to get the most votes of any candidate ever for President of the United States. If you look what's outstanding, if you look at Nevada, we've got Clark County mail-in. That is a Democratic area. We're leading now. The votes out are ours in Wisconsin. And if you look at Michigan, huge Detroit votes still to come in. I think we win Michigan handily with Maine and Arizona. There's 270 electoral votes right there. But expand the map. I mean, we've got Pennsylvania. We may not know that till Friday, but I would bet that Joe Biden wins Pennsylvania. And you look at Georgia, outstanding votes there. In Atlanta coming in, Georgia very competitive. So the news for me is sunshine in America again. Joe Biden is going to be the next president of the United States of America. I'm not shocked at the map, but I'm happy. We won the Hillary states. We've now added Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, and very competitive in Georgia and Pennsylvania. So what we see outstanding in Michigan is a great night for us.
Well, I'm sure you can't see Scott Jennings, but I think he would beg to differ about at least some of what you said. Scott?
I will bet dinner with him at the best Virginia craft brewery. He and I can have a bet.
Well, I will go out to dinner with you no matter who wins the election, because you're I'm sure you're an amazing conversationalist over any Virginia dinner. But look, Republicans are pretty well stunned at just how well Donald Trump did when you look at what the polling said, when you look at the House Republicans, when you look at the Senate races, and you look at the resilience of the Republican Party in all these states with these large rural areas among working class voters, the attraction of new Hispanic voters, and even some African American voters. I don't know if Joe Biden or Donald Trump's going to win. I do think that the map looks like Biden has a pretty good chance of winning. But there's been a clear realignment here for the Republican Party to attract new working class voters of all races. And I think also, Don, there's been a rejection of the Democratic Party, of the media in some cases, of the liberal elites in rural America. They feel like they are held to different rules, double standards, and they've been browbeaten over their support of Donald Trump. And they turned out in droves yesterday to let folks know it. So I'm not disputing what the governor said about the map, but obviously Republicans had something to say last night, and it's not all bad for the party right now.
Normally, you and I would be in to get into a very intense conversation about the media, but now is not the time to fight. So I'm going to bring Anna Navarro. And Anna, what are you seeing? Are you agreeing with Scott that this was, that they rejected the media and Democrats and Joe Biden?
Well, I'll tell you what, they certainly fooled pollsters again. This morning I woke up, feeling that pollsters should be tarred and feathered. Look, I think both these guys are right. First, on Terry, his optimism, I feel like that line from When Harry Met Sally, I'll have what he's having, because I'm, after seeing the numbers as somebody who supports Joe Biden in Florida, I feel like I've been beaten like a piñata. But I think both of them are right. I think that the math, with a patient electorate, if we wait for all the numbers to be counted, all the votes to be counted, I'd rather be Joe Biden right now than Donald Trump. That being said, I think Scott is also right. I think that you cannot pretend that that Republicans, Donald Trump Republicans, didn't make huge gains, particularly where I'm sitting right now in Miami-Dade with Hispanics. To me, that is a very big story. And the fact is that, look, you know me. I have been talking for months, like a broken record, about how Miami has been bombarded by this narrative that, the voting for any Democrat was voting for a socialist, was voting for a communist. And we saw it pan out last night.
And I've got to get to the break.
It might be false, but it doesn't mean it didn't work.
I've got to get to the break, but I think you're right. And I think that is something that should be analyzed, because you saw the ads in certain places, and you hear people talking in focus groups about voting for a Democrat or voting for Biden was the equivalent of voting for a socialist. And I think we need to, we're going to be discussing that over the coming weeks and really the coming months. But thank you all. I appreciate it. Our special coverage of election 2020 is going to continue with John Berman and Allison Camarada. They are next.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's filled in to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN_. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
A great future awaits us.
I've never tried Match, but I'm downloading it now.
Now I'm just filling out my profile and everything is prompted.
Pick a topic that shows your best side.
Two truths and a lie. I could play ocarina. Really can. I'm just gonna take a photo. It's horrible. And I'm a photographer.
Be my top picks for free. That's new. It's definitely different from what I thought.
I got some really great matches.
They have this new feature where you actually get to video chat with someone.
2 thumbs up. Ready to start something great? Try Match.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Good morning, everyone. I'm John Berman. I want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and all around the world. This is CNN's special live coverage of a remarkable moment in American history. It's 8 a.m. here on the East Coast, 5 o'clock in the West, and a divided nation wakes up without a winner in the presidential election, at least not yet. This nail-biter of a race is coming down to several key states where millions of votes are still being counted at this very moment. And that very counting is something we should rejoice in. This is what it's all about. Joe Biden has 224 electoral votes to the president's 213, but with many states still left to be called, where the race is stunningly close, President Trump has falsely claimed victory, attacking legitimate vote counting efforts and making baseless claims of fraud. Former Vice President Joe Biden is calling for patience, and his campaign calls the president's words outrageous and unprecedented. I want to get right to the numbers that tell the story, and that is where we start with a CNN key race alert. These are the states where they are counting and where it is stunningly close. Let's start with Pennsylvania. With 75% of the vote in and 20 electoral votes up for grabs, the president leads by some 600,000 votes. But, and this is the story we're going to tell throughout the morning, we are waiting for votes to come in from major population centers that could make the major difference. Michigan next, with 16 electoral votes up for grabs. The president leads by 26,000 votes. This margin has been narrowing almost by the minute throughout the last hour. Again, we're waiting on vote to come in from major population centers. Wisconsin, a little bit ahead of these other two states. We've been watching Wisconsin maybe tell the story of the morning. Joe Biden now with a 20,000 vote lead there, 10 electoral votes up for grabs. Not much vote left to be counted in Wisconsin. Now, Georgia. Hasn't been a lot of counting in the last few hours in Georgia. Donald Trump holds a 100,000 vote lead for those 16 electoral votes. But again, we are waiting on vote to come in from the Atlanta area, major urban centers which could tilt toward the Democrats. A couple other states we have our eyes on this morning. Let's take a look at Arizona now with 11 electoral votes. Joe Biden leading by 130,000 votes with 82% of the vote in. Maricopa County, still a lot of outstanding vote to count. We don't know which way that leans because we're not quite sure when those votes were cast. North Carolina, the president with a 76,000 vote margin, 95% in, 15 electoral votes up for grabs. We are counting that throughout the morning. In Nevada, which is interesting, it is very close in Nevada. This is a state the Democrats have won 3 times in a row. Joe Biden is clinging to a 7,000 vote margin with 86% in. Those 6 electoral votes by the end of today could be crucial in piecing together a margin of victory, particularly for Joe Biden. So let's dig a little deeper now. Let's look at the Electoral College map and the road to 270. This is where things stand. Again, Joe Biden with 224, Donald Trump with 213. But look at all the states there in white. Those states will make the difference. What happens there? What happens with the votes we're counting now will determine who the next president of the United States is. Let's walk over to the magic wall and talk to Phil Mattingly. Phil, you've been up all night, and the story has changed over the course of the night. I want to go state by state, if I can, to where they are counting now, what votes remain, and what it means. Let's start with Pennsylvania. the biggest of these states, 20 electoral votes up for grabs.
The biggest of these states, and as it currently stands, the biggest lead for President Trump in terms of the states that have still not been called. Right now, Donald Trump, as you just noted, John, 55% to 43%, 618,000 vote lead in the state of Pennsylvania. 75% reporting, though. That's the key, along with where the vote is still outstanding. If you are a Democrat, you went into last night, through election night, looking at Philadelphia and the counties surrounding Philadelphia. You looked at Allegheny County, the home of Pittsburgh. Those were the places where you needed your vote to come in and you needed your vote to come in big. Those are the places where, if you start to tick through, you see the vote is not in. It's in big, but it's not in entirely. And one of the questions going into the night, we saw it in the inverse to some degree. John, if you remember, look at Ohio, look at North Carolina. Early in the night, it was blue. It was blue. Well, let me just quickly move back to the state of Ohio to give you a sense of things, how it actually ended. Yeah, Ohio turned out was not in play when it came down to it. This is a similar margin to 2016. However, we spent so much of the night, the early night, talking about it. Why? Because of when the vote was reported and what kind of vote was reported. Pennsylvania is the inverse of that. Election day vote has been reported early, waiting for mail vote. Mail vote, largely absentee, vote by mail, largely Democratic across the country. So you can go through the counties. Montgomery County, Democratic stronghold, still 23% outstanding, expect margins to grow. Move over to Bucks County, a little bit more of a swingier county. Democrats thought it was moving in their direction. Maybe Donald Trump holds on to this county. That margin, unlikely to stay where it is right now, 55% reporting. So John, the story of Pennsylvania right now is unquestionably a massive lead for President Trump. It is also a massive amount of outstanding vote in Democratic strongholds.
What I want to make is the story of the last few hours, and the story of the minute is the votes that are coming in are largely votes from major urban centers. They are largely absentee and mail-in votes, and both of those things tend to skew Democratic. So Democrats, we have seen close margins. Case in point, the state of Michigan.
Yeah, look, Michigan over the course of the last couple of hours, I can tell you 2.5 hours ago, Michigan was a 220,000 vote lead for Donald Trump. Where is it right now? 26,416 votes, 86% reporting. And if you're Democrats right now, you are pulling this back and saying, where is the outstanding vote? And what you're seeing is making you confident. Not confident necessarily that it's over. There's a lot of votes still to come in. But what you're looking at here, largest county in the state, Wayne County, home of Detroit, only 64% reporting. Look at this margin right now. Joe Biden, 414,000 votes in, 64% reporting. We're not talking 10, 20, 30,000 votes for Democrats here. We're talking potentially a couple 100,000 votes coming in here. Pull back a little bit. We just spoke to the Michigan Secretary of State. You look at this county right here, Grand Rapids, 82% in. You say, look, this is a red county. It's a red county. Donald Trump is up. Donald Trump's up by 4 or 5 points. Guess what? About 45 minutes ago, that margin was 14 points. That margin is narrowing. And what's outstanding in Kent County? What's outstanding? Grand Rapids. Grand Rapids went huge for Hillary Clinton back in 2016. Kent County may stay Republican, may do what it did back in 2016 and narrowly stay Republican, but as it currently stands, Grand Rapids, the outstanding vote, even though it's red, it's Democratic. It's coming from Democratic areas. Now look, I want to make something perfectly clear. We don't know the exact makeup and composition of this vote. We know where it's coming from, what the history of what it's coming from is, and we know that vote by mail, which is, you know, is outstanding throughout the course of the night, whether it's being reported early or late, has skewed largely Democratic. So Michigan right now, Donald Trump's still hanging on to a lead. Democrats looking at counties across the entire state and saying, we have options in this state.
If you're gauging the relative attitudes in the states right now, in Pennsylvania, no one knows what the heck is going to happen. No one feels confident or otherwise. Michigan Democrats feel confident for what is going to happen. In Wisconsin, Democrats feel confident at this minute for what has happened.
Yes, it's the best way to put it. It's like a progression from Pennsylvania to Michigan to Wisconsin. Wisconsin being the first one to go and actually turn blue. Doesn't mean it's going to stay blue, but with 97% reporting, Joe Biden up by just shy of 21,000 votes. I'll tell you, throughout much of the night, Donald Trump was ahead by 100,000+ votes. Now, 97% reporting, Joe Biden is ahead. Why is Joe Biden ahead? Right here, major urban center, biggest county in the entire state, home of Milwaukee. Milwaukee County, 16% of the state population is here. This was a narrower margin for much of the night. And then the absentee vote came in. And then the early vote by mail came in. 69%, 29%, and all of a sudden, the Trump lead started to narrow. Then, same thing we saw, what I was just talking about in Michigan. Brown County is a Republican county. It went by 10 points from Donald Trump back in 2016. Now, holding about a 7-point lead here, except the vote that was outstanding in this county came from Green Bay. It was vote by mail. Green Bay leans Democratic, vote by mail leans Democratic as well. Guess what? More vote for Joe Biden, even in a Republican county. We saw the same thing in Kenosha as well as it came in. So right now, 97% in on Trump or Joe Biden with a 20,000 plus vote lead. I guess the big question is, what's outstanding? Where does Donald Trump go to get 20,000 votes? And the answer is not a whole lot of options here. You know that what's outstanding is vote by mail, which is heavily Democratic. You know this is not a big county. You're not going to find 20,000 votes there that are purely Republican. So the big question right now for Donald Trump is, can you find somewhere 20,000 votes? Are we headed to a recount?
That's a whole other
Which is a
issue.
whole other issue that I don't want to get into,
Right.
particularly given how late I've been up so far. But the reality is, as we talked about Pennsylvania and Michigan heading into, Wisconsin has done it for Democrats right now. It is blue for the moment, and we'll have to see how it plays out.
One other point I just want to make on the margin here before we move to Georgia. 20,000 votes seems close. And yes, it is close in a certain way. But Donald Trump won Wisconsin by 22,000. And just a history lesson here. The Democrats only won Wisconsin in 2000 by 5,000 votes, and in 2004 by 11,000 and change. So Wisconsin is close, and 20,000 isn't the closest election you can see there. So right now, I'd rather be Joe Biden than Donald Trump in the state of Wisconsin. Let's talk about Georgia now, because I think attitudes on Georgia have changed over the course of the evening, and we're into that really uncertain category.
Yeah, look, if you think you understand pathways or kind of where things are progressing in the Pennsylvania into the Midwest, everybody's just kind of shrugging their shoulders right now. And the reason why is this. You hit it when you were talking about the state earlier. What's outstanding in this state? Donald Trump with a 100,000 vote lead, 92% reporting, but it's where that 8% outstanding is that's so crucial, including Fulton County, largest county in the state, big Democratic county. What happened in 2016? Hillary Clinton won it big, 41 points. What's happening now? Joe Biden winning it big. And guess what? There's 20% of the vote is outstanding. Move over to DeKalb County as well. What happened in 2016? Hillary Clinton won this county big, 63 points. What's happening in 2020? Joe Biden winning this county bigger, but 80% reporting right now. So we don't have the best idea right now in terms of when this vote is going to come in and how it's going to come in. We know it's likely to come in big Democratic. What we don't have the best idea for yet is it going to make up 100,000 votes? And also, you take a look at what's outstanding in the state. Are any of these Republican counties where, look, the story of yesterday and into the night was Donald Trump turned out voters, and his campaign turned out voters exactly like they said they would. A lot of people scoffed at it, said no way you were going to do it again. In smaller counties, rural counties, and traditional Republican counties, they blew out turnout, just like Democrats did in a lot of places. So are these smaller counties, you want to go in here, in a Wilkinson County, not a huge county, a couple thousand votes here maybe, are those enough to keep the lead as the bigger Democratic counties come in? It's an open question right now. It's one we're all keeping an eye on. It'd be nice if we got some reporting to see some of the voting anytime soon. But just to be very clear, what election workers are doing right now is heroic, and we appreciate
They
it.
absolutely, and it's what it's all about. Just very quickly, I want to say Arizona and Nevada, you don't have to go into those right now. Also very close. Joe Biden clinging on to a lead there. We're not going to see more votes from either of those states for a while. Pacific time is really the reason for that, but we're watching those very closely. Now talk to me about the different paths that each candidate has to 270 and why, again, anything could change. But last night at about 11 o'clock, if you were a Democrat, you felt lousy. But at 7 o'clock this morning, you felt maybe a little better.
Yeah, no question about it. Look, what you're seeing filled in right now is states that CNN has called, right? And everything you see in gray, states we haven't called. We've got Nevada, we've got Arizona, we've got Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Maine, Alaska. Let's say, for the sake of argument, based on where things stand right now, Donald Trump is going to win the state of Alaska. We'll even give Donald Trump the state of North Carolina. Got a pretty solid lead there right now. He's been hanging on to it all night. And we'll give Joe Biden the state of Maine. I'm not going to give him Maine 2. We don't know where Maine 2, this is the congressional district with the single electoral vote. Don't know where that's going, but he's got a decent lead in Maine right now. So what does that leave? That leaves states where Joe Biden has a lead, and that is Arizona and Nevada. Now, you made a key point. Nevada is razor thin right now, but the outstanding vote, mostly male, mostly coming from Clark County, Democratic stronghold. So we'll say, for the sake of argument, we'll give that to him. What's left? Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin. Well, Joe Biden holds on to Wisconsin.
He's leading there.
He's leading there, holds on to it. Joe Biden overtakes Donald Trump in Michigan.
And he's
which
getting
appears
closer by
likely at this moment. Look at the electoral vote.
That's there.
That's the path.
270.
That's the path. That's the path if Georgia stays red, and that's the path. If Pennsylvania is too tough to overcome with the 600,000 vote lead that Donald Trump currently has. Now, again, I want to stress here, not done, not done, not done, not done. But if you were a Democrat and you went to bed last night assuming it was a 2016 redux and everything was over, it's not. There is a very clear pathway with a lot of vote to count, but there is a pathway. Same goes for President Trump. He has a pathway here as well. We look through what he's been able to do, say he holds on in Michigan, say he flips Nevada because that's very, very close, and he wins Pennsylvania, and there you go. Doesn't need to win Georgia. Needs to dig into some Democratic territory and needs to somehow manage to hold off Joe Biden in the state of Michigan and hang on to a very sizable lead right now in Pennsylvania, and he's over 270. The reality is right now, John, both candidates have pathways. The reality is also that the Biden campaign right now should feel pretty good about where they stand, given how things have progressed over the course of the last 3 hours.
The momentum over the last few hours is headed in their direction. There's still a long, long way to go. And just before we leave the wall for a moment, show me Nebraska for a second and talk to me about this one electoral vote, which could really be so important.
Yeah, so it's what we've called it.
Right, that's what I mean. It's one vote that's called, and it may make the difference.
Yeah, what it will do more than anything else is it will prevent a 269 tie, which I think everybody can appreciate to some degree. So you come over here. Sorry, it's late.
It's early,
whatever it is. So right now, here's the interesting part. I'm pulling up the House district because we don't have it carved out. But here's what I'll do. I'll draw it around because the Republican actually ended up winning this district. Don Bacon held on to the district. Republicans on the House side, very happy with what they did last night, by the way. Now flip this up, presidential, and you see right here, it's all blue. That is a single electoral vote. There are 2 states that do this. Maine 2, Nebraska 2. We haven't called Maine yet. Democrats felt good on Maine going into the night. Hasn't appeared that way as the votes come in. Nebraska 2, Donald Trump won this in 2016. If Arizona flips, that's one thing that flips. If this flips, that's another one. And it is sizable and important, even though it's just a single electoral vote, because there were also pathways that ended in 269, 269. And I don't have the mental bandwidth to deal with that right now.
It's tough. Basically, that's Pennsylvania protection. This means that Joe Biden can lose Pennsylvania. He hangs on to Arizona in this. He still gets 270. Phil, I'm going to let you go back to doing some research here, counting, particularly look at Michigan and Pennsylvania over the next several minutes. Keep us posted. If we can, we talked about Wisconsin. Wisconsin, in a way, what we've seen over the last few hours might foreshadow what we see over the next few hours. So let's go to CNN's Ryan Young live in Milwaukee. Ryan.
Yeah, so much drama here, quite honestly. Look, most of my career, you see people do things at night in terms of maybe seeing a suspect being brought in. But I tell you, we were all chasing people carrying votes, John, and that was so interesting. In fact, we have some of this video as they brought some of those data cards over from the city to the county to register some of these votes. We all were watching in anticipation to see exactly what happened. Let's not forget that this state was won by Donald Trump in 2016 by less than 1%. And it's all sort of tracking again to be a very close election. Of course, you guys were just talking about Brown County and how those votes came out. But I think something to highlight here is the fact that Kenosha is still sort of outstanding in terms of we're getting those information here about Kenosha and the votes from there. And just let's not forget that the president visited Kenosha as one of his last stops on the campaign trail. What did his ground team know in terms of what they needed to emphasize in those last few moments? Of course, everyone's sort of holding their breath to see how close this election will end up being. As we talked to voters yesterday, we heard over and over again several different words in terms of what people were actually voting for. Some people were really concerned about COVID-19. Obviously, this state has been hit very hard by the pandemic. And in fact, we've seen numbers increasing over the last few days. So we heard people say, I am concerned about where we're going health-wise. But then when we talked to small business owners, they were concerned about another shutdown, and that motivated them to come out as well. Let's not also forget the fact that more than 1.8 million people voted early in this state. So we saw a lot of ebb and flow yesterday when it came to this election, but obviously we thought it was going to be close again. And so far, as we talk to election officials, they're obviously going back through some of the information here to make sure everything is right as we talk about this vote. John?
Close is one way to say it, with a 20,000 vote margin separating the two candidates right now. Ryan Young, and at one point we were waiting on results. and there was an inkjet printer. They needed to get ink for a printer in order to print out the results, and we were all waiting on that. That's what we're dealing with this morning as the votes come in. Ryan Young, thank you so much for being with us. Let's go over to Michigan now, where the votes are still being counted, and the margins have narrowed really by the minute. 16 electoral votes at play. CNN's Omar Jimenez is live for us in Detroit. Omar, what do you see?
Well, John, right now in Michigan, it's Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, Sterling Heights. Those are the cities that are anchoring counties where we are still seeing absentee ballots counted at this early morning hour, on the second morning of votes being counted, so to speak. And the number of ballots that are being counted is a number that is wider than the margin between either of these candidates, according to Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson. Now, where we are standing right now is known as the TCF Center here in Detroit. People have been working around the clock throughout the overnight hours, trying to process as many absentee ballots as they possibly can, literally coming in and out in 900-person shifts just to keep, again, this process moving. At last check that we heard from them, we had about a little over 90,000 outstanding absentee ballots. My guess is based on the pace that they've been working at over the course of the night, they've shrunk that a little bit, but we did just hear from someone who, an official here with the clerk's office, who walked by and said they initially were hoping to get that count done by early this morning, but that it'll likely be a little bit later into the day as well. When you look at timelines that we are seeing in other locations as well, I mentioned Sterling Heights. That's in a county, a suburb of Detroit, Macomb County. They were actually hoping to get their vote done by 7 a.m. this morning. Well, we're obviously past that now, and we've reached out to them. We haven't heard back on what the status of that count is as well. The county that is anchored by Grand Rapids, Kent County, they were hoping to get their count done by noon today. And then overall as a state, Jocelyn Benson, Secretary of State here, says they're going to have a clear picture of what Michigan looks like by the end of the day today. And they say they're still on track for that. And that is sort of the timeline they are working with at this point, which if you go back a few days, they initially thought they wouldn't be able to get to that point until Friday. So obviously a lot of things have gone smoothly in their books up until this point to get them to this scenario. It's weird that we're saying a day later seems early, but that seems to be the situation here in Michigan, especially since they've seen record turnout both on the absentee ballot side, and when you combine that with the people that showed up on election day, they are expected to blow past that 2008 voter turnout here in Michigan, which previously had set the record for turnout in the state. John?
Omar, they're doing great work counting. Buy him a coffee from all of us and tell him to get back at it. We appreciate you being with us this morning. All right, everyone, stand by for a key race alert. We're getting a fresh look at the state of Pennsylvania, one of the pivotal states in the nation right now. Let's take a look at this moment. Donald Trump still leads by 618,000 votes, with 75% of the estimated vote in, 20 electoral votes up for grabs. But again, the vote we are waiting for is the early absentee, the vote by mail, which is tended to skew Democratic. And we're waiting for that vote from urban centers, which also tend to skew Democratic. So let's go to Pamela Brown at the voting desk for a deeper look at Pennsylvania and where things stand. Pamela.
All right, so let's put this into perspective. You just pointed out there, John, that the margin right now is a little over 600,000 in Trump's favor. But here's the thing. Only 44% of the early ballots have been counted. They're counted. There are still 1.4 million left to be counted out of the 2.5 million early ballots cast in Philadelphia. So that is more than the margin there in Pennsylvania. Now, nearly 22% of the mail-in ballots counted, more than 272,000 mail-in ballots were in Philadelphia. That's important. That's a Democratic stronghold. We're still waiting for those numbers to come in. I'm told they're working diligently there in Philadelphia, trying to get those numbers as quickly as possible. Then you go to the suburbs, Bucks County, more than 30% mail-in ballots counted, more than 107,000 left to be counted there. Allegheny County, that's the home of Pittsburgh, more than 48,000 mail-in ballots counted, so that's more than 178,000 left to be counted there. Another suburb outside of Philadelphia, Montgomery County, nearly 49% mail-in ballots counted, so that's more than 121,000 left to be counted. And just to put this in perspective as well, we've been talking a lot about skewing, early vote skewing left and the day of votes of the election skewing right. Well, we know in Pennsylvania, Pennsylvania, the early votes accounted for were tied to 65% registered Dems and 23% registered Republicans. I also want to look at Wisconsin because it is razor thin there in Wisconsin. 2 counties we've been waiting on are Dunn County. You mentioned that printer issue there, John. Brown and Kenosha were those 2 places. All that's left to count now are some provisional ballots in the state. So here's where things stand in these 2 key states. Wisconsin has just 3% of the vote remaining. Pennsylvania has 25% of the vote remaining. And 9 counties in Pennsylvania, John, just started counting today. And don't forget, there's that grace period, the 3-day post-election grace period for mail-in ballots to arrive there in Pennsylvania to be counted. Of course, they could be under legal dispute if it gets down to the wire.
Pamela Brown for us at the voting desk. I know everyone's got their calculators out now trying to do the math to see if it adds up. The bottom line is the math is there. It is possible for Joe Biden to make up that margin. Likely, we don't know. But possible, yes. Pamela, thank you very much. On that possible note, let's go live now to my friend Kate Baldwin. She is in Philadelphia, where if Democrats are going to cut into this margin, a big chunk of it will have to come from Philadelphia, Kate.
Yeah, that's exactly right, John. And here in Philadelphia, where I'm standing outside of the convention center, this is where all of the action is happening this morning. And to be honest, it hasn't stopped. It's been happening. Counting and processing of these mail-in ballots has been happening all throughout the night. Here is what we know. And we don't know a lot, but here is what we do know. There is more than 1 million ballots that have still yet to be counted. And we're talking about the mail-in ballots. In the biggest counties in the Commonwealth, the numbers are important. For perspective, in Philadelphia, 141,000 mail-in ballots have been counted. That is not yet half of the mail-ins that have been returned. In Allegheny County, where Pittsburgh is, not yet half of those mail-in ballots have been counted. In Montgomery County, which is the big suburb outside of Philadelphia, not yet, same story there, not yet half of the mail-ins have been counted. Bucks County, the most competitive of the suburban counties outside Philadelphia, same story there. Caution is what I'm hearing, what Pennsylvania election officials are offering me this morning. Caution because there's so many mail-ins that have yet to be counted. Let me play for you what one of the Philadelphia County Commissioners said this morning about the road ahead.
If everything keeps up, we'll have the total results in the next couple of days. But Pennsylvania allows votes to be received and counted up until Friday, 3 days after the election. So we can't count what we don't yet have. So if you've mailed your ballot on or before Election Day on Tuesday, and it comes in Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, those votes will be counted.
Now, 9 counties in the Commonwealth did not start processing and counting the mail-in ballots yesterday. They're only starting to count the mail-in ballots this morning. That's 9 counties in Pennsylvania. All of this data is to say what you know, John, which is there is still a long way to go. Here in Philadelphia, we are expecting an update from the county commissioners on how things are going and have gone overnight, but they stress that the counting has been going on all throughout the night. We were getting updated numbers that we were expecting coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. But in a state, in Pennsylvania, which we know was won by 44,000 votes 4 years ago, 1 million ballots, more than 1 million ballots still left to be counted is a lot.
It sure is. I know they're working very hard at getting it done. We are waiting patiently for more results. Kate Baldwin in Philadelphia, thank you very much. And we are expecting more votes to come in shortly from any one of these 6 key states that have yet to be called. And the next state that tilts in one direction could be decisive in telling us where this entire election will go. CNN special live coverage continues right after this.
Calm. Download the free app now.
With Ring security cameras, keep an eye on every corner.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN_. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All right, about 8:30 on the East Coast. We still do not know who will be president of the United States come January 20th. It is simply too close to call in several key states. About 6 states right now hang in the balance, 2 of them out west. So Phil Mattingly here at the Magic Wall with me. Let's talk about Arizona first, then Nevada.
Yeah, we're going to walk through the East Coast, Pennsylvania, into the Midwest. Let's talk about 2 also very important states. I want to start with Arizona. Arizona, back in 2016, went to Donald Trump. However, Democrats saw a narrowing margin in 2016 and thought, perhaps, based on what happened in 2018 when they flipped the Senate seat here, this was the year when it would turn Democratic. Let's look at what's happening. Right now, Joe Biden with 130,000 vote lead, 82% reporting. And why does Joe Biden have that lead? Maricopa County. You know this state well. You've covered this state before. Maricopa County, 60% of the population lives here. This is a county that has shifted over the course of the last several cycles. Suburban turnout, education, also Hispanic turnout as well. The population inside Maricopa has started to shift towards Democrats. We've seen it right now. It looks like that shift is bordering on flipping this state for Biden. 86% reporting. That is a sizable margin, a larger margin than Kyrsten Sinema had in her Senate race. Now, there's vote outstanding. 86% is in Maricopa. the Trump campaign has made clear with 82%. They don't want anybody calling this. CNN has not called it yet. Same in the Senate race. But this is a sizable advantage. And if you are holding this margin in Maricopa County and you're the Democrat, you are likely to win the state. However, votes outstanding, we'll keep an eye on it. The biggest reason why Arizona is important, you've been talking about this with me, is this is a flip. And this is a flip that all of a sudden makes it possible to get to 270 electoral votes without winning Pennsylvania if you're Joe Biden. That is why the Democrats wanted this. Last night, before Arizona came online, there was a lot of concern that pathways were shutting off entirely. This opened pathways. This made clear pathways. That's why Arizona matters. However, still hasn't been called. Biden with 130,000 vote lead.
Yeah, so Arizona opens up several paths or keeps several paths open. Nevada, if it were to go to Donald Trump, all of a sudden some of those paths close down.
Look, I will tell you, a Democrat texted me when the most recent Clark County update came in, which was yikes. Yikes. Not because Nevada was over. Look, Joe Biden has a 7,647 vote lead. 86% is reporting. And what is outstanding, according to the Secretary of State in this state, is mail-in vote. We've been talking about mail-in vote, vote by mail. It is skewed heavily Democratic. I believe the majority of it is from Clark County. Clark County is a Democratic stronghold. Through the Biden campaign, that allows you to exhale a little bit. This does not allow you to exhale. Most Democrats believe, because of the turnout operation, former Senate Majority Leader Harry Reid, his whole team, what they've done over the course of the last several cycles, put Nevada in a pretty good lock. The Trump campaign has repeatedly said, this is in play. Right now, it's in play. 86% reporting Joe Biden with a narrow lead. All eyes on Clark County. You kind of look at Clark County and you say 10% is the firewall here. If you're winning Clark County by 10% and you're a Democrat, you're pretty good to go.
They're not there.
It was at 10% until a couple of hours ago. Now it's narrowed down. Again, we know there's outstanding vote in Clark County, 84% reporting. Democrats right now, this is way too close to comfort for them, particularly because Joe Biden's winning Washoe. Washoe's kind of the swing district, right? In this state in 2016, Hillary Clinton won it narrowly, as she went on to win this state. Right now, Joe Biden winning it rather handily. The difference, the turnout in the rurals and keeping the margins close in Clark, right now, only 7,000 votes separate. We'll see how this goes. The one biggest wild card, biggest wrench to any pathway the Biden campaign would have is if all of a sudden this changes. As you noted, we won't know anything, not today, until tomorrow, according to Nevada officials. So we'll have to wait and see here. But right now, Democrats feel like they're okay, but this is close.
Yeah. To be clear, all the election day vote is in. 100% of the election day vote is counted. What is outstanding is mail. A lot of it in Clark County. A lot of the mail has been trending Democratic, but we don't know. We're just waiting. All right, Phil, keep us posted as this develops. It is certainly exciting. It keeps on changing. Let's go down to Biden headquarters. The former vice president has been trying to strike this patient, optimistic tone. Listen to what he said a few hours ago.
It ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this.
All right, Jessica Dean, live for us in Wilmington, Delaware, at the campaign headquarters. You've been talking to people on the inside. What do they say?
Well, John, this morning, one campaign aide telling me that they are optimistic, that they are on the right track. That they believe when all the votes will be counted, that Joe Biden is going to emerge the winner. Another source close to the campaign telling me that for Biden and the Democrats, they're just under the burden right now of waiting for the votes that take the longest to tally. So right now, it's just this waiting game that everyone is doing. But again, as they look at the map, as you guys have been doing with Phil, going county by county, you can bet that's what they're doing right now as well, and they're taking in all of that, and based on what they're seeing, they are feeling pretty good that once it all comes in, that's going to go into their column, and that ultimately Joe Biden will be declared the winner. But again, it's just the waiting game right now. They just have to be cautious and tell everyone to pack their patience. That's been their message all along. One source pointing to me to campaign manager Jim O'Malley Dillon's tweet from several weeks ago that said, this race is a lot closer than the polls say. This race is a lot closer than a lot of people think. And indeed, it has turned out to be a tight race. John?
Yeah, Jessica, not much for anyone of the insider campaigns to do now except to watch and maybe start getting lawyers at the ready and sending them in the key states. Jessica Dean in Wilmington, thank you very much. Watch, send in lawyers, or maybe there's a third option, which is to lie about the democratic process. And that is what the President of the United States tried to do overnight. Listen.
This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election.
There were Republicans put off by that. The president calling fraud, disclaiming the counting that may ultimately lead to his victory. Let's go right to the White House, also known as Trump headquarters this morning, because that's where they're running things. Caitlin Collins is there. Caitlin, what are you hearing?
Well, John, we're seeing why you don't come out at 2:30, as the president did, and prematurely declare victory, because there are states that the president was touting 5 hours ago that now there is more of the precincts reporting their votes, and it's not looking good for the president. The margins that he had, that he was touting in the White House just behind me in the East Wing just a few hours ago, have now narrowed substantially, and people are voicing concern about this. And of course, the reason the president did this is because in 2016, by this time, he had already won the election, basically. He was already giving his acceptance speech. But now he is realizing how quickly things can change, and especially when people have been warning that you might look good early on, but when the mail-in ballots start being counted in these critical states to your reelection, it might not look as favorable as it did earlier in the evening. And so the president came out and he declared victory when there was no victory to declare, not for him, certainly not for Joe Biden either at that point, as we are now still many hours later counting votes. But the president also promised a legal challenge, John, and that is something he's been telegraphing for weeks now. His advisors have been saying it in the last several days. But the question is, what is he challenging exactly? Because the president was saying they're going to take this to the Supreme Court. Of course, that's not how this works. You don't just decide that you're going to the Supreme Court. You've got to have a case first. And they're still counting legitimate ballots at this point, as they were when the president came out last night. So basically, at the White House, they are sitting back there watching these numbers, just like we are in Wisconsin, in Michigan, of course, and Pennsylvania, as they are starting to come in. But things are looking a lot different for the president than they were when he came out and declared victory that, of course, he had not secured yet.
Yeah, he's talking about votes that were cast weeks ago and arrived by yesterday. Almost impossible to imagine a legitimate legal challenge to any of those. Caitlin Collins at the White House, please keep us posted. They are counting in 6 states at this moment. We're waiting on the next batch of votes to be posted, and the next state that tips one way could be decisive. CNN special live coverage continues right after this.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN_. See all our reviews and recommendations at _.com.
A great future awaits us.
I can say humanity from itself.
People are receiving.
Match? Yes.
I just did the free version, which was really cool. You can message your top picks.
That's new.
People that were exactly the type I was looking for.
PhD, I like it. Oh my gosh, he has an Emmy. Ooh, a chef. Listen, I can't cook, so a chef would be great. And cuts right to the chase. It gives you what you're looking for.
I had a lot of fun.
You don't have to pay for everything.
Honestly, I was impressed.
Ready to start something great? Try Match.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Welcome back, everyone. This is CNN Special Live coverage, 8:44 on the East Coast, and we still don't know who the next president will be. You know, in 2000, we had Florida. In 2004, we had Ohio. As we sit here this morning, we have 6 Floridas, 6 Ohios, 6 states where they're still counting, and the race, the election, the presidency hangs in the balance. So stand by now for a key race alert. Let's talk about the state of Georgia, where things are very close this morning. Donald Trump leads by 100,000 votes with 92% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. But what's key here is the outstanding vote comes from largely urban population centers, and the outstanding vote is vote by mail, which is skewed heavily Democratic. Is there the math to make up the margins for Joe Biden? We're just not sure. But if he does make up that margin, Georgia could be decisive. Look at this wall right here. You can see on the path to 270, Joe Biden now has 224 electoral votes. Donald Trump has 213. If for some reason Joe Biden was able to pull it out in Georgia, it shuts off so many paths for Donald Trump to win the election, maybe even sealing the deal. Right now, the president is leading. Will that change? We're watching very closely. Let's go right to Georgia now. CNN's Nick Valencia live in Atlanta. Nick, what do you see?
John, this is far from over. In this race, 12 hours after all the polls closed here across the state, still too close to call. As you mentioned, the big question is, are there enough remaining Democratic votes to push Joe Biden over the edge here? He's currently trailing President Trump by 102,000 votes, and there is optimism here among Democrats in the state that they can make it happen. Why? Because Fulton County, the biggest county in the state and also a Democratic stronghold, still hasn't finished counting votes. I just got on the phone with Regina Waller. She's with Fulton County, who tells me as of 8:30 this morning, they began again counting those absentee votes after they stopped last night at 10:30. Part of that delay is because yesterday morning there was a pipe burst in State Farm Arena right behind me, the side of the super site here, where there was tons of early voting that happened. That pipe burst, if you can believe it, caused, according to officials, a 3 to 4 hour delay. They decided to stop counting last night. Neighboring DeKalb County also has another 79,000 outstanding absentee ballots. Together, those two counties, 127,000 votes still on the table, well within the margin of that 102,000 estimated lead that President Trump has here. A lot on the line in Georgia, 16 electoral votes. This is a state that President Trump carried by 5 percentage points without visiting the state once. He's been here 3 times since July. Last week, we saw Joe Biden deliver his closing message here, and this is a state that he would desperately, desperately love to win. It would deliver a devastating blow for the chances of President Trump's reelection bid. John?
Right now, the president ahead by about 102,000 votes. Nick Valencia, please keep us posted. Let's go to Jim Sciutto now at the voting desk. Jim, Georgia and Michigan, we're still waiting on votes to come in. Where do things stand?
Well, John, folks at home might wonder why at this point we don't know. The simple fact is there are still votes to be counted. Legal votes, cast legally, still to be counted in states where the margins are thin. So let's look at 2 of those states right now. Let's begin with Georgia. 80% of the vote is counted so far. They just resumed counting it, well, about 17 minutes ago, 8:30 a.m. These are absentee and mail-in ballots, which tend to favor Joe Biden. Not clear if that's going to be enough to change where that race stands right now. Tends to. Let's look at the counties in particular here. Fulton County, in and around Atlanta, heavy urban area here. You'll be remembering the long voting lines we saw there, heavy turnout. This is an area that tends to favor the vice president quite strongly. Question is it enough to make up the broader deficit so far? Another county, DeKalb County, as Nick was just mentioning there, also just outside Atlanta. They haven't even resumed counting yet. They will in just over 2 hours at 11 o'clock. Again, absentee and mail-in ballots there. 79,000 absentee and mail-in ballots still to be counted in DeKalb County and in Fulton County, 48,000. So that's a big number. Again, could be crucial in determining the outcome of this state. And that's why it's still too close to call, despite the president's lead at this point. Okay, let's look ahead to Michigan. Another state hasn't been called yet. Why is that? Still lots of votes to be counted, a lot of legal votes, in particular in urban areas. Wayne County, in and around Detroit. So far, 64% of the votes have been counted there. This is the largest county in Michigan, heavily urban. 4 Democrats to overtake this state, where the president still at this point maintains a lead. They need to win big there right now. It does favor Democrats. Of course, the big question, just like in Georgia, does it favor them enough to make up the deficit in rural areas, etc.? Hundreds of thousands of votes still to be counted in the state of Michigan more broadly, according to the Secretary of State. That includes not only Detroit, Wayne County, but Grand Rapids, Flint, Warren, and the Secretary of State saying there, this is important for people at home to hear. Every vote will be counted. You can be confident, the Secretary of State of Michigan says. Okay, let's go big picture now. In Georgia, key state, 8% of the vote remains to be counted there overall, enough to turn an election. In Michigan, 14% of the vote remains to be counted there, enough to turn an election, particularly in the tight margins that we have right now. Again, in both those states, it's urban areas that tend to favor Democrats. Question, of course, is it enough to turn the results in those states, and ultimately, given their position as battleground states in this election, to turn the election overall? Other states coming in, Wisconsin, another swing state, tighter there, 3% remains to be counted. Pennsylvania, 25% remains to be counted. And keep in mind, as we've noted on this broadcast before, votes there can come in up to 3 days after the election. That means a lot of the votes not only haven't been counted, but they may not have come in yet. So that's why you're hearing from folks there that it may be some time. Heard a Pennsylvania election official earlier this evening said, we can't count what we don't yet have. Simple statement, but again, it's legal. Those votes can come 3 days after the election. So John, a lot of tight margins there and a lot more of our viewers' votes to be counted in this election. Back to you.
A lot of counting going on as we speak, Jim. Jim Shooter at the voting desk, thank you so much. Let's dig a little deeper now, particularly into Georgia. Phil Manningley with me at the Magic Wall. Phil, what are you seeing here?
Well, I wrote 72,000 on the wall because that was what Nick Valencia's great report was talking about with DeKalb County. If you go in to DeKalb County, what you're looking at here is just the enormous margin. So 72,000 is left outstanding. They're all vote by mail, and a Democratic county that goes 83 to 16 at this point in time. That is a substantial pickup opportunity in terms of total votes here. Let's take a look, pull back out at where the top line is. Again, Donald Trump still ahead by 103,760 votes. And I think the biggest thing, you add 65,000 votes in DeKalb, take a look at what's Fulton County now that they're counting again, see what you can get out of that. Biggest county, obviously another big margin there, obviously absentee as well. And I think one of the interesting things, I've been focused so much on the Atlanta metro area, and I haven't necessarily paid attention down here. You've got Chatham County, home of Savannah. Again, what's outstanding, largely vote by mail in a Democratic county that skews in a medium, composition-wise, Democratic. So it might be this margin, it might be 55-42, it might be Republican, but likely, if it follows the trend we've seen over the course of the entire country, over the course of the night, perhaps that's even bigger Democratic vote. What I'm trying to say here is there's unknown variables in terms of the composition of the vote, how it's all going to come in, whether it's vote by mail, and how much of it is Democratic vote by mail. But the reality is, when you look at what's outstanding, you see a number of Republican counties, you see the red counties filled in. Those are not huge counties. These are decent vote centers, and they aren't even Atlanta metro and the outside of it. Don't know that there's a pathway, still trying to figure out the numbers. That's why I thought the 72,000 was interesting in DeKalb. But the reality is, the reason why Georgia hasn't been called yet, but Donald Trump has a 103,000 vote lead, is this. 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait and see those come in. That'll tell you what happens in Georgia.
There are enough votes to make it possible, likely, who knows? Right. We're watching them count. Nick Valencia will tell us the minute he gets more information, Phil. All right, thanks very much. Time to go over to my colleague, Allison Cameron. Allison.
Thank you very much, John. So, early this morning, during a self-proclaimed victory speech, President Trump claimed, without evidence, that the election was fraudulent and said he would go to the Supreme Court to stop votes from being counted. What do all of these very tight races mean for future legal fights? For that, I want to bring in CNN election law analysts Rick Pildes and Jonathan Diaz. Okay, so Rick, let me start with you. That's an idle threat from President Trump, correct? He can't stop the votes from being counted for the next however many days, right?
Well, number one, he can't go directly to the Supreme Court. Number two, most of these issues end up being state law issues. They don't actually involve federal constitutional law. And number three, we have a legal process here, a process of going through the absentee ballots. That process is going to go forward. It's not likely a court is going to stop that process at any point along the way. We will have legal battles. This was expected if we ended up in this position. But the courts are going to decide if there are facts to support any of these kinds of claims. And we know there will be a lot of extreme, outlandish claims made that do not have any factual basis.
Okay, but Jonathan, let's talk about that. I mean, there are razor thin margins in 6 battleground states right now. So are these legal challenges inevitable? Should we start bracing for those?
They're certainly not inevitable. I think at this point, much like with the ultimate results, it's still too soon to tell whether any of these states will be within a margin where a legal challenge could prove decisive. And like Rick said, the facts on the ground are going to have to be there to support any kind of legal claim to stop counting or to not count a certain pool of ballots in a particular state. And so far, we haven't seen that.
I mean, look, we all remember what happened in 2000, and it came down to 537 ballots in Florida. Rick, do you see the same ingredients in any state sort of shaping up right now?
I think we are getting closer to that point. We see how fine the margins look like they might be in a few states, maybe Wisconsin, maybe Nevada. It depends on how close the overall margin in the election is. We don't know about Pennsylvania. You can bet if those margins are tight, I think both sides are going to pursue every possible avenue in court. And let me point out one issue the Biden campaign might pursue, which we have not talked about much. You may remember this issue about these skinny ballots in Pennsylvania, which are now all invalid votes under state law. We don't know how many votes there may be there. These are the votes that come in without a secrecy sleeve. Pennsylvania, uniquely among states, throws those out. I can easily imagine the Biden campaign itself going to court and saying it's unconstitutional to throw those votes out if they are a large enough volume to make a potential difference in Pennsylvania.
That's really interesting insight. Thank you, Jonathan, Rick. Thank you both very much. And let's go back to my friend and colleague, John Berman.
All right, thanks so much, Allison. More votes coming in by the minute. We're watching 6 states very, very closely this morning. And there is a trend developing over the last several hours that might give us a clue of where things are headed. CNN Special Live coverage continues right after this.
One day, we'll look back and remember the moment that things, for one strange time in our lives, got very quiet. We worried over loved ones, over money, over our planet, and over takeout. Let's remember this time when so many struggled to feel secure and build a future where everyone can. Because when the world seems like it's standing still, that's the perfect time for us to change it. A great future awaits us.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN_. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
He's finally asleep. Sometimes you need to take a moment for yourself. Instacart is here to help make your day a little easier. With retail partners like Walmart, you can get all the items your family needs, and a shopper will safely deliver them contact-free in as little as 2 hours. So while you recharge, your home gets safely restocked. Go to instacart.com or download the app to save $10 on your order from Walmart using the code WALTAP20. We know you've got your hands full at home.
I'm building a spaceship.
So Instacart is here to help make grocery shopping a little easier. Choose which store to shop from, what items you need, and how you want them. And a shopper will safely deliver them contact-free in as fast as 2 hours. Because between teaching, cooking, and parenting, you could use one less job to do. Go to instacart.com or download the app to get free delivery on your first order using the code ORDERTODAY.
From deep dives to daily briefs, CNN Politics podcasts have you covered. The Axe Files, Politically Sound, CNN Political Briefing, and more. Listen on cnn.com/podcasts.
Good morning, everyone. I'm John Berman. I want to welcome our viewers here in the United States and all around the world. This is CNN's special live coverage of this historic moment in American history. It's 9 a.m. on the East Coast, 6 o'clock in the West, and right now, at this moment, we have no clear winner in the presidential election. Joe Biden has 224 electoral votes. The president has 213. They are locked in this incredibly tight race with razor-thin margins in several key states, making them just much too close to call at this point. While the votes are still being tallied, President Trump is falsely claiming victory, attacking his opponent for trying to somehow steal the election. No evidence of that whatsoever, and he's launched baseless claims the president has of fraud. Former Vice President Joe Biden is urging patience and calling on every last vote to be counted. Let's get straight to the numbers that tell the story, starting with the CNN Key Race Alert. These are the states that hang in the balance right now. Let's start with the state of Wisconsin. 10 electoral votes there. Joe Biden now leading by 20,000 votes. This state flipped overnight. When the urban centers came in and the vote by mail came in, Joe Biden vaulted into a 20,000 vote lead for these 10 electoral votes. That's a trend we've seen throughout the morning, and we're watching very closely in a number of other states as well. Let's look at Michigan, for instance. This state has been getting closer and closer by the minute. As of this moment, the president leads by about 15,000 votes, 88% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. But Joe Biden has really closed the gap, and the vote that's outstanding in urban population centers, vote by mail, which is skewed Democratic. Next on the list is Pennsylvania. Here, the president has the biggest lead in these key states of 618,000 votes, 20 electoral votes up for grabs, 75% in. But again, the vote we're waiting on from large urban population centers, vote by mail, which is skewed heavily Democratic. You see a pattern here. That's the story of the morning. In Georgia, The president ahead by 100,000 votes at this moment, 92% in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. Atlanta, Augusta, Savannah, key urban population centers. We're still waiting on the vote by mail from those. Could turn the tide. We don't know. We are counting. A couple other states we're watching very closely this morning. Nevada, 6 electoral votes. Joe Biden with a 7,000 vote lead there. They're done counting election day vote there for those 6 electoral votes. What they're waiting on now is some more of the mail vote to come in. That has tended to skew Democratic, but Joe Biden's lead there is much closer than the Biden campaign wants. North Carolina, the president ahead by 76,000 votes, 95% in, 15 electoral votes up for grabs. Both campaigns will tell you that's tilting toward the president, but we're watching it, and they are counting. Finally, in Arizona, this may be one of the more important pickup opportunities for Joe Biden. He's leading there by 130,000 votes with 82% in. The 11 electoral votes in Arizona really opens up possible paths to 270 for Joe Biden that don't exist without it. Let's take a look at the overall map right now. Biden's leading with 224 electoral votes. The president has 213. But the important thing here is those states in white. Any combination of those for either of these candidates right now gets them what they need and gets them over the top. Let's dig a little deeper. We're going to go to Phil Mattingly, is over at the Magic Wall. We went through the states one by one. I want to start with Pennsylvania in a way. A, it's the biggest electoral vote haul at 20. B, the president holds the largest margin there. So why is it still up for grabs?
But he holds the largest margin there. And it's something we've seen throughout the course of this morning. And as the results have come in, and Pennsylvania, actually, I'm actually gonna stop real quick because something just happened and I think we need to pay attention to it. Michigan just turned blue. Joe Biden now 1,337 votes ahead. We've been predicting, John, that this was coming throughout the course of the morning. We have seen it slowly but surely. About 4 hours ago, Donald Trump had a 220,000 vote lead here. Now with 89% reporting, Joe Biden has turned the state blue for the moment. However, this is a trend. You were talking about the trend. I'll get into Pennsylvania in a second, but just because these are real results coming in now, what are we seeing? We're seeing more from Wayne County. It was at 66%, I believe, last time we checked. Now it's at 70%. We're going to see this throughout the course of the morning. There's a chance we will be talking and numbers will start flipping. The difference right now from last night, some parts earlier in the morning, is the numbers are almost universally in Michigan, in Pennsylvania, and Wisconsin going towards Joe Biden. Now, why? Why is that actually the case? A couple reasons. The composition of the numbers. It's almost entirely vote by mail right now in all of those states. Why is that the case? Because they count after election day vote. Why? Great question. Talk to their state officials. But as you saw in some states early in the night last night, whether it was Ohio or North Carolina, those states started off blue. Democrats thought they had real opportunities there. By the end of the night, it became clear once the early vote was counted, then election day vote was counted, that in fact, Republicans had Ohio at least pretty well in hand. Now, you've had the inverse happen. Election day vote was counted. Now you're seeing a mail vote count, and that's trending Dems' way.
Let's just put this back up again so people can see, because this is breaking news. This is a major moment, possibly, in the evolution of this contest. Donald Trump, up until minutes ago, had been leading in the state of Michigan. We've been waiting for these urban population centers and their vote by mail to come in. More came in, and now Joe Biden up by 6,000 votes.
We told you this was going to happen. It's now happening. Now, 89% left outstanding. We don't know the composition of everything, but I want to tell you what is outstanding right now. Why did I pull up Wayne County first as Wayne County started to come in? It is the largest county in the state. It is 18% of the state. It is 67 to 31%. That's a huge margin. Also, it is not 10, 20, 30,000 votes. It's probably 100, 120, maybe 130,000 votes left for the Biden campaign to pick up, potentially here. That's not in yet. He's already starting to take a lead. Move up another county. This is Oakland County. This has started to come in as well. This was outstanding. This is suburbs. This shifted hard Democratic over the course of the last couple cycles. In 2016, Hillary Clinton won this by 8 points. What's Joe Biden doing today? Whoa. Wow. You know, we're trying to figure out, everybody was talking about the suburbs running hard away from President Trump. You saw it in 2018. You saw it in the midterms. You saw it in Gretchen Whitmer's win in the governor's race here in 2018. This is a demonstration of that, with 94% reporting Oakland County, now 56% Biden, 42.5% Trump. So what's left outstanding? What's left outstanding in the state? The Trump campaign's looking at this saying, 11% left, let's go find our vote. 6,000 votes, 7,000 votes is not an astronomical amount. Let's take this down and see what's still 90% out here. Well, we already told you about Wayne County. That's coming in Democratic. It's coming in mail, which has been Democratic. Let's go to Kalamazoo County. Not a huge county, but right now, Joe Biden, 10-point lead, 15,000 votes maybe left there with 82% reporting. Also by mail, should skew Democratic as well. What about the red counties? Well, we talked about Kent County. Kent County was another one of those counties. Donald Trump, back in 2016, won this county by 3 points, kind of a conservative county in the western part of the state. 2018 started to shift back towards Democrats. What's happening right now? Well, the biggest thing to look at is the margin. Earlier in the night, Donald Trump had about a 16-point lead here. The margin has started to shrink. Why do we think that's going to come in Democratic?
Yeah, the important thing here is people are going to see this. Oh, Donald Trump's winning in Kent County. We have 10% there. He may grow his lead. Actually, you would think if the vote by mail is what's outstanding there, that will likely, not definitely, but likely skew Democratic. So Biden may actually pad his lead from this Republican county.
It gets deeper than that for the Biden campaign, and that is, we know from talking to the Secretary of State earlier this morning that in Kent County, the vote by mail that is outstanding comes from Grand Rapids. And Grand Rapids, at least in 2016, went pretty sharply towards Hillary Clinton. So it's not just that it's vote by mail and therefore it would be Democratic. We can't confirm that, although it's trend line that way all day. It's that it's also where it's from in Kent County. So we've been talking about this, that this was going to happen. It has started to happen. We will see how this goes over the course of the morning. As you can see, this is real time. This is live action. It's a live ball here.
Can you put up Wayne County? I just want to make one more point in Wayne County here. This is where 70% is in at this point? 70%?
Yes.
Okay, 70% counted now. You can see the margins that are opening up. Joe Biden leads by 6,000 or 7,000 votes. With 30 more percent in, Michigan may not look all that close. We don't know yet. But if it trends like it does, and if there are tens of thousands votes more, it may not end up that close. People need to be open to that possibility, which may matter when you hear the president talking about legal challenges and the like. Phil, hang on one second. I want to go to Omar Jimenez, who is in Detroit, in Michigan right now, at a counting center to give us an update. Omar, what are you seeing?
Well, John, these main population centers that we're keeping an eye on, where these absentee ballots are being counted, Detroit, Flint, Grand Rapids, and Sterling Heights as well. We're in Detroit at what's known as the TCF Center, where they are trying to process as many of these absentee ballots as physically possible. They've come in 900-person shifts and worked overnight every single minute basically of the night to try and get through as many of them as possible. At last check, we had heard there were about 90,000 outstanding ballots. I suspect they've chopped down that number a little bit, but out of the 172,000 absentee ballots that they received here, we do understand that they've tabulated 145,000 of them. However, the caveat there is that some of those have to go through a bipartisan group. So the number of outstanding votes isn't quite the difference between the total and how much has been tabulated. Okay, so there's that situation. And then when you look at Grand Rapids and Kent County, you guys were just talking about it a few moments ago about some of the absentee ballots that are still being counted there. I was just in contact with the elections director for the county clerk's office there, who told me it's going to be tough to predict when we will be done with the remaining 76 precincts that are outstanding in Grand Rapids, but at this moment, they're processing almost 60,000 ballots through high-speed tabulators, just to give you an idea of, again, the process and what they are trying to still work through a day after Election Day. And as Phil pointed out a few moments ago, we heard from Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson earlier this morning, who said that overall, even with all these states scrambling to cut through tens of thousands of absentee ballots, in some cases, they still expect that by the end of the day in Michigan, we are going to have a clear picture as to where this state is heading, with most jurisdictions reporting. And even here at this Detroit Center, the previous guidance that we had gotten from officials here was that they hoped to be done with this process by early this morning. Well, early this morning came, and we spoke to an official with the clerk's office who told us, well, it's likely going to be later in the day. In Macomb County, a suburb here that President Trump flipped from Democrat to Republican in 2016, they were hoping to have their ballots done by 7 a.m. this morning. Well, 7 a.m. came, and we still haven't gotten their full report. So we're keeping an eye there. In Oakland County, they're still waiting on large communities of absentee ballots to come in as well. So you got all of these pockets that are still working through, in some cases, tens of thousands of ballots. And as Secretary Benson put it earlier this morning, She said, and this was hours ago, that the difference in the ballots was enough to, was bigger than the threshold between the two.
All right, Omar Jimenez live for us in Detroit, really the center of the political universe at this hour because of the breaking news, which is that as of minutes ago, Joe Biden has vaulted into the lead in the crucial swing state of Michigan. You can see it right there, nearly 7,000 votes. It doesn't seem like a lot. It isn't a lot right now, but it's a trend we have seen over the last several hours, and it has major implications on the path to 270 electoral votes, because we also saw this happen in Wisconsin, where Joe Biden's clinging to a narrow lead there. Phil, walk us through what this means with Wisconsin and Michigan, with Biden now holding a lead.
So what you see on the map right now, everything that's filled in are states that we have called. If they're red, they went for President Trump. If they are blue, they went for former Vice President Biden. Biden with 224 electoral votes, President Trump with 213. Now there's a couple that, for the sake of gaming this out, we're going to go ahead and put in one category or the other. We'll go ahead and put Alaska red for President Trump. We'll even give President Trump North Carolina, still out there, has a solid lead. We haven't called it yet. Go ahead and give Maine to Joe Biden. And you should also look at Maine 2. I got the toss-up last time we did this. I looked at it. Maine 2 is moving in that direction. So we'll keep that for him as well. What does that leave outstanding right now? Well, we talked about Arizona and Nevada. Nevada is tight. Arizona would be a big flip. But right now, Biden leads in both. So we'll give Biden Arizona and Nevada. What does that leave? Georgia, we've talked about Georgia. Pennsylvania, we talked about Pennsylvania. Look at Wisconsin, look at Michigan. You give Vice President Biden Wisconsin. And if Michigan, which just crossed over to Biden and looks to be trending more in that direction, goes to Biden,
that's 271. That's enough to win the presidential election.
It is.
That's why what is happening before our eyes is so important. And you haven't touched Pennsylvania and Georgia yet.
President Trump could win Pennsylvania. President Trump could win Georgia. Now, again, I want to caveat this. This is us gaming it out right now based on current results as to where things stand. Vice President Biden leads in Michigan. He leads in Wisconsin. He leads in Arizona. He leads in Nevada. Nevada is razor thin. Arizona, traditionally Republican state. So properly caveating things, what I'm doing is showing pathways right now.
I will tell you, I am sure that when Joe Biden vaulted into the lead, there was a scream of delight from Delaware, because it's just that important for them this morning, given where things stand. What does it portend for Pennsylvania? We haven't seen votes really coming in yet in Pennsylvania the way they have in Michigan and Wisconsin. The president still leads by about 600,000 votes there. But if you're looking at the trends from Michigan and Wisconsin, how does that play in Pennsylvania?
Yeah, so the difference in Pennsylvania more than anything else is the size of the president's lead, right? 75%, and Donald Trump is up by 618,000 votes. The other difference, which actually tracks with what everything else is about 1 million and possibly a little bit north of that absentee votes. Yeah, nice.
1 million votes.
Good, sorry, so good. 1 million absentee votes and possibly a little bit north of that are outstanding. Now, why does that matter? Well, first, where they're outstanding from. We're talking about Philadelphia. We're talking about the collar counties around Philadelphia that have gone Democratic pretty sharply, including Bucks, maybe a little swing over Bucks, which is currently red, but have gone Democratic pretty sharply. We've also talked about Allegheny County, the home of Pittsburgh. All of these counties went sharply Clinton back in 2016. Democrats expected big turnout there, got big turnout in 2018 in the House races, expect big turnout there today. And at this point hasn't, in large part because of what hasn't come in yet. Philadelphia, 56% reporting. Let's move out to Delaware County, 74% reporting. Move over to Montgomery County, 77% reporting. That is a ton of vote outstanding in Democratic stronghold counties that is absentee. Absentee, if you've got 1 million absentee left, and you say, no, look at the margins right now, 618,000 votes is a lot of vote to make up with 1 million. Not when absentee has been going 70-75% Biden's way over what we've seen in Wisconsin, what we've seen in Michigan. Doesn't mean it's going to happen here, but the trend lines matter here. And the trend lines say that is a very large lead that President Trump has right now. The trend lines also say that based on what's outstanding, based on where it's outstanding, and based on the method in which that vote was cast outstanding, that is not an insurmountable lead. It's not. It doesn't mean that Biden is going to catch up. It just means that there is an opportunity for the Biden campaign in the state of Pennsylvania. Now, one key caveat here. If you go through the state and you go in these counties in Western Pennsylvania, people didn't think President Trump could match how he just blew turnout out of the water in these counties. Like people had never seen before, didn't even think it was possible finding voters. They did it again, for the most part. Some of the margins were a little bit down in here, but there is just huge opportunity for Democrats out here, and that is where the bulk of the vote is outstanding.
Again, all we're trying to say here is the math is possible. The vote outstanding skews Democratic. It just does. Democratic areas, Democratic methods. It's possible. Is it likely? We just don't know. We're watching it very closely. Phil, do me a favor. Stand by. I want to go to Allegheny County, Pittsburgh, which is one of the areas where they do have some votes still to count. CNN's Alexander Field is there. Alex, what can you tell us?
Hey there, John. We should know in the next hour what else is going on in Allegheny County. That's when officials will start to count again, so we could get a clearer picture of what's going on in the county that is home to Pittsburgh. At the same time, we're also hearing that officials in Philadelphia will be giving us an update about what's going on in the eastern part of the state. So this could continue to shape our understanding of what's going on across Pennsylvania in the coming hour. But John, remember all the way back to yesterday when we were telling people it was highly likely that they wouldn't get the results from Pennsylvania for several days? Well, that still appears to be true today. I want to remind people again why it was expected to take so long in Pennsylvania and what is causing what feels like a delay, even if it isn't caused by anything going wrong. Here's what Pennsylvania is dealing with. They had that massive turnout that Phil is talking about. So frankly, there are a lot of votes to count. Add to that the fact that this was the first time that they conducted a large-scale mail-in ballot election. Some 3.1 million mail-in ballots were requested, 2.5 million were returned, 1.4 million of those ballots still have not been counted. Why does it take so long to count those ballots? Well, it just so happens to be Pennsylvania law that counties, all 67 of them, could not begin to process the mail-in votes before Election Day. So they didn't exactly have a running start coming into this. On top of that, you had 9 counties that said they still wouldn't even begin to count those mail-in ballots until today. That's another reason that we're waiting. And add to all of this, John, the fact that there are still ballots that can legally come in. According to the state's Supreme Court, you can still count mail-in ballots that were postmarked as of Election Day and are returned, or rather received, within 3 days of the election. There have been legal challenges concerning those ballots, and there are very likely to be further legal challenges concerning those ballots, but they're very much in play. I just want to share with you what the governor of Pennsylvania shared overnight. He sent a message out on Twitter trying to assure all people across Pennsylvania that every vote would be counted. He didn't set a timeline for this election. That's not what officials do. He also made it very clear that anyone suggesting that every vote shouldn't be counted in Pennsylvania would be conducting a partisan attack on this state, on its voters, and the election itself. John?
Alexander Field for us in Pittsburgh. Alex, thank you very much. Joining me now is the Attorney General of Pennsylvania, Josh Shapiro. Mr. Attorney General, thank you so much for being with us. We're going to talk to you in sort of 2 roles. I'm going to ask you to wear 2 different hats. One, as the Attorney General, a senior elected official in your state, then as a senior Democratic official in your state. First, as the Attorney General, the counting that's going on right now, can you give us an update?
Yeah, look, we said all along that we were going to secure and protect and count the vote. We accomplished the first 2. The vote was secured and protected, and now we're going through this laborious process of counting. I think it's important to note, folks ask me, who does the counting? These are volunteers and clerks from our communities who are working around the clock right now to get all of this data inputted. And I think as you saw from your previous segment about Michigan, I'm certainly not an expert on Michigan, but you correctly reported that numbers come in, vote totals go up and down, and things change. I think you're going to expect to see more of that happen today in Pennsylvania as the votes are inputted into the system and we get a clearer picture of where things are going.
So put on the Democratic senior official hat for a moment here. More than 1 million votes outstanding. The president leads by about 600,000. How does that math work, do you think, for Joe Biden to make up that deficit?
Yeah, look, I'm really not here to be a political pundit. I mean, what I'm really here to say is that we can have confidence in this process. These votes are going to be tabulated. They're going to be counted. And at the end of the day, the will of the people of Pennsylvania is going to be respected. I think you're going to see a lot of movement in those numbers today just by virtue of the fact that these ballots are counted. You've correctly pointed out that there's a significant amount of ballots outstanding in southeastern PA, which historically has been a large Democratic vote. But the most important thing from my perspective right now is that we get an accurate count, that we count all the ballots as required by law, and that the will of the people is respected.
Any idea how long that will take?
Yeah, that's the magic question. My kids woke me up to that question very early this morning.
I don't feel so bad now.
Yeah, look, I mean, here's the reality. It's going to take as long as it takes to get an accurate count. It's what the law requires. I think as your reporting suggests, we're going to get a lot more data today. I think you're going to have a clearer picture of where things are going toward the end of the day. But obviously, ballots can be received and counted all the way up until Friday. So I expect that we'll know by the end of the week.
So the president did what he promised, or should I say threatened to do, which is he came out last night and declared victory and said that you should stop counting. You shouldn't count these votes, which, by the way, at the time he said it, he is talking about votes that were, in some cases, cast or written in weeks ago and that had arrived by yesterday. Your reaction to his comment and his threat of taking this to the Supreme Court. What to the Supreme Court, I don't know, but this to the Supreme Court.
Well, look, put aside his threats. I don't pay a whole lot of attention to that. The president wants this settled. Joe Biden wants it settled. The people in Pennsylvania want it settled. My kids want it settled, right? And the best way to settle this is to count and make sure that we have an accurate count and that all legal eligible votes are part of that process. And so what we need to do right now is follow the law, take a deep breath, and make sure that all of these ballots are counted. And when they are, we will respect the will of the people of Pennsylvania and make sure that our electoral votes go to that individual who garners the most votes in Pennsylvania.
Just to be clear, the votes that do arrive today, tomorrow, and the next day have to be postmarked by yesterday, by election day. But the votes that do arrive these 3 days, they will be segregated. How will they be treated? Why are you keeping them separate?
Yeah, I would sort of not focus as much on that segregation issue. That's just more kind of putting them, think about it this way, putting them into a separate pile, right? But they're all going to be counted. The guidance from the secretary says that they ought to be counted. These are legal eligible votes according to our state Supreme Court. In fact, the question of kind of trying to disqualify those ballots went up to the United States Supreme Court on 2 separate occasions. And on 2 separate occasions, they refused to step in and say that those ballots should be disqualified. This is a matter of state law to count those ballots that's been interpreted by our highest court in the state, our state Supreme Court, who said count those ballots that are properly, that are postmarked by election day, by yesterday, and received up until 5 p.m. on Friday. Those are eligible votes. They'll be counted.
Josh Shapiro, the Attorney General of Pennsylvania. Thank you so much for being with us. We'll let you get back to your kids to face more of those withering questions that they seem to be asking. They seem to be dead on point when it comes to the
They're asking the right questions. They're asking the right questions.
We appreciate it, sir. Thanks so much for being with us. All right, Pennsylvania is one of the states where they are counting as we speak. 6 states we're watching very closely. More votes coming in. Pennsylvania, Michigan just flipped from red to blue with Joe Biden leading. We'll give you an update right after this.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN_. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
A great future awaits us. Legacy day of the perfect time. The time has come to act.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
One day, we'll look back and remember the moment that things, for one strange time in our lives, got very quiet. We worried over loved ones, over money, over our planet, and over takeout. Let's remember this time when so many struggled to feel secure and build a future where everyone can. Because when the world seems like it's standing still, that's the perfect time for us to change it.
I can save humanity from itself.
This is CNN.
Hello, everyone. I'm John Berman. Welcome back to CNN's special live coverage. 9:30 on the East Coast. We still don't know who the next president of the United States will be, but we do know some things. There are developments now over the course of the last several minutes that tell us where things may be headed. So stand by for a key race alert. I want you to look at these four states now on the wall. Joe Biden is now leading in these four states. In Michigan, he pulled ahead about 20 minutes ago. He now leads by 11,000 votes. It's growing, albeit slowly. 90% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. The outstanding vote, we think, in urban population centers and vote by mail, that both tend to skew Democratic. Wisconsin. What happened in Michigan happened in Wisconsin earlier. Joe Biden now leads there by 20,000 votes, 10 electoral votes up for grabs, about 97% of the vote in. Again, there's not many votes left to count in that state. Let's look at Pennsylvania, Nevada. Nevada next is a state where Joe Biden is leading by just 7,000 votes. This is way too close to comfort for the Biden campaign. But this includes all the election day voting. The only vote left to count, vote by mail, largely from Clark County. Vote by mail in Clark County in Nevada tend to skew Democratic. Finally, let's look at Arizona. This would be a crucial flip for Joe Biden, and he leads there by 130,000 votes with 82% of vote in. Those 11 electoral votes for Joe Biden, if he hangs on to it, then opens up all kinds of new paths to get to 270. So Joe Biden leading in these four states. If he hangs on there, he gets to 270. He is trailing in Pennsylvania, although it is now closing. Donald Trump leads there by 589,000 votes. The margin was bigger just a few minutes ago. Again, the outstanding vote there was 76% in urban population centers and vote by mail. We do expect Joe Biden to close that margin. We just don't know how much at this point, whether he has enough votes to make up for the 590,000 vote gap. This is where the map stands right now. Joe Biden, 224 electoral votes. Donald Trump with 213. Obviously, we're watching these remaining states very closely. If the states where Joe Biden is leading in right now all go blue, he will win. We don't know that will happen, but it stays like it is. That's enough for Joe Biden. So let's go straight to the White House. Jeremy Diamond is standing by. Jeremy, what are you hearing this morning from the Trump campaign?
Well, John, this is the story of this race, is the narrowing that we are seeing in those key, quote-unquote, blue wall states that the president won 4 years ago. And when you think about the way that the president talked about those states, when he addressed the country at about 2:30 in the morning versus what is going on now, you can tell not only how wrong the president was about claiming victory in those states, essentially, or saying that he appeared to be on track to win, and what has happened now when many of those mail-in votes from many of those urban population centers in Wisconsin and in Michigan have come in. If you look at what the president was saying about the state of Michigan, for example, he was saying that we are winning, essentially saying that it's going to be very hard for Joe Biden to catch up to him, and yet that is exactly what we are seeing. When the president talked about this, only 66% of precincts were reporting. The president was up by 8 points at that time, around 2:20 in the morning. And now, of course, we know that the dynamic has completely changed there. A very similar story in Wisconsin, where the president was also enjoying an edge. And then you saw the vote come in some of those urban population centers in the state of Wisconsin. And now Joe Biden maintains this narrow edge there. The president was also talking confidently about the state of Arizona, which even at the time was leaning in the direction of Joe Biden, and now appears to be doing so in a more confident way. Ultimately, John, what we heard from the president last night, though, beyond the state-by-state specifics, was this kind of reckless rhetoric where he tried to claim victory, where he suggested that no more votes should be counted, even as all of these legally filed ballots that were submitted on time in a legal manner, that they should not be counted, and suggesting that Democrats are trying to steal the election. That, of course, is not only false, but it is potentially dangerous when you think about the impact that he could have on so many of his supporters across the country, who we have seen turn out in droves this election, and how that's going to factor into their calculus. Ultimately, what we know is that this is kind of what was expected. We expected those votes for Joe Biden to come in later because of the mail-in situation in the states of Wisconsin and Michigan, as well as the state of Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania, John, another state where the president was expressing some serious optimism at 2:30 in the morning. We know that there's a lot of votes that still remain to be counted, specifically in the Philadelphia area, and that obviously is expected to be heavily in Joe Biden's favor. So a lot still remains on the table here, John, and a lot is still undecided. We haven't heard from the president, of course, since he made those remarks at 2:30 in the morning, but we know that some of the people in the president's camp have already expressed concern at the way that the president was talking about the results. You had Chris Christie saying on another network that he believes the president shot his credibility by talking in such a confident manner about election votes that still really remain to be determined. John?
Jeremy Donovan for us at the White House. Yeah, the president doesn't get to decide this. You do. The American people do, with your votes. Jeremy, thank you very much. All right, stand by, everyone, for a key race alert. So this is an interesting key race alert. I'm at the Magic Wall with Phil Mattingly, and this is a race, and forgive me, that doesn't actually matter, at least not directly. I'm talking about the popular vote. Because of our founding fathers, we don't actually elect our presidents through the popular vote. They set up this electoral college. Where is the popular vote, nevertheless, Phil?
Right now, popular vote, Joe Biden, over 50%, about 2.6 million votes ahead, 68 million to about 66 million. And I think that's what you're focused on more than anything else. And that's adding those two together with the full knowledge that there is a lot more vote to come in as they finish counting California, as they finish counting New York, as they finish counting your native state of Massachusetts. I don't want to talk about the Red Sox. But this is a lot of vote, right? This is a lot of vote. And I think one of the big questions that was coming into the day, coming into yesterday and into today, based on the surge that we saw in early vote, based on the unprecedented early vote numbers, be it vote by mail or in-person vote by mail, would election day turnout end up closing the gap and turning this into a turnout election like we haven't seen in a generation, maybe since 1960. We don't have the exact numbers yet. It's going to take some time for it to come in, but the turnout was huge throughout the night. And I think, well, it's not, look, give it time. But one thing you can say, when we were going through looking at margins in Florida, looking at margins in Ohio, looking at margins, wherever it ended up on the margins, the turnout county by county by county by county was up 2,000, 3,000, 4,000, some places more. So we'll see how this ends. You might have a better idea where it is. I've been a little tied into the counties.
It's, this is roughly where it was with Hillary Clinton. Hillary Clinton won the vote, but roughly by that.
About what?
Yeah, 2.5 million, roughly. This will grow. When you get California, New York, and Massachusetts, they don't rush the count there, largely because it doesn't factor into the presidential vote that much. It will grow. Could get to 4 million, 5 million. Doesn't matter in the outcome. I will tell you one way it might matter, Phil, because if somehow Joe Biden squeaks out a victory, and if the margin in the Electoral College is close, you may hear challenges from President Trump to the legitimacy there. It's harder to challenge that legitimacy if it's a narrow Electoral College win, if Joe Biden is also leading by 5 or 6 million in the popular vote. It's a harder case to make. Doesn't mean that Donald Trump won't make it, but it might be a harder case to make.
Yeah, it's going to be very interesting to see where it ends up. I'm also intrigued to see where it ends up because national polling on the national level, not in the state by state level, had Joe Biden with a pretty solid lead.
Yes.
10, 12, some around 8 or 9. I don't know the specifics of it. It was more focused on the states, but there's going to be some reckonings going on there too as well. And we'll see. Who knows? Maybe by the end, when everything's counted, it ends up in that place. It's early. A lot of people made a lot of observations about Florida or about California in the 2018 midterms. I think they all wanted to take back by the time the night was over. So we'll see where it goes. I think by all accounts, this is a significantly closer race than people thought going into the night, perhaps. And how the popular vote ends up will probably reflect that, but we'll see.
All right, get back to Michigan, get back to Pennsylvania. We'll come back to you in a little bit. In the meantime, I'm going to go to Allison. Allison? All right, we're having some audio problems over there, but good thing we're here at the Magic Wall with Phil Mattingly. The gap is narrowed a little bit in Pennsylvania.
It's narrowed by about 20,000 votes, and here's the reason why. You go back into southeast Pennsylvania, Montgomery County, the county that Hillary Clinton back in 2016 won by about 21 points. Closer margin throughout the course of the night, kind of how we understood that more vote was coming in and it was likely Democratic. Now that margin has opened up. It's opened up a little bit, 60.5% for Joe Biden, 38.5% for Donald Trump. And this, I want to provide some context as somebody who's been doing this since about 2:30 a.m. and has watched every single step of this. This is what we saw in Wisconsin. This is what we saw in Michigan. This is what we're seeing in Pennsylvania. And it's not just the big urban centers out into the suburbs that are places of strength, right? We knew Milwaukee County was going to come in. We knew Detroit was going to come in. That's going to happen with Philadelphia. It's also margins in Trump-leading counties right now. And so we want to keep an eye on that as those come in to dictate whether or not that can hold, or whether or not Joe Biden has a real shot to overtake Donald Trump.
All right, get back to the wall, get back to the counting. Now, for real, I'm going back to Allison. Allison. All right. It isn't working the way that Allison is hoping it will. Let's bring in David Gergen and Jamie Gangel to talk about where things are right now. David, there are 6 states that hang in the balance. We don't know who the next president of the United States will be. Give us the 30,000-foot view here.
Listen, John, the Democrats, as you well know, have just come through a long night of the soul. When a lot of Democrats went to bed last night, they were very, very depressed. But today, this morning, in this dramatic turnabout, Democrats are now seeing a much brighter rays out there, and there at least a couple of pathways to victory, one with Pennsylvania, the other without Pennsylvania. I found it fascinating that without Pennsylvania, the Democrats could still make it. But nonetheless, I do think it emphasizes how important it is to be patient. There was a lot of people sort of said, why didn't we finish it last night, starting with the president? Well, in 6 out of the last 15 elections, the counting has gone well beyond midnight, and we've done it very patiently. Throughout our history, we've had long waits. George Washington, when he was elected after his second term, when he first won his second term, there was a 2-month delay in figuring out who had won the vice presidency. So these things historically are true. We just need to be patient, and we need to avoid the reckless kind of proclamations that it's all over. We'll have to take it to the courts that the president got engaged with last night.
Yeah, nothing's over, not even close. And I will say, David, you're right. Democrats at one point last night thought things were quite bleak. The mood was quite dark. It did not turn out the election nearly as well as they hoped. congressional elections look very, very unimpressive for the Democrats, let's say. One thing that will calm their nerves is if they manage to eke out a presidential victory. Jamie Gangel, also with us. David brought up this statement the president made, the false claim that he somehow won the election overnight, and to stop the voting, literally stop the counting of the votes. You've been working the phones. What was going on behind the scenes at the White House?
So as a Republican source said to me, this is a senior official who is normally an ally of the president, said that Trump had a temper tantrum last night, that he saw that the numbers could start going against him, that he wanted to declare victory while he thought that he was ahead. And this, as you've been saying, John, this was not a surprise to us. The White House had been sort of forecasting for weeks that this might happen. But here's the thing, we know how to count votes, as you've been pointing out all morning. What the president did last night was sow chaos, confusion, undermine democracy. And I will tell you, the Republicans I spoke to this morning are not happy with him. Let me read 3 quotes from 3 different officials. The first person said he is behaving as expected badly. The second person said that Trump is afraid of mail-in ballots. And the third person said that what he said last night was, quote, indefensible. And just to reiterate, there is no evidence that we have seen of fraud. These states are just trying to count the vote, no matter what Donald Trump said at 2:30 in the morning.
Very interesting reporting, Jamie Gangel. Will be equally interesting to see if any of these Republicans ultimately have the courage to stand up to the president, which it may come to that over the next few days. If he continues this, the margins may not give him much of a platform to speak. We don't know yet. That's why we're watching the count, which has been going admirably well. These officials are doing great work. Jamie, David, please stand by. More votes coming in. We're watching Michigan. We're watching Pennsylvania. CNN special live coverage continues right after this.
A great future. Can't wait for sleep.
I can save humanity from itself. People are worth saving.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN_. See all our reviews and recommendations at underscore.com.
Match? Yes.
I just did the free version, which is really cool. You can message your top picks.
That's new.
People that were exactly the type I was looking for.
PhD, I like it. Oh my gosh, yes, asking. Ooh, a chef. Listen, I can't cook, so a chef would be great. It cuts right to the chase. It gives you what you're looking for.
I had a lot of fun on it.
You don't want to have to pay for everything.
Honestly, I was impressed.
Ready to start something great? Try Match.
From deep dives to daily briefs, CNN Politics podcasts have you covered. The X-Files, Politically Sound, CNN Political Briefing, and more. Listen on CNN.com/podcasts.
They vanished into thin air. Please bring her home. How can this little boy be just gone?
Real life nightmare, new season Sunday at 10 on HLN.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All right, welcome back to CNN's special live coverage. We are watching the votes come in several key states. One of the most crucial this morning is Michigan, where about an hour ago, for the first time in a long time, Joe Biden took the lead with the vote trending in his direction. Let's go right to Jim Sciutto at the voting desk with an update on where those votes stand. Jim.
Well, John, I said it earlier, I'll say it again. Folks at home might wonder why we don't know yet in a state such as Michigan, so central to this election. We don't know because there are still votes to be counted, legal votes to be counted, and in particular in key urban areas, which in this case tend to favor Democrats. So let's begin with Wayne County. This includes the city of Detroit. At this point, 70% of votes have been counted there. That's a big figure, but it still means about a third have to be counted. Many thousands of votes there could turn this into a more solid Joe Biden state. He has a very slim lead there now, but those votes still need to be counted there. They tend to trend Democratic there. Also, Macomb County, just north of Michigan, there a total of 250,000 absentee ballots came in. Not clear yet what percentage of those 250,000 have been counted so far. Those will tend to favor Democrats, although that county still, as you can see there, leaning red at this point. This is a county that was key to Donald Trump's victory in Michigan in 2016. He flipped it from blue to red then. As the remaining portion of 250,000 votes are counted there, does that increase Joe Biden's lead in the state? We're going to be watching that very closely. Here's the key. We're hearing from Michigan state officials now that they expect that the vast majority of ballots in that state will be counted by the end of today. We don't know that for sure, but they believe that to be true. So, state we need an answer from, state that this election could turn on, Michigan. We don't know yet, although Biden has a lead, but we could know by the end of the day. John?
All right, Jim Sciutto, thanks very much. Let's dig in a little bit deeper now. Phil Mattingly at the magic wall. Joe Biden leading by 9,300 votes. It was up to 11,000. It's narrowed a little bit, but still ahead.
So I'll explain why it's narrowed and what it means to the extent that we know right now. Macomb County came in. Now, Macomb County was the county, if you remember back in 2016, every Republican I knew who knew about Michigan saw the count come in from Macomb and were mind blown because of how well President Trump did. And guess what? 2016, won this by about 11.5 points. 2020, the margin's down, but this was a Democratic county. And President Trump is holding on to it. However, the margin in Macomb slimmed down as those absentee ballots came in. And I think what it underscores is something we've seen over the course of the last several hours throughout Pennsylvania and up into the Midwest. The absentee ballot, even in counties that went Republican or look like they're going to go Republican, has largely come in Democratic. That is the case here. Now, what are you looking at right now? Joe Biden, 9,393 votes ahead with 90% reporting. You're looking at what's outstanding. As more vote comes in, and this is the biggest thing outstanding. This is Wayne County. This is 18% of the entire state. This is a margin that's 67% to 31%, 31.6%, and this is what matters most. 70% is in. That means 30% is outstanding. Almost all of it, if not all of it, is absentee vote by mail, which is even heavier Democratic than even this 67% to 31.6% is. We don't know exactly what the compilation of that sample will end up being when it comes in, but the reality is Joe Biden has a lot of room to grow in this county right now. So look at that 9,000, and if you're Donald Trump, you're looking around and you're saying, where can I pick up vote, given that Joe Biden is going to be picking up vote in Detroit? Look at some of these red counties. Is there enough out there? You can get a couple thousand, perhaps from Bay City. You can get a couple counties from Bay County. We'll see. But as long as Detroit's outstanding, as long as there's 30% there, John, Joe Biden has a pathway in Michigan, and that's why it's blue right now, and that's why right now Democrats feel comfortable about where it is. Not totally confident, we're comfortable about the way things stand.
And with Michigan and Wisconsin and Arizona, Joe Biden has a pathway to the presidency, which is why we're watching it so closely. Keep us posted as you keep on counting, Phil. Now I'm joined by CNN senior commentator and former Republican Ohio Governor John Kasich. He has endorsed Joe Biden for president. I don't know if he slept at all overnight, Governor Kasich, but at one point overnight, things didn't look so good for Joe Biden. This morning, more of the voting is trending in his direction. What are you looking at? What do you see?
Well, what I'm looking at is a country that is very, very closely divided. And I think, however this turns out, John, there can be no chest thumping, no big celebration. In fact, both parties need to listen to what the other parties want. It looks as though you have Joe Biden doing well in the very urban areas of the country. But what are the people in the rural areas having to say? Can we listen to them? Can we hear what their problems are and try to solve them? So we've got to get this country united. And so that requires listening. One of the reasons why I was for Joe Biden is I think he is a good listener. He doesn't want to divide the country. Now, it's still out there, a lot of votes yet to be counted. But I would suggest to the leaders of both parties, we need to listen to the voters of the other party and start to internalize that, John, because if we don't, you're going to still have this unbelievable siloed effect in America. And I don't think that's healthy in the long term for our country. So let's see how it turns out. No big celebrations. Let's be serious about America and let's listen to what people are saying who did not vote for us.
What did you make, given everything you just said about bringing the country together, what did you make of the president's comments overnight, where with so much of the vote still to be counted, states still to be decided, no clear winner yet, the president declared victory and said that these states should stop counting and that the vote shouldn't count? Your reaction?
It was ridiculous. And he should not have done that. And he's being severely criticized by Republicans as well, that every vote ought to count. I see a number of prominent Republicans who have been tweeting out saying we're going to count every vote. And, this is what we have come to expect. But it won't matter because I think we will count all the votes. The question is, what are the legal challenges that are going to be left over when we look at a place like Pennsylvania? It looks as though Michigan is trending Biden. It looks like Wisconsin is trending Biden. And that, coupled with Arizona, looks pretty good for Joe Biden. But we still have Nevada out there until they're all finally called. We don't know. Pennsylvania, the interesting thing there, and I've been talking, John, for months now about Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, and Minnesota, and that's what it's come down to. And in Pennsylvania, the question is those votes that are outstanding in Philadelphia. So the president was wrong to do that, and I don't want to call it yet, but what I will say is that is not helpful to getting people to respect one another. I just had a friend text me and say, it's so sad about how many votes Trump got. I said, man, figure out what those people are saying. Those people that live in rural America, what are they saying to the country? It appears as though they don't think they're being heard. We need to listen to them.
They certainly made a loud statement last night, louder than a lot of people may have been expecting. Maybe not enough to reelect the president. That's what we're waiting to see. Governor John Kasich, always a pleasure to speak with you. Thank you.
Thanks
very much for being with us. All right, where are we going now? Remind me. All right, we are watching the votes come in. Michigan still counting votes. Pennsylvania still counting votes. A lot of vote left to be counted there. The votes in both states, the vote by mail, urban population centers that tend to trend Democratic. Much more when we come back.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN_. See all our reviews and recommendations at _.com.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us. Like this idea of the perfect life.
This one has come to I can save humanity from itself. People are worth saving.
Match? Yes.
I just did the free version, which was really cool. You can message your top picks.
That's new.
People that were exactly the type I was looking for.
PhD, I like it. Oh my gosh, he has FD. Ooh, a chef. Listen, I can't cook, so a chef would be great.
It cuts right to the chase. It gives you what you're looking for.
I had a lot of fun on it.
You don't want to have to pay for everything.
Honestly, I was impressed.
Ready to start something great? Try Match.
I can save humanity from itself.
From deep dives to daily briefs, CNN Politics Podcasts have you covered. The X-Files, Politically Sound, CNN Political Briefing, and more. Listen on cnn.com/podcasts.
John Berman here. I want to welcome our viewers in the United States and all around the world. It is 10 a.m. on the East Coast, 7 o'clock in the West, and this is CNN's special live coverage of a nail-biter of a presidential contest. No clear winner at this hour. So much up in the air. It's all coming down to a few key battleground states. Right now, Joe Biden has 224 electoral votes to the president's 213. And as the former vice president calls for patience and for every last vote to be counted, President Trump is falsely claiming victory. He hasn't won. Not at all. Sowing doubt in legitimate vote counting practices and these large baseless claims of fraud. Let's get straight to the numbers that tell the story of where we are. We'll begin with the CNN Key Race Alert. These are the states that tell the story this morning, starting with Wisconsin. Overnight, Joe Biden took the lead there. He is now ahead by 20,000 votes with 97% in, 10 electoral votes up for grabs. Not much vote left to be counted there. Really just provisional ballots. 20,000 might not seem like a lot, but it's about what Donald Trump won by 4 years ago. It's more than Democrats won by in 2000 and 2004. In Michigan, with 16 electoral votes up for grabs, about an hour ago, Joe Biden took the lead by about 9,000 votes. 90% of the vote in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. The vote remaining, vote by mail, largely from urban population centers. Both of those factors have skewed Democratic. That's the story of the morning. Pennsylvania, we are waiting there. 587,000 votes separate Donald Trump and Joe Biden. Seemingly a comfortable lead, but again, with 76% of the vote in, the vote remaining from the key urban population centers, vote by mail, that could skew heavily Democratic. There's enough vote to make up the difference for Joe Biden. Can he pocket it all? We just don't know yet. Georgia, watching that very closely. This hasn't moved in a while. We're waiting on votes to come in from Georgia. The president ahead by about 103,000 votes, 92% in, 16 electoral votes up for grabs. The vote we're waiting on, urban population centers, vote by mail, that skew Democratic. That's why Joe Biden has a chance, maybe a good chance, still in Georgia. Other states we're watching very closely, Nevada, 6 electoral votes. This is razor thin. Joe Biden with a 7,000 vote lead. This is too close for comfort. All the election day vote is in there, though. The vote remaining, vote by mail, Clark County, both of which skew Democratic. But again, much closer than the Biden campaign wants. North Carolina, Donald Trump leads by 76,000 votes, 95% in, 15 electoral votes up for grabs. Both campaigns think this is tilting toward Donald Trump. We're watching that vote still. And then finally, Arizona. This would be such a crucial flip for Joe Biden from 4 years ago. He's ahead by 93,000 votes. That's actually shrunk. It was more a few minutes ago. He's ahead by 93,000 votes with 86% in, 11 electoral votes. If Joe Biden hangs on there, it changes the electoral college math in the entire country. This is the overall picture. Former Vice President Joe Biden with 224 electoral votes, Donald Trump with 213, but it's the states remaining that will tell the rest of the story. Let's dig deeper now. Let's walk over to the magic wall. Our Phil Mattingly is there. Phil, what are you watching?
Look, there's no question the story of the morning has been the inverse of what we saw last night, where states that reported vote by mail early looked good Democratic early, and then as the election day vote came in, it started to revert pretty strongly Republican. Now we've seen the inverse of that, with states, particularly Pennsylvania into the Midwest, where vote by mail was counted after the election day vote, have started out red and moved and shifted progressively over to the Democratic side. Let's start with the state of Pennsylvania. Right now, as things currently stand, 76% reporting, and as John just laid out, a pretty substantial lead for Donald Trump, 587,000 votes. But it's where that vote outstanding is and what it's comprised of that gives the Biden campaign some sense of optimism. I want to be very clear. This is a lot of ground to make up. It's a lot of ground to make up. Why there's a possibility here, why there's a pathway here, is there are somewhere over 1 million absentee ballots outstanding vote by mail. Why does that matter? Where they come from and how they were brought about. Vote by mail has skewed heavily Democratic. We have seen it repeatedly over the course of the last several hours as Wisconsin went from red to blue as vote by mail came in big Democratic counties. Same thing with Michigan. Will Pennsylvania be the same? We will have to see. Where is their outstanding vote right now? Well, let's start with Philadelphia. Largest county in the entire state, 12% of the population here. Look at this. Right now, only 56% reported. That means there's a lot of vote to come in here, John. And I think you look at the margin as well. What was the margin back in 2016? Hillary Clinton did better. Democrats expect that margin to expand. They expect that turnout to go up. There is vote here, and it will be significant. Will it be 500,000 significant? Probably not in one county. But you push out in southeast Pennsylvania. Montgomery started to come in a little bit more. We saw the margin grow here. Move over to Bucks, a little bit of a swingier county, only 55% reporting. Democrats may lose Bucks. They aren't going to lose it like that. I don't think anybody thinks they're going to lose it like that as it currently stands. The point being, the Democrats look in southeast Pennsylvania, they look out in Allegheny County, the home of Pittsburgh, and they see a lot of outstanding vote in strongholds. The biggest question right now in the state of Pennsylvania is there are a lot of counties that Donald Trump is winning handily that also have outstanding vote. And this was the question for me throughout the course of the night. So take Westmoreland County. Back in 2016, he blew this county out of the water and once again is putting a huge margin on the board. But what we saw in Wisconsin and what we saw in Michigan is even in Republican counties and Republican strongholds, the outstanding vote was vote by mail, which even though it was in Republican strongholds, still skewed Democratic. It didn't flip the county by any means, but it did close margins and it did give votes to the bottom line of the Biden campaign. I don't know if that happens in Pennsylvania. We do not know the answer to that. We do not know if Joe Biden can close this gap. What we do know, Democrats have a lot of vote outstanding in southeast Pennsylvania, have a lot of vote outstanding in Allegheny County, and based on what's happened in other states, perhaps they have some vote in some Republican counties as well.
Let's talk about that. That's why Democrats haven't given up on Pennsylvania, because of what has happened in Wisconsin and what is happening before our eyes in Michigan. Let's take a look at Michigan if we can to get the latest update. It hasn't changed very much. Former Vice President Joe Biden ahead by about 10,000.
About 10,000 votes. And look, there. Does it sound familiar? 2016, Donald Trump won this state by just shy of 11,000 votes. Let me tell you why Democrats over the course of the night and morning, keep forgetting that, have become more confident in where this stands. Look, about 3 hours ago, Joe Biden was losing Michigan by about 220,000 votes. We have seen that progressively been eaten away at and then flipped over the course of the last hour or so. Why? Same thing we were pointing to in Pennsylvania. Major outstanding vote. That vote came from vote by mail. The major places it came from, huge Democratic counties where turnout is large and still outstanding at this moment, even with 90+% in, Wayne County still has 30% outstanding. Look at this margin, 67 to 31, but more importantly, look at the top line, 447,000 votes. That's with 30% outstanding. There is significant Democratic vote via absentee and vote by mail, which has continuously skewed Democratic, that will come in here. So that margin of 9,000 is almost certain to grow bigger. The question for the Trump campaign is, okay, what are the outstanding counties? How can we try and match up with Wayne County, the kind of behemoth in the state? All right, look around here. You see, we've got red counties here. We've got red counties. Go to Kent County. Kent County, back in 2016, Donald Trump won this narrative. Western part of the state, a little bit more of a conservative bet. 2020, bigger margin. Bigger margin, which is kind of a surprise because in the 2018 governor's race and some of the midterms, this was one of those counties that started to push towards Democrats. However, what's the outstanding vote? 83%. Where is that outstanding vote coming from? According to the Secretary of State, it's coming mostly via absentee ballots. It's coming from Grand Rapids. Absentee ballots skew Democrat. Grand Rapids skews Democrats as well. So even though it is in a Republican county, it looks like, based on past precedent and based on what we've seen over the course of the night, a large portion of that vote would likely be Democratic as well. So I think you're getting the dynamics of what we've watched play out in Wisconsin. We've watched it play out in the state of Michigan. We're watching it start to play out in Pennsylvania. Where it ends up, we don't necessarily know yet, but it has led Joe Biden to now lead in Wisconsin and in Michigan.
Let's go way out west if we can and look at Arizona, because that total changed over the last few minutes, and I don't know why. It would have been a 130,000 vote margin. Now it's a 93,000 vote margin. Why?
Well, we're getting vote coming in. I think the big question right now, if it's getting chopped into, it's either coming from Maricopa or perhaps it's coming from Yuma as well. It looks like it might be coming from Yuma. The biggest question for Arizona, look, the Trump campaign made very clear. They were furious when other outlets, we have not called Arizona yet, when other outlets called Arizona because of the outstanding vote. Right now, 86% in, Joe Biden up by just shy of 100,000 votes. Biden campaign and Democrats point here, Maricopa County. It is the largest county in the state. It is 60% of the population. It is a county that has been shifting towards Democrats. Finally kind of took the turn in the 2018 senatorial race. Biden right now with a comfortable margin. If you're winning Maricopa by 5 points, there's a pretty good chance you're going to win the state based on past precedent. The big question right now is, one, can Trump narrow that margin with what's outstanding? What's outstanding in Maricopa right now? About 14 points or so. Here's the problem with that. Maricopa, its outstanding vote, my understanding, is it's mail. It's mail, and mail has skewed Democratic. We'll see. Arizona does a lot of vote by mail, so it's a little bit different. It's a little bit different in how they do things. But can you roll up any type of bigger vote here to cut into 100,000? Look, Yavapai it's a Republican county. Can you start picking up vote here with what's remaining? Move over a little bit to the rural areas, Navajo County, 95%, not a whole lot to pick up there. Move over, maybe.
Right.
So I think the point is, this hasn't been called. That means Donald Trump has pathways. The pathways, though, largely involve closing the gap in Maricopa and then starting to pick up in your other red counties right there. Can that happen? It's up in the air. We have not called the race yet, so we'll have to wait and see.
All right, I'm going to make you go all the way back across the country now, back to Georgia, which a lot of people are looking at right now. The president ahead by 103,000 votes. This has been frustratingly static, I would say, over the last several hours. We've seen changes in Wisconsin and Michigan, even Arizona and Pennsylvania. They really haven't loaded any more vote here yet.
Right.
Where is it missing?
So let's go to what's outstanding, and it will look familiar to you. What's outstanding is largely blue and is largely their strongholds. We can come up to right here. Fulton's out a little bit, but look, the key for Democrats in this state, it was for Democrats, Stacey Abrams, if she wanted to win, fell just short. It was blowout turnout in Atlanta and the metro areas. What are they doing right now? What's outstanding right now? Well, let's start with Fulton here and bring it out. 95% reporting, Fulton coming in pretty handily as they have started to count. Interested about that a little bit, but you look at the market, 71.8% to 27%. What's outstanding? Doing better than Hillary Clinton. Here is the big one that Democrats want to pay attention to. DeKalb County, fourth largest county in the state. You look at the numbers right here. They're trailing by 100,000, and there's 20% outstanding. And your expectations are this margin is going to hold or grow that is a place for growth for you. Also, though, you take a look at these outstanding votes right now. Richmond County, home of Augusta. Look at the margins. Again, not huge. You're not going to cut 100,000 votes right here. You pick up 10, you pick up 15, maybe. Go down here to Savannah. Same story. Again, not huge, maybe 4,000 or 5,000 votes. So the bottom line is there a pathway? We don't know. We know there's enough vote outstanding. We know a lot of that vote comes from Democratic strongholds. Will that be enough to overcome 103,000? We will have to wait and see. Democrats feel like they have a very real chance here. Republicans feel like Georgia looked better than maybe they thought it was going to, at least originally.
They were worried. They were actually worried
Yes.
heading up until election.
Genuinely worried.
But
We will see, though, how it turns out when those kind of Democratic stronghold kind of start to come in.
all right, I want to look at this now on the terms of if it were to end like things stand now, who would win? Now, that's not the case. Let's stipulate. We know there are still many votes to be counted. But given where things stand now, who would be winning?
Now, look, as someone who's been standing here for the last 8 hours, I can tell you things will shift. Things will shift, but the shifting has started to narrow. The opportunities for shifts, I guess, have started to narrow. So let's kind of work through the map. Everything you see filled in has been called. If it's blue, it's been called for Biden. If it's red, it's been called for President Trump. Right now, Biden's at 224 electoral votes. President Trump, 213. We can go ahead and stipulate that, say, President Trump wins Alaska, right? We'll give him that. We'll give him North Carolina as well. He's got a pretty solid lead there. Republicans feel very good about things. We will give President Biden Maine. We will also give him Maine too. There we go. There we go. So where does that leave us? Well, Vice President Biden is leading in Arizona. From Arizona. Again, we're not calling these races. We are playing out scenarios and pathways. Right now, we talked about Nevada, very close. Way too close for Democratic comfort right now. But you kind of laid out the dynamics of how that race is working right now. For the sake of doing this, we will give Vice President Biden Nevada. Look what's left. State of Georgia, state of Pennsylvania, state of Michigan, state of Wisconsin. Where does Joe Biden lead right now? Joe Biden leads Wisconsin. Joe Biden leads in Michigan. Where does that put Joe Biden?
271 electoral votes.
Puts Joe Biden at 271 electoral votes. So,
And in the White House.
and in the White House. And again, this is not done. This is a pathway. And if you're the Trump campaign, you are keeping a very close eye on Nevada. You flip Nevada, that changes the dynamics of everything. You are hoping that there's something there in Maricopa that you can pick up in Arizona. And you're saying, Michigan, we'll see what happens with Wayne. 9,000 votes isn't a whole lot. Wisconsin, 22,000 votes, not a whole lot, although I think Craig Gilbert, legendary Wisconsin reporter, was saying this would be the third closest race.
Yeah, it's not even
Since
that close. It's not the closest race.
And obviously, we haven't even factored in Pennsylvania, which a lot of people thought was a must-win for both.
The important thing is here for the Biden team is if you're looking for paths, they can get to 271 without Pennsylvania and without Georgia, which is why they're watching all this so closely. The margins are so narrow. Nevada and Arizona will be counting up to the day. I mean, it'd be shocking to get a call today. We don't know.
No.
We just don't know. The votes are still coming in. Nevada, I should note, and you can click on Nevada if you want. This margin is like 7,000 votes at this point. Nevada, all the election day vote has been counted. All that's outstanding is some vote by mail, largely in Clark County, which has tended to skew Democratic. Vote by mail itself tends to skew Democratic. So this is close. Oh, by the way, Harry Reid once won one of his races by less than 500 votes. So Nevada can be close. It can be close. But this could grow for Joe Biden. The Biden team is certainly hoping it'll grow, but it's much closer than they want.
Much closer than they want. And look, the Trump team was telling everybody who would listen, Nevada's in play. Everybody in their analysis or their analysis and in their maps and that kept giving Nevada to Joe Biden, in large part because of Harry Reid's organization. Harry Reid changed Nevada into a place that Democrats thought they had on lock based on their early vote turnout, and in large part because of Clark County. Clark County, you put up 10, 11-point margin here, ball game. Biden had a 10, 11-point margin for much of the night. By this morning, Biden no longer had a 10, 11-point margin. So you lay out the key dynamics and the fact that the outstanding vote, mostly from Clark, mostly vote by mail. We will see how that composition turns out when it comes. That has skewed Democratic throughout the course of this morning. We'll see if it does when it comes in. If you are the Trump campaign, you are hoping and praying that it does not, because if it does not, and you have a shot in Nevada, you change everything in the map we just laid out. But as it currently stands, the Biden campaign probably in a better position based on everything we've been looking at over the course of the last 12 hours or so than the Trump campaign when it comes to Nevada. But let's wait and see.
Look, as I said, every state that's outstanding now changes everything for both candidates at this 100%. Point. As I was saying, in 2000 we had Florida, in 2004 we had Ohio. We have 6 Floridas and Ohio's at this moment that we're watching closely. They could be decisive. We just don't know at this point. I'll let you go back to counting, Phil, because we want to know the very latest as these votes come in. In the meantime, go to Jessica Dean, who's following the Biden campaign in Wilmington, Delaware. And I understand, Jessica, they're giving an update now?
Yes, they're actually doing a briefing right now that they are streaming with the campaign manager and one of their senior advisors, John. We are hearing a lot of optimism, a lot of confidence from the Biden campaign this morning as these votes continue to be counted. One top advisor telling CNN that they expect to win today. We also were told by a Biden official that this race is moving to a conclusion, and they believe it is moving to a conclusion in Biden's favor. So let's break down why they are saying that, why they think that's where this race is going. They believe that they will win Wisconsin. They really like the vote by mail situation in Michigan. They're feeling confident there. They believe they will win Pennsylvania, Nevada. So they're putting all of these things together. And on this briefing right now, they were going through, much like what Phil and you and John just did there, going through county by county, what's still outstanding. I talked to an aide this morning that told me based on what is still out there and what has been reported that they feel like they are on the right track, that this is going in the right direction for them. They also have an eye, of course, on Georgia. They're looking and keeping a close eye on Fulton County down in Georgia as those returns continue to come in. But the Biden campaign still urging patience, as Joe Biden has all along and said last night, urging patience. But they deeply believe that this is all going to come to an end, and that when it does, that Joe Biden will have the 270 electoral votes needed to go to the White House, John.
All right, Jessica, please keep us posted in Wilmington, Delaware. Let's go right to the White House and get the Trump campaign side of things. Jeremy Diamond is there. What is the campaign, or I suppose the White House? And frankly, there's no difference right now because they're running the campaign, maybe in violation of the Hatch Act, out of the White House. But what are they saying, Jeremy?
Yeah, the Trump campaign just had a hastily organized call with reporters. They did not take any questions from us. But what they did do, John, is they expressed confidence in their data, confidence in their math, and projecting confidence in a path to victory. Specifically, what the campaign manager, Bill Stepien, said was, we look at the numbers and we are very confident in our pathway. We are confident in our math. And what they're confident in, John, is in some of those remaining states that CNN has yet to call. They believe that there are more votes that remain than have been estimated in the state of Arizona, and that will ultimately help them narrowly edge out Joe Biden there. They're also expressing confidence in a victory in Nevada, which is much closer, of course, than what we were expecting. And they're also projecting confidence in Pennsylvania. But as it relates to Pennsylvania, they were using some very specific wording, and that is that if all legally cast ballots are counted, then they will win. If illegally cast ballots are counted, they are not so sure they will win. And what that comes down to, John, is the president's complaints and his campaign's complaints about the Supreme Court decision as it relates to Pennsylvania, and it seems as it relates to counting ballots that were postmarked before Election Day, but that arrived after Election Day. Those are still, as of now, unless the Supreme Court reverses itself, those are legally cast ballots, and we do expect those to be counted in Pennsylvania, which suggests that perhaps the president will lose Pennsylvania if indeed those votes are allowed to be counted. But again, it is notable to see this campaign expressing this kind of confidence. Obviously, they're trying to counter what we are hearing from the Biden campaign and the fact that the momentum appears to be shifting in Joe Biden's direction. But that is what they are saying as of now, John, projecting confidence in the math and confidence in a pathway to victory.
Yeah, we have no idea how many votes are going to come in Pennsylvania legally today and tomorrow and the next day because they're not in yet. So we just don't know how much of a factor they will play, if at all. But the Trump campaign clearly already trying to game it out and besmirch the whole notion of it, even though they are legal, so says the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. Jeremy Diamond, thank you very much. So while these votes continue to come in, I want to bring in CNN senior political commentator David Axelrod and CNN political correspondent Abby Phillip. I watched both of you on TV last night. You were phenomenal. A little bit of a different story as we wake up this morning than maybe when you went to bed, if you went to bed. David Axelrod, 30,000-foot view, what do you see?
Well, first of all, it is a different story, but it's not. It shouldn't be a surprising story. It's the story that we anticipated because of the way people voted in this election. It was always going to be the case that these mail-in ballots, because of
the refusal of legislatures in these states to let them be processed earlier would be processed after the election, and that they were going to skew heavily in favor of Biden because more Democrats voted by mail than Republicans. The President of the United States knew that when he spoke last night. He knew that about Pennsylvania, he knew that about Michigan, he knew that about Wisconsin, and he knew that when these votes came in overnight, that it would likely change the picture there, and it did. And what we've learned is that these battleground states are battleground states for a reason. They're close, and ultimately they may tip in Joe Biden's favor. It looks favorable for him in Wisconsin and Michigan. Now in Pennsylvania, it looks very much up in the air. But they are going to be close races, and they will tell the story.
Abby Phillip, it's interesting hearing from both the Trump and Biden campaigns this morning. I covered George W. Bush in 2000. I lived through the recount, and I have the scars to show it. One of the things that was learned there is you've got to be aggressive out of the gate. You've got to come out and not do what the president did, which is say, stop the counting, declare victory, but you've got to project optimism, and you've got to be aggressive, which is why I think we've heard formally now from both campaigns before 10:30 a.m. the next day.
Yeah, there's a reason that the Trump campaign called their briefing literally for 5 minutes before the Democrats were holding their briefing. So yeah, everyone wants to control the narrative this morning. But that being said, the reality is the votes need to be counted, and we need to see what the votes say. It does not matter what narrative either campaign wants to draw this morning. We need to see what the votes actually say. I cannot emphasize that enough. But what I will say this morning, based on what the Trump campaign is already signaling they are going to do, they're talking about recounts in Wisconsin. They're saying these races are so tight that they might challenge it. Look, Joe Biden right now, as we're speaking here, last I checked, he had a lead in Wisconsin of about 20,000 votes. 4 years ago, Donald Trump won the state of Wisconsin by about 22,000 votes. I say all that to say, it's a very similar story in Michigan. I say all that to say that the reality is that President Trump won the presidency on very, very narrow margins. We could also see very, very narrow margins in this race as well. We could not see very narrow margins. But my point is, you can't be talking about recounts right now as we sit here, as we stand here, because it is just too early. The votes have not been counted, and that's all about spin, and we need to wait and see what the votes actually say.
Can I just say that Abby was all over this last night. This is also not a surprise because the president has been signaling this for months. He understood what his political situation was, and it was very clear that he was going to challenge these results on this basis. He was setting up the predicate for it, and I think there are two reasons. One is, yeah, he thinks this is the only way that he can win. But the second reason is, I think if he loses this election ultimately, there are only two options for Donald Trump: either he wins or it was stolen. There's never a third option, which is that he lost. Being a loser is just an unacceptable outcome for this president, and so they're going to kick up as much dust as they possibly can, regardless of where these numbers land.
And we don't know where they'll land. It's truly an extraordinary thing we are witnessing this morning. The swings over the last 12 hours have been remarkable. There may be more to come. Abby Phillip, David Axelrod, stand by. We're watching more vote come in. We're waiting to hear from Pennsylvania election officials, including the governor there. We'll get an update from a state where they're still counting, still hasn't been decided. Our special live coverage continues right after this.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
future lasers. I can save humanity from itself. People are worth saving.
I return to Yankee Land to carry out secret mission.
Where is everybody? Everybody's inside, so don't spread this virus. Still the bones?
I'm viewing some of the views. If you think you see a virus like that, you do that, and I can.
Hell yeah. Step them off the car. What? Only men and bears are allowed inside cars.
A great future lasers. I can save humanity from itself. People are worth saving.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
All right, welcome back. This is CNN special live coverage, 10:31 a.m. on the East Coast. Why am I giving you the time? Well, if you managed to sleep last night, things changed. You may have gone to bed thinking this election was headed one way, and then you woke up and you saw things were different and maybe trending increasingly in another direction. Phil Langley at the Magic Wall, you've got a neat tool to show you this.
Yeah, look, so this is the map right now, right? We've been talking about this for the last several hours. It's shifted in the last several hours, but what was happening beforehand? You can talk to a lot of people who, if they were big Trump fans, big Trump supporters, went to bed probably pretty happy. Big Biden supporters, not super happy. So let's kind of track through this. I want to walk through how things have changed. This is at 1 a.m. in the morning. Look at Nevada, look at Wisconsin, look at Michigan, look at Pennsylvania. No, just keep Pennsylvania where it is. Flip to 2. All of a sudden, Nevada flips. All of a sudden, Wisconsin starts to flip. Sorry, this is 5 a.m. This is 5 a.m. One more. Michigan as well. So I'll take all these off, and I want to watch it again, because just the progression throughout the night, as we were live on television talking about this as it happened, as things looked very, very good for the Trump campaign, particularly in the Midwest, Pennsylvania in the Midwest, Nevada as well. So we're waiting for votes to come in. 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 9:05 a.m., and you just watched it. And we talked about the progression over the last several hours, the progression in Wisconsin, the progression in Michigan, progression that may be happening in Pennsylvania.
There's a reason for it. Explain.
Yes. So look, the best way to do this, let me turn this off for a second, is I want to open the state of Ohio. And we've done this a couple times, and I think this is just the best demonstration. Because for a lot of people who were paying attention early in the night, they were looking at Ohio, and they were looking at the turnout in Ohio, they were looking at the suburbs of Ohio, and they were saying, think back to 2016, Ohio. Donald Trump looked like he took it off the swing state map. I'm an Ohioan. I was stunned by the margin in the state of Ohio. And early in the night, as the early vote was counted and released by Ohio, it looked like this was going to turn blue. Maybe it had a chance to turn blue, but at least narrow tremendously. This is what happened. Looks pretty familiar.
Same right as last time.
Happened in North Carolina as well to some degree, so a little bit in Georgia, somewhat in Florida. Basically, it was what kind of vote you were counting when dictated what this was going to look like. So that was Ohio. We have seen the inverse over the course of the last several hours with these states, with Wisconsin, with Michigan. Right now, Pennsylvania is still red. It's starting to shift as well. Why is that? They counted election day vote first, in-person vote first. That throughout the course of the night, throughout the course of the country, east to west, skewed heavily Republican. And that was by design. President Trump worked on that in person. They blew out their in-person goals almost across the country. What was left? Well, the opposite of what was happening in Ohio. What was left was early vote. How did early vote skew? Very heavily Democratic. Where did it come from? Largely urban population centers, largely suburbs. In other words, Democratic strongholds. In these two states, and we're still watching as it happens in Pennsylvania, just a couple of hours ago, Pennsylvania was about 630,000 votes. 630,000 votes. 550,000 is still a huge mountain to climb for Joe Biden.
But it's 80,000 less.
But it's 80,000 less, and that has happened in the course of an hour. And why is that happening? Because mail-in ballots are coming in, more than 1 million mail-in ballots outstanding, in large part from southeastern Pennsylvania, Democratic stronghold, Allegheny County, Democratic stronghold. So that's the progression. That's why it happened. That's why you had sometimes it looked red and then all of a sudden it flipped blue, sometimes vice versa. Nothing's wrong, nothing's different. What's different about this election is when things are being counted.
All right, Pennsylvania election officials, that's the Governor Tom Wolf briefing now. Let's listen.
Right, and we still have work to do. So I want to start by saying thank you to all the staff, the volunteers who worked so hard to count those votes and are still working hard to count them. The promise of democracy is that every vote counts, and that has been the promise of democracy since 1787, and it's still the promise of democracy. And I intend here in Pennsylvania to make sure we keep that promise. So, as I said, counties continue to report results. And again, these results are coming in more slowly than they have in the past. So we have to be patient, but confident that these votes are going to be counted. They're going to be counted accurately, and they will be counted fully. The delay that we're seeing is a sign that the system is working. This is a new system. We went into effect with Act 77 last year, and there are 3 million millions of mail-in ballots that are being counted, and that takes longer than the way we used to do it with the stand in-person voting. So we may not know the results even today, but the most important thing is that we have accurate results. Again, even if that takes a little longer than we're used to. Make no mistake, our democracy is being tested in this election. This is a stress test of the ideals upon which this country was founded. And the basic rule of one person, one vote, that still carries, and it has to carry here. Our democracy has withstood challenges before, and for over 200 years, we have upheld and strengthened our commitment to basic fairness and due process. And I have full faith that we will similarly meet this moment, and I will do everything within my power to ensure that the results are fair and that every vote is counted. Pennsylvania will have a fair election, and that election will be free of outside influences. I will vigorously, and we all will vigorously defend against any attempt to attack that vote in Pennsylvania. And every Pennsylvanian can have confidence in the outcome of this election due to the diligence the county election officials, and the hard work of Secretary Bookvar and her folks at the Pennsylvania Department of State. So thank you again to all Pennsylvanians who voted. Rest assured your vote will be counted if it hasn't already been counted. Your vote will make a difference in this election. This is the way we elect our officials. This is the way we hire the people who are public servants. It's a promise that we give to all Pennsylvanians, all Americans, that their vote counts. I intend to keep that promise here in Pennsylvania. Now I'm proud to turn this over to Secretary of State Kathy Bookvar.
Sorry. That's it. Good morning. So I want to echo some of what Governor Wolf said about, once again, thanking all the, tens of thousands, if not hundreds of thousands of election workers that were and are still involved in the process of enabling this great democracy in Pennsylvania and across the nation. The work they have done and continue to do is just tremendous. And, we've been talking, Department of State folks were, at our operations center, 4:30 in the morning, went to take a shower and we're back within a couple hours of that. So I've been working around the clock, as are many of the counties. And we've been talking about yesterday again and how incredibly smooth, it's one of the smoothest, least issues presidential elections that I've seen in any time that I could possibly remember. And I've been in and around elections for a long time as a voting rights lawyer and a poll worker. This was incredibly smooth, and that's a huge credit to all the election workers, both at the state level and at the local level, as well as our state partners like PEMA and Office of Homeland Security, Department of Homeland Security, who made sure that all those things that people were worried about, whether it was voter intimidation or issues at the polls, really could not have gone more smoothly in the middle of a global pandemic with all the voting reform changes that we saw from Act 77 and Act 12. So that's huge kudos to everybody involved. Also, we are exactly where we said we would be. So we said it was going to take some time to count the mail ballots, and we are approaching 50% of the mail ballots counted, which is great. As you know, you can go to our Election Night Returns website and the supplemental dashboard to get the greater details on that. But there are still millions of ballots left to be counted. So the counties are working incredibly hard. You're going to see a lot of updates in the next couple of hours and throughout the day. We have been, there were a number of counties that made some major additions in the wee hours in the morning. So if you checked kind of early on this morning, you may want to check again because there's already been more ballots accounted for on our dashboard. Again, this is a process. We've got, somewhere, I don't know what the totals are going to end up at, but somewhere between 2.5 and 3 million ballots. And as I've said many times, we had 260,000 ballots cast by mail in 2016. So we will be at 10 times the number of mail ballots, and the counties are already approaching 50% done. So I urge everybody to remain patient. As Governor Wolf said, we are going to accurately count every single ballot. The vote count, as I've said many times, is never done on the day of election night, and the counties are doing this accurately and then accurately as quickly as they possibly can. And again, I'll also just remind everyone, military and overseas ballots are not due until a week after Election Day. So next Tuesday is the deadline for military and overseas voters to cast their ballots. And we want to make sure that not only every civilian absentee mail-in valid voter is counted, but also that every man and woman who are serving our country, that their votes are counted. So thank you, and we are happy to take questions. Should I stay for?
I'm sure you want to talk to Kathy. Any questions? Dennis?
Can you tell us where we stand right now, what you know of challenges, legal challenges from the Trump administration, and how are you preparing to deal with those?
So I think, basically what that's been publicly reported, that's really all we have at this point. So, and I can't talk about active litigation, unfortunately. So you could, but as things are filed, of course, those will be publicly accessible.
You have attorneys that are going to handle that, or are you bringing in somebody from the outside, and who would that be?
We have a mix of, what we've been doing all along with all the litigation that's been flying this year is we have a mix of in-house and outside counsel. Plus the Attorney General is also representing us in a number of these things. So there's been a great team. I have to say the attorneys, I'm just going to give a shout out to the legal team in the Department of State who have been really put to work this year, and they are amazing. So Tim and Kat and team, thank you. But we also have tremendous teams of outside counsel who've been involved in all of this. And as the governor said, we will make sure that every vote is counted. Every eligible voter has the right to cast their vote.
So how many counties are handling ballots that are coming in Tuesday, Thursday, Friday? How are they handling that? Is each county setting them aside? How is each county doing it?
So you can go online to see our guidance, and then last night we also gave sort of more technical guidance to the counties, which we can forward to you. It lays out the process. So you're talking about the late arriving ballots. So everything's going to be segregated. I'm not sure if you were here yesterday, but all those ballots will be segregated, but they will be counted, and the counties have been given detailed instructions, which again you could find in those guidances to walk them through how to segregate those races, those ballots.
Sorry, can you talk about the order in which those things will be counted? I mean, is that a county by county decision? Can we expect to see those numbers being already reflected, or is that something they get to later in the process?
Yeah, they'll get to, so basically it's going to depend, right? There's some counties that are already done counting their mail-in ballots received before 8 p.m. So those are going to start sooner, but they won't be reflected on the website. They won't be like intermingled in the website as you see it now. They will be segregated. So, but it is going to vary from county to county when they start because they're working on the other ones first.
All right, will be reflected at the website though? I'm unclear.
Well, I think stay tuned on that. Yes.
So on those segregated ballots, there were 500,000 ballots issued that hadn't been cast as of yesterday.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Sorry, there were 500,000 mail ballots issued that hadn't been cast as of yesterday. Is there a way for the state to determine how many of those 500,000 people chose to vote in person instead? Or do we need to operate under the assumption that all 500,000 could come in before Friday?
So all that will be trackable, but we won't have it today. So basically between provisional ballots and the poll books, and then of course the mail-in ballots, as you all know, like only one vote can be counted for any voter. So you'll be able to see all of that, but it will take some time for that data to be quantified. Yes, sir.
Last night, I think your comment was that we didn't know how many mail-in ballots had arrived yesterday. Do we know yet how many ballots arrived yesterday? What is the number of mail-in ballots?
I don't have that with me this morning, but check on the dashboard and that will be updated throughout the day. Yeah, sorry. Jan?
Representative Benninghoff keeps raising this point about how ballots that arrived yesterday that can still be counted may not have a legible postmark on them, and raising questions about whether or not they should be counted or not. And he said it's because of the prepaid envelopes that the state provided. I was wondering if you could speak to that.
Sure. So I'm not sure, he may be confusing. So anything that arrived yesterday, it doesn't matter whether it's postmarked or not. Anything that arrived yesterday is a valid vote. That's what Pennsylvania law has always been, right? So talking about the late arriving ballots. So the postmark, first of all, the way we did prepaid postage in Pennsylvania is we went to the counties where they are. So if they wanted it to be through their business reply mail, USPS permit, we did it that way. If they wanted to literally have us reimburse them for stamps or metered postage, we did however they want. So some of them are not even and I don't remember how many, but we could get you that information, how many counties are using business reply mail. But those are still postmarked. They have timing marks, they are date stamped, they are still trackable by date. So it's a tiny fraction of any of those things, whether it's business reply mail or regular mail. I mean, we've all had that situation where you get a letter and it's not postmarked. It's rare, right? Same for business reply mail. They do what's called timing mark, so that's just, it's not accurate. They're all stamped.
No, Martha, if it is one of those rare occasions, would it be counted?
So under the current Pennsylvania Supreme Court decision, which is currently the law, yes, as long as there's no affirmative evidence that it was postmarked after November 3rd, as long as it's received by November 6th at 5 p.m., it will be counted. Yes.
It's my understanding that the state's website is showing 18 counties with 0% mail-in ballots counted. Is that accurate? Do you have any insight into that?
So, what I would suggest, sometimes counties are uploading on their own websites and haven't transmitted the file to the Department of State because, they have their own local races. So I urge you, if you see any, and this is what we're going to be doing throughout the day, go to the county website. You should always do that. It's a great way to double check. But we're going to be following up with all those counties to say, hey, make sure you get us the files. Some of them, this year, because for the first time, we had a website that was going to itemize the mail-in ballots from the in-person ballots from the provisionals. Some of the counties, when they uploaded the results, it merged the two types into one, and that was just, they formatted it wrong. So we're working through that to make sure that the actual attribution of the ballots are right.
Notice that there's a larger than expected number of counties that have reported.
Yeah, it doesn't mean that they haven't counted. It may just mean that it's just not uploaded to the Department of State website yet. So I do urge you to check the county websites and see if that's available on their website.
Last thing, I'm sorry, if I could just double back on something. If I heard you correctly in your introductory remarks, it was between 2.5 and 3 million mail-in ballots. Is that, and you're roughly 50%? If you could speak with as much specificity as possible regarding that would be helpful.
Well, I think, the numbers that I gave yesterday, it was just under 2.6 million, as I recall. But again, I'm not sure what has additionally come in. But so as of yesterday, at some point, it was just under 2.6 million that had been cast. And that's when I think I said it was 83.
Okay, you have been listening to first the governor there of Pennsylvania, Tom Wolf, and now Secretary of State Kathy Brookbar describe where they are in terms of their counting. It is ongoing. There are many votes left to be counted, more than 1 million, she was just saying. We want to bring in now David Axelrod, Abby Phillip, and election law analyst Rick Hildes. Guys, I know you were just listening to that. Ax, I was just doing a little back of the envelope math. Maybe you can help check mine. So 1 million, that's what I mean, back in the envelope. So 1 million plus votes still to be counted. Trump is ahead of Biden by 543,000. Biden has been getting about 70% of the mail-in ballots. So Biden still has a good chance in Pennsylvania?
Well, yeah, I think everybody recognizes that, and that's why, the Trump campaign has been so active in trying to question some of the ballots and how some of the ballots are being handled, because they know that these numbers may not pencil out for them. And yeah, Pennsylvania is very much in play this morning.
Okay, so Rick,
can I just
go
to add to that, just because what we should really parse carefully what we're hearing from both of the campaigns. What the Trump campaign is saying about Pennsylvania is that they think that out of those outstanding votes, the margins are going to be tighter for Donald Trump. They're not saying necessarily that they think that if things remain the way that they are, they can they can maintain their lead. So they're hoping that the margins narrow. But if they don't, I think you're right, and David's right, that this is why the Biden campaign is more confident that they will pull out in Pennsylvania. It's also why for the Trump campaign, Arizona becomes so critically important. They need it if they're going to lose Pennsylvania to keep their hope alive.
Alex, let me just respond to something Abby said. They had a press briefing this morning, and they insisted that they will win Arizona and Nevada, and they had to do that because if you concede Arizona and Nevada, which I think will clarify themselves in the next many hours, then Pennsylvania becomes irrelevant. As important as it is with its 20 electoral votes, it becomes irrelevant because it's clear that Michigan and Wisconsin are drifting in the other direction. So I think that they are trying to hold their place and tell everyone this is still doable, and they're insisting on that. We'll see when the cards are turned over in Vegas and elsewhere later today.
And in the meantime, Rick, you're already seeing legal challenges cropping up in Pennsylvania?
Yes, there are already at least 3 lawsuits in Pennsylvania. One has gotten a lot of attention because it's been pending for quite a while now. And that's the one that went to the Supreme Court once already, which is this 3-day extension for the receipt deadline for the absentees, which the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ordered. So we are going to have to see how many ballots come in that 3-day window. Could they affect the outcome if the margin is so tight in Pennsylvania? That case is absolutely going back to the Supreme Court if that margin is close enough to possibly make a difference. Now, the court has twice had a chance to stop that extension. It declined to do it both times. It didn't issue a stay. It didn't expedite this case. So voters in Pennsylvania have good reason to believe it's valid for them to have cast those ballots and returned them within that 3-day window after Election Day. But that obviously is a big issue. And the second thing is, there have been inconsistencies in how state officials are handling some of these absentee ballots. The Secretary of State has issued unclear guidance, in my view. That opens up further challenges. There are challenges like that in the court. I don't know that they'll affect as many ballots, potentially, as the ballots that come in that 3-day window. But Pennsylvania, I have to say, Pennsylvania has done an incredibly sloppy job in this election. It's been clear for a long time. It's a massive failure of political leadership in that state on both the Democratic governor's side and the Republican legislature side. And the country is now put in this position where we have 50% of the absentee ballots still to count in Pennsylvania. Now we do have to wait, we have to be patient, but we shouldn't be here in the first place.
So we're just getting a report that the Biden campaign says that Joe Biden will address Americans Today. Asks, what do you think he should say?
Well, I think you're going to hear him talk about where the state of play is, and I'm sure a very strong rebuke of the president for what he did last night. Essentially claiming victory, knowing that these numbers were going to turn, claiming victory and alleging that anything that changes the result would be fraud, and declaring that he wanted to stop the voting, as he said. As if we are in some authoritarian state. So I think that Biden he's probably going to reassure the country that the process is going forward, that we're going to have an answer, and that he expects that answer is going to be him.
Guys, stick around. We're going to need your analysis throughout the day. Really appreciate talking to you. More votes are coming in as we speak. Stand by for CNN's special live coverage.
We believe that together we can do great things. We are Westcom Credit Union, a member-owned, not-for-profit financial co-op. For more than 85 years, we've been dedicated to helping Southern Californians build better lives, and we'll continue to help them, even in the most challenging of times. So join us, because together we can do great things. Open an account online at westcomtogether.com.
This is And right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us.
I can save humanity from itself. People are worth saving.
I return to Yankee Land to carry out secret mission. Where is everybody? Everybody's inside, so they don't spread this virus. There's a bones. I'm killing some of the virus. If you think you see a virus like that, you do that, and I can.
Hell yeah.
Step them off the car.
What? Only men and bears are allowed inside cars.
From deep down.
There are ordinary eggs, and then there's the best. We like cage-free. And which ones just taste fresher and more flavorful? Only Eggland's Best.
We prefer organic, and which ones have 6 times more vitamin D and 25% less saturated fat? Only Eggland's Best.
My family deserves the best. And which egg is the best? In so many ways. Only Eggland's Best. Better taste, better nutrition, better egg. She's so beautiful. Kenny, come here, check this out. You see? She looks kind of like me. Yeah.
Yeah, it's because it's your grandma was your age.
Oh wow, that's amazing. Oh, and she's on the debate team.
Yeah, that's probably why you're the debate queen.
We'll take that. Look at that smile. I have the same dimples as her. Yeah. The same placements and everything. Unbelievable.
All eyes on Michigan as Joe Biden moves into the lead, and we wait to hear shortly from election officials in that state. I'm Anderson Cooper. This is Election Day in America. Continue. Michigan and Wisconsin. You see Vice President Biden there on the top as these states have been turning bluer all morning. More votes still to be counted. Arizona and Nevada still in flux, but Biden holds the lead in those states too right now as well. Georgia surprisingly close. Aaron Burnett is with us as well. Aaron?
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing how close it is, Anderson, and here we are. We're going to be digging into all these numbers. Obviously, the votes coming in, as you say, the shift, the change in count, and talk to the officials in these closest states to try to see when we're going to know.
Yeah, we all need to take a deep breath and wait for the votes to be counted, but there's a lot to discuss in the hours ahead. We have reporters standing by with the two campaigns weighing in on their paths to victory. A lot to bring you. Thanks very much for joining us. It's going to be a long and exciting day. Let's start with our John King and the big picture, drill down maybe on Wisconsin and Michigan as well. Everything
has been shifting just throughout this morning. If you went to sleep last night thinking you knew the way this thing was going, you had a surprise this morning. So, John, for those who stayed up late and are just now tuning back in, big picture, where are we? What happened since last night?
The most important point, Anderson, is the point you just made. So before I get to the map, I just want to reinforce it. Patience, patience, patience. Both campaigns are asking for votes to be counted today. The Trump campaign wants them counted in Arizona and Nevada. They have every right to ask that. Joe Biden is leading in those states right now. The Biden campaign says keep counting in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania. They have every right to ask that. Everybody should want all the votes counted. Let's start there. If you went to bed around 3 a.m., Wisconsin was red then. Donald Trump was leading. Michigan was red then. Donald Trump was leading. So you see the map now, it does look very different. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to tap away here. You see these states going into the gray. The ones are gray. We have not called them yet. We have the leads right now. I'll show you. We have not called Nevada. We have not called Arizona, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Maine, North Carolina, or Georgia. So now I'm going to come back and take that off. You do see who is leading. Leading is not winning. Leading means we're still counting votes. So let's go in. Again, I left here about 4 o'clock in the morning. This was still red. Now it is blue. It is very narrowly blue, which is why we will continue to count. Joe Biden on top of Wisconsin, 49.4 to 48.8, 20,697 votes at the moment. They're continuing to count. They should continue to count. Very close. So as they continue to count, we know what's happening today in all of these states. The lawyers are getting involved, and most of that is fine. You want eyes on everything that's happening. The question is, where does it go from there? Move over to Battleground, Michigan. 9,994 votes. Remember, the president won this state 4 years ago. President Trump won this state by 10,000 votes. So a nail biter in Michigan seems to be a trademark of the Trump presidency, 49.3, 49.1. Not 90% of the votes in, but again, they still have to count votes. One of the places they're still waiting for votes, Wayne County. This is Detroit, and the area around Detroit. It's heavily Democratic. You see they're at 70%. So if you're in the Biden campaign, you think, largest county in the state, predominantly Democratic. We think we're going to add votes, but again, let's let the process play out today. Let's bring it out more and come over to the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. It's still red. It was red at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., still red this morning. 540,000 vote lead. When I left last night, about 4 a.m., it was around 660,000, I think. So it's a little smaller for Donald Trump, 78% in, but the Secretary of State, Pennsylvania, just moments ago saying they still have a lot of votes to count, asking for patience, but she did say she expects progress throughout the day. So let's pull it out and look at the map. I'm going to just walk over here because this is the context that matters. 270 electoral votes to be the next president of the United States, right? Where are we right now? Joe Biden at 224, the president at 213. The changes overnight, this is one of the reasons they matter, and this is why the Trump campaign says, we believe Nevada and Arizona can turn. There's a reason they're saying that. They cannot concede those states because they need them. Let's just do a little math. If Joe Biden keeps his lead here, keeps his lead here, keeps his lead here, keeps his lead here. Then you get to 267. 267, it takes 270. We have not called Maine yet. If Joe Biden can win them all in Maine, 271. Even if he loses Maine's second congressional district to the president, you bring this out, Maine is one of 2 states, like Nebraska, that splits it. Even if he lost the second congressional district, which is quite possible, Joe Biden could win the presidency with Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, 2 out of the 3 in Maine. He wouldn't even need Pennsylvania, North Carolina, or Georgia. That's the reason the Trump campaign says we're not done out here, Anderson. We're going to count throughout the day. Both men have a chance to be the next president of the United States. Patience is going to be required, and we have people watching. The campaigns have people watching. So when you hear stop, it's a fraud, stop counting, it's just simply wrong. Let's count votes.
And where is this? What is the situation in Nevada right now for both candidates?
Right, let me come back over here so we can do that. Sorry for the little choreography issues here, but let's bring this up over here. Nevada, 7,647 votes. So you see in state after state, we have these really close elections, which also means they're going to continue to count the votes here. Clark County, Vegas, this is 72, 73, sometimes higher depending on turnout, but 7 out of 10 votes, more than that coming out of here. And again, they're at 84%, so we're going to have more votes out of Clark County as they count the votes, 53% to 45% if you round it up. Odds are, based on everything we've seen in Clark County so far, Joe Biden will get more votes here. But that's odds are. That's what happened last night. That's what happened overnight. Let's let the people count the votes and see what we get. You bring it out here. You come into the more rural counties and you come through here again. 88%. Not a lot of people live here, but the president will make up some votes in places like this. Make up some votes as we move around the counties here and come over here like this. 88% there. Again, president winning big. You see, it's 1,300 votes, this is 800 votes, 750 votes. So he's going to make up some votes. This is why you have to be patient and why states are complicated. Clark County is the biggest. Washoe County is the second biggest. They're up to 89%. This is a close swing county, 51 to 47 if you round it up. So let them count some votes. Biden could pick up a few. Trump could catch up a little bit. This is the thing. This is the issue we're going to go through all day long, Anderson. These state officials are working. Some of them didn't sleep. Some of them are getting, some of these local election officials getting a little bit of sleep. We're going to have to go from East Coast to West Coast, North Carolina, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, Nevada, keep counting. Now, the question is, at the end of the day, some of these states may be close enough for mandatory recounts, or candidates can request recounts. So that's part of the issue as well. Patience is the operative word this morning.
Is it fair to say in Michigan, in Wisconsin, in Nevada, and in Arizona, the outstanding votes that have not yet been counted, the outstanding tallies, can you say one way or another whether they're in counties that lean more Democratic?
We know some of them are. Pennsylvania is more of an exception because there were several counties, a half dozen or more counties that President Trump carried 4 years ago, where they deliberately said, we're going to be overwhelmed on election day, we're going to wait until today. So those are counties Trump carried and Trump is leading in today. Now, we also know though from our data that the overwhelming early vote, mail-in vote in Pennsylvania was Democratic. And so we need to balance that out. You can say based on the data we have and based on the vote return so far that we expect a lot of those votes still outstanding to be for Joe Biden. But we need to let them count them and not jump ahead. So again, you pull this up right here, 540,000 votes in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That looks like a big lead, right? It looks like a big lead, but not so much if you start thinking, well, we're only up to 60% in Philadelphia County, Philadelphia City and the county around it. If you're only up to 60%, you know, common sense right here. Joe Biden's getting 78% to 21%. If you want to round that up, 22% for President Trump. So you know, as they count these votes, Joe Biden is going to win the bulk of them. Is it enough? We've done the math. There are enough votes out there based on where they're missing, and they're not missing. Missing is the wrong word. I don't want to, this is going to be a confusing day. Where they have yet to be counted. They're not missing. No one's out knocking on doors asking people to hand them ballots. These ballots are all in secure locations. Both campaigns are watching them. So when you hear talk about shenanigans, just everybody needs to walk through the process. But in Philadelphia, then you move over here to Montgomery County, again, 85%, more votes to be counted, 61 if you round up to 39, Democratic suburbs outside of Philadelphia. So yes, we have done the math, and there is a possibility that Joe Biden, when you look at how many are out, where are they, what do we know about the mail-in voting percentages? Yes, Joe Biden has a chance to overcome what looks like a pretty big lead.
But John, the Secretary of State, we heard from the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania just a short time ago, she was talking about millions of ballots which have yet to be counted. She said millions with an S. And in particular, she was also talking about ballots coming from members of the armed forces, which there's, I think, a 10-day window for those ballots to still come in.
Right, you're raising a critical question, a critical point. And remember, we'll walk through this all day long. There are different rules in different states. Some states, it says the ballot has to be received by election day. Other states, it just has to be postmarked by election day. So even if we make progress today, we may not get to the finish line in some of these states, and the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania is one of them. So the ballots they have in hand are going to count today. More ballots could come in that are considered legal ballots. Watch again. We saw the president last night. The president wants to stop the count. That's not what we do in the United States, but we do know that tells us the posture of the president's legal team. They are going to go into these places and say, stop the count. That will be the fight over the next several days. But you raised a very important point. Military members, Americans who live overseas, this happens to them in every election. Every 2 years in federal elections, every time they vote in their state election, they mail in their ballots. As long as they were legally cast, they're postmarked by the right time, and they're on the way, they should be counted. So if it's very, very close, we think we're going to make a lot of progress today. Secretary of State, you just mentioned her, Secretary of State before in Pennsylvania, says they're going to make a lot of progress today. But if it gets closer and stays close, our patience may be required for another day or three, perhaps even longer, more.
Yeah, I mean, the notion of stopping counting ballots, which is what the president had said last night, that would mean stop that the people who were serving in the armed forces, their ballots wouldn't count. That seems impossible to imagine.
Well, so, and just look, number one, I know there are Trump supporters watching as well. There are Biden supporters watching. We just need to just set, it's impossible. It's impossible. So ask people to take their hats off today. This is the United States of America, and we count votes. That's what we do, right? And listen, there's an inconsistency in the Trump argument, Anderson, if you will, if you pull it out. Trump is saying, you know, stop here, right? I'm winning in Pennsylvania. I'm leading in Pennsylvania. Just stop. They're mad because at 3 a.m., 4 a.m., these were both red. The Trump campaign says, stop. We think it's over. And yet, at the same time, they're arguing we need to keep counting votes and keep looking in Nevada and Arizona. Why? Because they're trailing in those states, and they were trailing consistently, right? This was not a case of these states flipping overnight as they counted more ballots. The president was behind pretty much from the beginning of the count, once we had a credible representation of the ballots. So there's an intellectual inconsistency in the Trump argument. In these states over here, the blue wall states, if you will, please stop, because they were key to my 2016 map. Out here, let's keep counting. But again, there's a reason for that. If you come over here and just look at this, if you go through the math, right, I'm going to bring this back to where we are. If you bring this back to where we are, if Joe Biden wins this, and this, right, I haven't done Maine yet, we're still waiting on North Carolina, then it's absolutely imperative. It's absolutely imperative for the president to go here and here. It still may not be enough, right? Even if the president were to get this, he's not going to win all of them in Maine. So these states here, the president needs this map, and then he hopes he can keep this in the end. That would get him moving up as we go. We still have Alaska to add to it. If you do that, when Alaska comes in, and you do this, then the president of the United States can win. But there's a possibility that he needs either Nevada or Arizona for his math if the trend lines here continue the way they're going, which is why, again, it's inconsistent. They want you to stop here, going there. That tells you everything you need to know. That's politics. That's politics. We need to do the math.
John, I'm talking about doing the math. We want to do that right now. John King, stand by. I want to go to Kate Baldwin in Philadelphia for more on the state of the count there and the speed of it. Kate, what do you learn?
Anderson, 50%. That is the mark that Philadelphia has just hit. That is how many of the mail-in ballots that they have been processing nonstop since yesterday. That is how many of the mail-in ballots that they have finally been able to count. The commissioners, they just updated us a short time ago, and they added 45,000 mail-in ballots to the count. As of 4 o'clock this morning, it was around 141,000 mail-in ballots had been counted. They just updated it. Now it's around above 186,000 mail-in ballots. They say that there is no issues to report, that the process, it just takes time from beginning of opening the envelope twice, flattening it out, getting it into the processing machine, and then scanning it. And the way the system works, while it might be confusing and frustrating at times, is that the count and the report comes out in waves. And the latest wave was just updated. It is very clear from my conversations, Anderson, with the people that are overseeing this and in charge here in Philadelphia, that they are acutely aware that the country's eyes are on them and they want to get it right. How long will it take? When will they be done? They are definitely not committing to a timeline publicly, but behind the scenes, I'm told that it is not unreasonable to think that they will be done with the count here in Philadelphia by tomorrow morning, be done with a vast majority of the 350,000 mail-in ballots, definitely the most of any county in the Commonwealth. They think it's not unreasonable. I'm told it's not unreasonable to think they'll be done by tomorrow.
So, Kate, just 2 quick points. You said it's they've counted 150,000. Does that mean, and it's 50%, does that mean there's another 150,000 still to be counted?
Yes, there's 350,000 mail-in ballots here. They still have some more coming in because remember how it works in Pennsylvania. If it's postmarked by election day, they have 3 days for them to come in. So the mail-in ballots are still going to be coming in. Those will be segregated and put to the side in the processing, in this massive processing facility that they're doing kind of right behind me. So they have, yes, they've got it there at 186 right now, 86,000. They've got just that to go. They think, and the process is moving. They think they'll get it done.
Okay, so let's go, Kate, appreciate it. We'll check in back with you as soon as we get more votes coming in. Let's go back to John King. John, we've seen now, Kate saying 45,000 more votes being counted. Can you take a look at that area in Philadelphia?
Right, so you just pop it out again. So you're in Central City, Philadelphia, right? Always blue and always blue by a lopsided margin. So this is why in the Biden campaign, they say, be patient. They think they have the math to overcome this. They have every right to think that. We went through this in 2016. Remember, late in the night, the Clinton campaign kept telling us they thought Michigan and Wisconsin were going to flip back, that they had the vote. They didn't in the end. But we counted them and we got to the end. And that's what we need to do here. Is the Biden math right? We know from our data about early voting that they are overwhelmingly disproportionate Democratic votes. The early vote, the mail-in votes in Pennsylvania, the entire Commonwealth. So if you're thinking about the city of Philadelphia and the Democratic areas around it, it is reasonable to assume the ballots left in this area are going to be, look how the vote is coming in so far. Again, 78% if you round up, 22% if you round that up. So it's coming in lopsided for Joe Biden. There is no reason to assume that it's going to change, especially because we do know from all of our data, and even the ones they've counted so far, the mail-in ballots in Pennsylvania are disproportionately Democratic. So the math is a possibility. You watch them count them here. Kate mentioned Philadelphia. It's not just Philadelphia, though, because the suburbs around Philadelphia are populous, and they are absolutely essential to the Democrats, and they're missing votes as well. Up to about 85% of Montgomery County here. I just want to drop down here. Delaware County, 74%. And again, you see the Biden margins in the votes we have counted. So there's no guarantee that those margins continue. It could get bigger. It could shrink. We don't know. That's why you count votes. But you just common sense tells you, okay, Biden's winning there 59-40. Therefore, as they count more votes, he's going to add. Is he going to add enough? That's why you count them, Anderson. But you just walk around these suburbs. There's Montgomery County. You come to Philadelphia here, and you just look through. In all of these places, you see the blue in southeastern Pennsylvania. That is the foundation of any Democratic win in Pennsylvania. It has to start here. And also last night, the next place you want to look is out here in Allegheny County. They still have more votes to count here as well. Where they need to do the most counting are Democratic areas, which means, yes, Biden has a chance. Let them count the votes.
John, stand by. We have a key race alert. There's a key race alert in Michigan. Let's take a look. More votes have been counted. More votes coming in. Joe Biden has widened his lead somewhat. 32,565 votes ahead of Donald Trump. It is still very close in Michigan, but this is very significant. It had been about 10,000 or so votes, the difference between them. Let's go back to John King. Hillary Clinton lost in Michigan, correct me if I'm wrong, by about 10,000 votes. That's what Biden's lead had been up until this moment. He's now extended it to 32,565.
He has, and you look at the map and you see a lot of red in the middle, but you see blue where the Democrats need it to be blue. And the main point is down here. Wayne County is Detroit and the area around it. By far, the largest county in Michigan. 18 to 20% of the vote is going to come right here in this county. And again, they're still counting there. The Biden total has grown. He passed President Trump overnight, took the lead. It's not a win, he's leading, but 76% in Wayne County. So again, a quarter of the vote still to count in a place that we know is coming in lopsided for the Democrats, 67% to 32% if you round up there. And so you see Joe Biden's vote total there, 489,000 plus. I just want to go back and look. 4 years ago, the Clinton campaign was disappointed in Wayne County. They wanted more raw votes, if you will. But you see she had 519,000 and 67% of the vote. The president was just at 30% of the vote. We know just about everywhere turnout is up this year. So if you see that at 519,000, then you come here, Joe Biden's at 489,000. Just logic tells you. The math has to prove it. And again, this is why patience is required. But logic tells you, common sense tells you, they have ballots to count. They're only at 76%. That Joe Biden's going to stretch that. And if he sticks anywhere close to that percentage, that means he's adding some pretty serious math as they count those votes. So the fact that his lead is widening and they still have votes to count in Wayne County is an encouraging sign for the Biden campaign. Doesn't get you to the finish line, but it's encouraging. So you look at some other places, you come over here, and you're just going through, now you're going through, right? The larger counties, the Democratic counties, 82% in Kalamazoo. It's closer here. It's about a 10-point gap if you look at it. So you count the votes. Maybe Joe Biden adds more to his lead right now. Maybe the president comes back. That's what we just have to be patient and walk through. And you see all this red in Michigan. One of the challenges is to check in on the smaller places, right, where we know the president runs it up. Not a lot of math, but every county counts as you add it up. And you see here, Clare County, they're at 95%. So one of the challenges now when you get close to the end is trying to, where else might there be votes? And is there enough? If you know Wayne County has a ton of votes to count, and that's predominantly Democratic, are there places where the president can counter that, make up that map? A little bit here, but you see 95% is it. You move here, 96% is it. You move here, 99% is it. So that's why if you're in the Biden campaign, these smaller rural counties that go Republican, most of the votes are in. Again, we'll watch and count, and the morning after, sometimes you'll see a county official raise their hand and say, we have some absentee ballots. There's nothing wrong with that. They were overwhelmed yesterday. So we'll watch as the process plays out. Just looking at some other places here, you see in Oakland County, the suburbs north of Detroit, critical area, used to be a swing area, trending more and more Democratic. They're at 95%. So they're just about done there. As they continue to count the votes, it's possible Joe Biden has a few more. It's possible, there are Republicans in those suburbs. They can pull in votes. Let's look at Macomb County here. This is a key battleground in the state, blue-collar workers. You come north of Detroit into Macomb County, and you're 53 to 45, 254,000 votes. Here's one of the things I'm looking at throughout the day. Turnout was up in this election. So that's where the president is now, 254. If you go back 4 years ago, he was at 224. So you see evidence there of the higher turnout. Hillary Clinton had 176,000 and change. You come in here, Joe Biden has already passed that. So one of the things you're looking at is, do we have vote counts already that are higher than 2016? In places where you don't, you know there are a lot more votes likely to be counted. Here, you're up to 95%. So if you're the president, this is the place you're winning by 8 points. If you do that there, you might add some votes, but they're at 95%. Right? So if you're going to add votes, it won't be a ton. And if it's early votes, it might actually break for Joe Biden. So this is where you're looking. By the end of the day, Wayne County's at 76% right now. Where is Wayne County, Detroit, as we get later into today? If they can move their math, move their count, if you will, closer to the finish line, then we will have a much better sense of whether that lead, 32,000 and change, whether it stands. But you make a good point. 32,000 now, 10,704 for the president 4 years ago. If you're Joe Biden, you like these numbers, but you got to wait the day out.
And just finally, Kent County in Michigan, which is where Grand Rapids is a Democratic area. And I know earlier there had been, I think it was in the 70% of more votes still need to come in. What does it look like right now?
We're up to 83%, which means you have to go. And this is a tight one. This is one the president carried 4 years ago. The Democrats really want, this is one of the suburban battles, Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it, out in western Michigan. You see 51 to 47 if you round Joe Biden up. And so 153,000 votes for the president right now. If you go back in time, again, he won this, but he was below 50 because of the third-party candidates, 48 to 45 4 years ago. So it's another place, again, because it's larger, right? This is the fourth largest county in Michigan. So everywhere is counting what's left. Every single county, all across America for that matter, not just in these battleground states, are counting what they didn't get to yesterday. And they're counting what's coming in as long as those are legal. If you're in a state where it could be postmarked and arrive today, if that's legal, then you count them when they come. But the place we look for, the places we spend most of our time on, are places where you're going to find more votes, the larger, more populated counties. And here they're at 83%. So, that means there's more to be counted there, and the president is leading there. So we want to watch and see. Doesn't mean those are votes for President Trump. Doesn't mean he'll add to his math, but there are still votes to be counted there. But again, the disproportionate amount that we're waiting for right now come from here, which is always the biggest basket of votes for Democrats. The question is, how many are left, and how fast will they count them?
Yeah, wow. What a day we have ahead of us. We're waiting to hear from Michigan Secretary of State, expected any minute, as our live election coverage continues. We'll be right back.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best.
Enough space for your favorite stuff? We've got an easier way to move things more what you love.
Hi, good to make sense. We'll swear
What's that?
Such a better way to do storage.
Great space, storage without the struggle. Book a no-contact appointment today. Use the code STRESSFREE for $100 off.
Alerts remind us and forewarn us. But if you have type 2 diabetes and risks for heart disease, damage to your heart may have already started. Up to 50% of you may be at risk for heart failure, and there's a chance you could land in the hospital. Farxiga does more than help lower A1C. If you have type 2 diabetes,
infections in women and men, urinary tract infections, low blood sugar, and sudden kidney problems. Stop taking Farxiga and call your doctor right away if you have symptoms of ketoacidosis, which is serious and may lead to death.
why wait? Ask your doctor how Farxiga can help prevent hospitalization for heart failure. If you can't afford your medication, AstraZeneca may be able to help.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
With the electoral map trending somewhat bluer at this hour than it was just a few hours ago, we're waiting to hear from Michigan's Secretary of State any moment as Joe Biden stretches his lead in Michigan. We'll go there live when that happens. He had only about 1,000 vote lead. His lead is now about 35,000 votes or so. The president and his campaign advisors have just been weighing in on the race and their strategy going forward. The Biden team is also making news, so let's check in with both. CNN Jessica Dean is at Biden headquarters in Wilmington, Delaware. CNN John Harwood reporting on the president. John Harwood, let's start with you. What are we hearing from the White House today?
Well, what we're hearing, Anderson, is a reiteration of the strategy that the president has been signaling all year long. And the strategy is to try to subvert the process, the democratic process of vote counting, because he knows that more Americans are against him than are for him. He's been saying so all year, saying he could only lose in a fraudulent election. Last night, he tried it in the middle of the night. He came out and said, well, I'm leading in all these states. I've won the election. Stop the vote counting. Then this morning, he has noted that vote counts overnight in places like Michigan and Wisconsin, he says, had magically disappeared his lead. And he's blaming or suggesting that there's fraud in that vote counting. He had not won those states last
John,
night.
we got to step in. I'm sorry, we'll come back to the Michigan Secretary of State is speaking. Let's go to listen.
Effectively, methodically, and securely. Now, this meticulous process is all about and focused on ensuring every absentee ballot is counted accurately and fairly. We have many secure protocols in place to confirm the validity of every ballot, and in fact, that's why the process takes so much time. Our goal is to ensure, again, we're being transparent, but also fully accurate, and that the public, you all, can trust the results of the results as an accurate reflection of the will of the people. Now, importantly, as we go through this counting, as the counting is completed, boards at the county and state level that are also comprised of people from both parties will then review the procedures and counts of the entire elections before the results are certified as official. So that's the process we're in right now, the beginning of that first tabulation. And when we have that first unofficial tabulation, which we hope will come sometime within the next 24 hours, we will then begin the process of finalizing and with additional secure protocols, moving towards an official tabulation, which could take even more time. Now, notably, you may be thinking, why are we still waiting to hear from Michigan? And why are they still counting our ballots? Well, for about 18 months, the election clerks throughout the state of Michigan and I called on our state legislature to update our laws to provide time for pre-processing of ballots that were on par with many other states, like our neighbors in Ohio, who were able to count the vast majority of their ballots yesterday. Now, our state legislature chose not to make that change to our laws, and here we are in Michigan where our counting process is continuing long after the polls have closed. But rest assured, we're focused on counting every single ballot. That's our focus. Every single ballot in Michigan will be counted. And importantly, also right now, there are tens of thousands of ballots that still need to be counted. Jurisdictions have been reporting throughout the morning, as many of you know and have been following. But the information I have is that ballots are still being counted in our largest jurisdictions, including Detroit, Grand Rapids, Flint, Kalamazoo, and numerous other Michigan cities and townships. Now, these ballots were cast by tens of thousands of Michigan citizens who have the right to have their vote counted. And we're going to make sure that right is protected. We're going to ensure that the results of our elections accurately reflect every single valid vote that was cast. And this is particularly important in close races, as the numbers of outstanding ballots is still greater than the margin of difference between many races with leading candidates. So at this point, I ask for patience out of respect to the will of our voters and the work of our election workers who are volunteering in communities all across the state to serve the public and are committed to ensuring an accurate count. Now, I continue to expect, though I had for weeks said we expect results to be in by Friday. We're still certainly on track for that. But as I've also mentioned recently, we are on track to have our results in much sooner. I'll continue to expect that we'll have more information throughout the day. And as I mentioned last night, I'm optimistic that by the end of the day, the majority of our ballots will be tabulated and will be much closer to having a full, if not a full and complete unofficial result to announce at that point. But I also want to mention that yesterday in our
Listen to Joycelyn Benson, the Secretary of State in Michigan. Obviously, it is just too close to call at this point in Michigan right now. Joe Biden has about a 32,000 vote lead in Michigan. More numbers have come in just a short time ago, and his lead increased from the 10,000 or so that it was to 32,000. The Secretary of State, really the headlines, 31,000, I should say. The headline really from the Secretary of State is that she says that there are still tens of thousands of votes to be counted. They hope by the end of today to have kind of an unofficial vote tally. It will be tomorrow or even Friday before they can firmly say and officially say what the results in Michigan. She said she hopes it will be before Friday. We're getting new Michigan results right now. Let's put them up and let's take a look. And let's see, these Michigan results. Joe Biden's lead dropping somewhat, and he's now just 29,525 votes ahead. It had been 32,000 and 31,000, so a slight downward move for Joe Biden. His lead still 29,525. We were looking at Michigan just moments ago with John King at the Magic Wall, really looking at Wayne County, which is the Detroit area. A lot of votes, it seems that there, I think it was in the 70. Let's go to John King right now. So, John, you see the few votes gained for President Trump. Where are the votes remaining?
And so, again, what you see there, Joe Biden's lead narrowing a little bit. It's just why we're going to ask people throughout the day to have some patience, whether you're a Biden supporter, whether you're a Trump supporter, whether you're the three people left in America who are neutral about this. I think it's important that we just have patience, because we're seeing the numbers move. As you mentioned, Joe Biden right now, 29,525, was a little above that just a short time ago. The last time we spoke, it was above 30,000. So what are they doing? Why is that changing? It's changing because they're counting votes. And you just heard the Secretary of State there say she hopes to get this done by Friday. That's unnerving to a lot of people out there, and I understand that. That can be frustrating. It's a very close race. You want to know the winner. Her point is, the legislature in Michigan would not change the law to allow them to start processing these ballots sooner. So they're added today, and it could go into tomorrow. What did she say? She said in many of Michigan's larger jurisdictions, that's where you have more ballots still to count. The largest of the jurisdictions is Wayne County, predominantly Democratic. That's Detroit and the area around Detroit. Again, this is where Democrats need to run it up to win statewide in Michigan. In the votes counted so far, Joe Biden is doing just that, 67% to 32% if you round it up. But you see there, 76% of the estimated voting, which means they have about a quarter of it left to count. Now, again, common sense, history, our own polling and data from the early vote tells us Joe Biden's going to add to his total here in Wayne County. That doesn't mean there are places for the president to pick up votes. It just means if you look at the Biden lead now, 34,000, it is likely to grow from Wayne County. So where can the president offset that? Well, we talked a little bit earlier. Kent County. Maybe the president is leading in Kent County. This is Grand Rapids and the suburbs around it, more conservative. You get to Western Michigan. Right now, Joe Biden's in the hunt here, 51 to 47, if you round that up. But we'll count the rest of the votes, right? We'll just count and see what happens. There are more votes here in Grand Rapids, as the secretary said. And then you go through Kalamazoo, again, another urban area where you have more votes, more people live here. This is the 9th largest of 83 counties in the state of Michigan. Joe Biden's ahead here, 54 to 44,
John,
so 10 points if you round it up. Sure.
We also just got more votes in Michigan now. Biden's lead has actually grown, 69 votes ahead. So this is going to be happening all day long.
Right. You have all these county votes, and they're posting them on their websites, and then they're reporting to the state. Sometimes, and we saw this in Pennsylvania, again, this is where this will be frustrating because people will see a county may post votes before the Secretary of State has them. In some cases, the state may post votes before the county officials get around to putting them on their local website. So there will be some mixed messaging during the day. The key point is the end of the day, right? The key point is the end of the day. You heard Secretary Hookfar in Pennsylvania, Secretary Benson in Michigan will do the same thing. They're going to count the votes, and she's going to check in, whether it's a small county like this, 99% here. She's going to be checking in, getting the reports from all these people to see, are there any more votes to be counted here? And then you move up through these counties here. Genesee County, this is where Flint is in Michigan. Flint, Michigan, they're at 95% right now. So they're almost done. They're almost done. You see, this is closer than I think the Democrats would like it to be. 50.4 to 48 if you round the president up. Go back 4 years ago. This was 50. There's a 10-point, just shy, 9-point race there. So right now, if you're thinking the Democrats think Flint, we need these votes here, that's closer than they would want it to be, but they're going to continue to count votes. Now, again, all the data tells us before the election that the mail-in votes, that most of what we think is yet to be counted, those mail-in votes were disproportionately Democrat. That's what the data told us before the election. Guess what? We're in the election now. We're counting the votes. So we can even set that aside. We know common sense, we know logic, but the most important thing in the next few days, I'm going to just check some of these counties. This is Oakland, 95%. You come back up here, Genesee at 95%. You see the red counties? Are there votes for the president again? 95% here. You come over here, 95% here. These are much smaller counties, but every vote counts, Anderson. And that's the key point.
So
34,769 right now. It's going to seesaw, bounce up and down a little bit. We just keep counting.
So is it really Wayne County in Michigan that has the most votes outstanding?
Yes. And again, exact numbers we need to get from Wayne County officials, but you see they're at 76% right now. If you have a pen and paper at home, you can do this math yourself. So you're at 76%. Joe Biden's leading 67 to 32 when you round up. He has 489,000 and change votes. Well, you got 25% of the vote roughly still to be counted there. If it keeps coming in at these percentages, there's no guarantee of that. Some Democrats think it'll actually come in higher, that the mail-in ballots are so disproportionately Democratic that this could go up. We don't know that. That's what the Biden campaign will tell you. That's why they say they're optimistic there. We just need to wait and count the votes. And there's going to be a lot of political spin today. There's going to be a lot of, shall I say, Tarzan moments with people saying stop this vote or do this more. This is why just let these people do their jobs and count the votes.
You're talking about well over 100,000 votes there. I mean, my math is not very good, but if given the vote, I mean, there's 700,000 or so votes already cast. If 25% of them have yet to be tallied, it's more than 100.
Right, and that's exactly why. Because Wayne County is blue. It's always been blue. That's exactly why the Biden campaign thinks it's going to add to its totals, because you have 25% of the votes, 24%, somewhere in that ballpark to be counted in a place where Joe Biden is getting 67% of the vote. He's going to get a majority of those votes in Wayne County. That's just history tells us that. We're not making that up. History tells us that. And 4 years ago, again, this was a source of disappointment of late on a Tuesday night. We got into this early Wednesday morning. I remember the Clinton campaign saying, don't call Michigan because we're going to pull more votes out of Wayne County. So we should be skeptical of what any campaign tells us, right? We should be skeptical of what the Biden campaign says today. We should be skeptical about the Trump campaigns today. We should just use the facts, right? We know 4 years ago, Hillary Clinton did not pull it out. She got 519,444 votes in Wayne County. We know right now, Joe Biden is under. This is why it's important to count. It's a higher turnout election, right? We'll see in the end if there's higher turnout in Wayne County. But look, Joe Biden, shy of 490,000 votes, right? Hillary Clinton 4 years ago, 520,000 votes. I'm rounding up a little bit. 519,000 and change then, 489,000. It just tells you, because we know the turnout was up in this election, there are votes out there to be counted. And this is a disproportionately Democratic place. Biden campaign has every reason to believe they're going to get more. But guess what? The way we know whether that's true is to give them the time to count it. You can be frustrated about it. We all wish this would happen more quickly, but it isn't. And the other point is, again, when you hear late votes, how are they doing this? Where are these votes coming from? These votes, whether it's in Wayne County here, Democratic, or a little tiny Republican county here, Lake County, these votes are in-house. Democratic eyes watching them, Republican eyes watching them, local election officials watching them. In some places they have cameras. I know they have that in Philadelphia watching them. So when you hear things about, are they sneaking in new ballots? That just doesn't happen. If anyone tries to do it, somebody will see them. We just need to be patient and let them count the votes.
If anybody's playing a drinking game, nobody should play drinking. Nobody should play drinking game on count the votes. That's going to be that and patience are the words we're going to hear an awful lot of today. Hey, Georgia, John, Georgia's Secretary of State has been briefing reporters. He says 200,000 absentee ballots have yet to be counted, and 40 to 50,000 early votes remain outstanding. They say they hope to have them counted by this afternoon. How significant would that be?
Well, it's significant in the sense that you just mentioned, 240,000, if I got your math quickly, roughly ballpark number there. The president's lead in Georgia is 101,837 votes, 50.5, 48.3, so 51 to 48 if you want to round the president up. So, again, for Joe Biden to make that up with like 240,000 votes, if that's the right universe of votes, that's a pretty enormous hill to climb. But the question is, where are those votes, right? So you're looking at this map. If the Democrats are going to not to come back in Georgia, it's going to be here, a little bit of help from here, but Atlanta and the suburbs around it are the key. So let's just go in and take a look. And again, you got to find out exactly where are these votes. But if you go in Fulton County, for example, I left at 4 in the morning. They weren't anywhere near 95%. They are now. And you see it. This is Atlanta. The suburbs around Atlanta, overwhelmingly Democratic. Joe Biden's getting 72% of the vote there. But this says they're 95% in, right? It's a larger population center. So that 5% could be a lot of votes. We'll let them count them and see if it happens here. This is the one I was looking at a little bit earlier, and it's still at 80%. DeKalb County, you come to the east of Atlanta, very important suburban area for the Democrats, the suburbs trending their way. If you don't believe me, 83% to 16% there, and 80% here. So there are a lot of votes here to be counted. Logic tells you, looking at the results of the votes we have so far, Joe Biden is going to add to his math here. Is there enough, Anderson, to overcome 101,000? That's why we're going to wait the day out, right? We're going to wait the day out. You can do the math at home. The probability of that, the hill is pretty steep, but because if they're missing from these areas here, Fulton County missing 5%, Cobb County missing 11%. You see this is a little closer, but Joe Biden has the lead there. If you walk through these counties, 95% here, I went through that already. Gwinnett County at 95%. You come back down here, this 80% in DeKalb is the one that tells me watch that. Watch the next wave of votes that come in from there. Does Joe Biden narrow the lead when more of this comes in? If so, then you're putting in play. If not, what is the harm? Even if the president keeps his lead, what is the harm of counting all the votes and knowing that with more certainty as we walk through the delicate hours ahead of us?
John, just for viewers who are not following this as closely, the president has said in a tweet that late at night there were suddenly magically all these votes appeared that changed to a Biden lead in a number of states. There's nothing magical or nefarious about it. It's simply votes being counted.
It is simply votes being counted. Imagine you come home from work, you have a stack of bills on your desk at home, you're tired. You want to do them all, you don't get to them all. You do some, you go to bed, you get up in the morning, and you do the rest. It's the same stack. It was sitting right there on the desk. You just didn't get to it all because you were tired and you had to go to bed, or you didn't have enough help, so you went to bed. This is happening here. This happens in every election. Go back to 2018, right? The Democrats had a big night on the midterm election night. We didn't realize how big for days, Anderson, for days. In California, some other closely contested House races, they kept counting legally cast ballots. That's the key point. Legally cast ballots. Each state has its rules. And again, both campaigns have every right to send in lawyers to watch. That's fine. That is perfectly within the rules and within the system to say, how are you handling that ballot? Can I look at that ballot? Can I check, was that one processed right? Can I look at the postmark? All that is perfectly legal. It happens every election, and both campaigns have every right to do it. That's why we have rules, and you have appeals, and the process. Let it play out. Let it play out. There are eyeballs on these ballots. They have been collected. Some will come in today. Some will come in today in states that allow ballots to come in today, as long as they're postmarked, and there are some states that do that. That's perfectly legal too. This happens every year we have an election. I was going to say every 4 years we have a presidential election. Every 2 years we have the midterm elections. Some states have elections in the middle of those for state and local offices as well. They know what they're doing. They know how to do this. If there are issues, there will be eyeballs on them and people can complain. To blanketly say they're sneaking in ballots, they're cheating, and they're stealing is simply false.
Much more ahead. Next, how Biden's campaign is feeling with the county in Michigan. moving by the minute. Be right back.
Score.com. Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
A great future awaits us.
The perfect client.
The time has come to act. I can save humanity from itself.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
You'll do anything to stay healthy. So isn't it time to think about your water? Aquasana water filters remove contaminants you worry about most. A must for a healthy home.
They vanished into thin air.
Please bring her home.
How can this little boy be just gone?
Real life nightmare, new season, Sunday at 10 on HLN.
Right now, with numbers moving in Joe Biden's direction in Michigan and Wisconsin, perhaps even Georgia, the question is, what must be the thinking at Biden headquarters? Jessica Dean is in Wilmington, Delaware for us. Also, John Harwood is covering the White House. Jessica Dean, let's start with you. What are you hearing from the Biden campaign?
Well, just about a little over an hour ago, Anderson, they held a briefing, Biden's campaign manager saying that they believe they have a clear path to victory. They're very optimistic. A senior advisor telling CNN they believe they will win today. Let me walk you through a little bit why they're saying this. They believe they're going to win Wisconsin. In Michigan, they also believe they're going to win there. They're very optimistic about the vote by mail numbers there. In Pennsylvania, they believe they're going to win Pennsylvania. As John has been showing us, the vote by mail in Philadelphia, they have their eye on there. Georgia, they're also watching Fulton County. They're realistic, though, about North Carolina, acknowledging that President Trump is up there right now. But overall, like we've all been saying all morning, they are asking for patience, but they are incredibly optimistic. They believe that when all of these votes are counted, that Joe Biden will be the next president of the United States. And Anderson, we're also learning that Joe Biden is expected to address the nation at some point today. We're still waiting to hear on when that might be and exactly what his message might be. They also, the campaign, of course, watching these numbers, watching which states might be called in the coming hours as well, and will adjust as need be.
Have they talked at all about legal challenges? Clearly, the president is set on doing all they can.
Right, and they at one point on the briefing, one of their senior advisors and lawyer Bob Bauer was saying, that President Trump had threatened to send lawyers to the Supreme Court, but that has not happened, and that if it did indeed happen, he would be in for a very large defeat in the courts. The Biden campaign really believing that the law is certainly on their side here, and that they are going to win this just outright.
All right, let's get into the Biden campaign. Let's go to John Harwood, standing by in Washington, D.C. John, what are we hearing from the president?
Well, Anderson, we heard from the president the tweet that you mentioned with John King, where he claimed that his lead had magically disappeared in Democratic-run states with secret vote dumps and that sort of thing. Twitter flagged that as misleading for the reason that you were discussing with John King. It's not magic. They're not secret vote dumps. They're simply counting the votes. The problem for the president is last night he signaled a strategy of trying to stop vote counting. But now that Joe Biden has taken the lead in both Wisconsin and Michigan, Joe Biden is leading in states with 270 electoral votes. It's not a tenable strategy to try to stop vote counting across the board if your opponent's got enough electoral votes to win. So what the Trump campaign is doing, they outlined on a conference call today, is a cherry-picking selective strategy of saying, well, the math works for us if we only count legally cast votes. So what they're going to try to do is keep counting in places where they're behind to try to make up the deficit. But in places like Philadelphia, where Joe Biden is making up ground, try to disqualify votes that would advantage him. The problem is, as we've seen from the 2000 legal battle between Bush and Gore, if you have the lead, that's an advantageous position. And if you're trying to have additional vote counts, it is disadvantageous to try to say, well, I want vote counting stopped here, but not there. Remember, the Supreme Court threw out the Florida vote count on the grounds that it was being done in different counties in different ways, and that violated equal protection for voters. That's the same challenge that the Trump campaign is going to face if they say, well, let's keep counting in Nevada and Arizona, but stop the count in Pennsylvania as these mail-in ballots, which we all anticipated would favor Joe Biden, start coming in. And it's also worth noting, finally, Anderson, that the reason these votes are getting counted slowly is that Republican state legislatures, with the acquiescence of the Trump campaign, support of the Trump campaign, prevented those states from processing and counting them earlier for precisely this reason, because they were hoping to stop a late vote count and a late surge of votes to Joe Biden, which is exactly what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, John Harwood, appreciate it. Let's go for more to Aaron Burnett. Aaron?
All right, Anderson. So let's ask David Chang how to interpret all of this. I mean, David, you hear John Harwood, right? A lot of confidence from the Trump campaign, right? They say we can count these mail-in ballots. It's going to break in our favor. That's what the Trump campaign is saying. When you take a place like Michigan, right, and we now have a margin as these votes come in of more than triple the margin of Trump's victory in 2016, but this time for Joe Biden, the ballots outstanding seem to be around Detroit. Is the confidence that the Trump campaign has right now really rooted in reality?
Well, listen, we're going to count the votes, of course, and see. But to your point about Michigan, not just are we waiting for more absentees from Detroit, so We are also waiting from Grand Rapids. The city of Grand Rapids is the population center inside of Kent County. John was showing that on the wall a little bit ago, and there are some 60,000 absentee ballots to be counted in Grand Rapids. We expect them to overwhelmingly favor Joe Biden there. It may add to be total. We don't know how many of those 60,000 have already been counted and are included in that count. But yes, a 35,000 vote lead. This is why what Jessica Dean was just saying has the Biden campaign feeling very good that that lead in Michigan is insurmountable for Donald Trump. Now, Aaron, I think what Bill Stepien, the campaign manager on the Trump side, said about Wisconsin was really interesting because he said it's a razor thin margin and it is recount territory perhaps. It is true that if there's a margin of less than 1%, the losing candidate can indeed request a recount, but not until the official canvass is done. I think the counties have until about November 17th to get that all in. On the 17th of November, the state puts out that official canvass, and then the losing candidate, if the margin is within 1% as it is now, has the right to request a recount. I'm not sure if Stepien was indicating that is going to be their strategy, but it doesn't necessarily mean that 20,000 vote lead is going to change all that much. That is about how much Donald Trump won the state 4 years ago, right?
That's right, exactly. And by the way, I just want to make sure we update the numbers here from Michigan because these are just they're just going to be dripping in throughout the day. We're now up to 35,551 in terms of as of the very latest, with the votes still to come in, but that's the latest margin in favor currently of Joe Biden in the state of Michigan. So as these counts come in, David, how do you interpret, because you're talking about, okay, you can request a recount, you can be within the legal margin. You're referring specifically to Michigan.
No, that was Wisconsin.
I'm sorry, to Wisconsin, where the margin last time around was what, 0.8%, right? So you're in that realm. That doesn't mean it's going to change the count. But they're now saying, Bill Stepien, the campaign manager for President Trump, says, if we count all legal ballots, we will win. Right? Trying to sow doubt in the legality of ballots, which all of these are legally cast ballots according to the laws of these states.
Right. I think what they're indicating there is they're going to try and define in court arguments what a legal ballot is and fight for their definition of what a legal ballot is. And that's where the court action will come as these. Again, we're actually not in overtime yet. I just want to be clear. We're kind of in the fourth quarter of this game in terms of vote count. So that will come once these canvasses are done, if there are official contests or legal action there. I will note one other state that Stepien mentioned was Nevada. That was a state Hillary Clinton won. It is pretty close in the count right now. What is giving the Biden campaign confidence there, and again, each side is going to express confidence, and it will sometimes be hard to separate out the confidence and the spin from the data, but we do have votes to look at, and we do have information. And in Nevada, what is giving the Trump campaign some hope is that I think we're up to like 86% of the estimated vote is in Nevada, that there's a greater percentage of outstanding vote. But here's the problem. So much of that outstanding vote is in Clark County, Las Vegas, or in Washoe, and it's the early vote. So not only is the outstanding vote absentee vote, which has been trending to Joe Biden, but also it's in Democratic-heavy areas in the state. So I'm not sure that the confidence on the Trump campaign about Nevada is warranted, but there is still much more counting to go, which keeps them hopeful to stay in the game.
All right, as we count and count and count, Anderson, minute by minute, these tallies changing.
Yeah, and it's going to be a long day. We're just at the top of the hour. The Biden campaign moments ago saying they're on a clear path to victory this afternoon. They're looking to vote counts out of Michigan and Wisconsin. Or Jessica Dean says the mood at Biden headquarters is optimistic, but the counting is certainly not over. Won't be for certainly today, maybe tomorrow, and until Friday. Who knows? We have breaking news on outstanding ballots right now in Michigan. CNN Sarah Seidner has the breaking news. Sarah.
Yeah, hey Anderson. Yeah, the Michigan Secretary of State Jocelyn Benson told reporters just moments ago that they have just over 100,000 ballots that are still outstanding, that still need to be counted. But she says she's optimistic that the majority of those ballots will be tabulated by the end of today, saying that, look, she thinks that by day's end she'll have those tallied. It will be the unofficial count, of course, but she'll have a very good idea. of who took this state. Joe Biden has been up about 30,000 or so points as they've gotten to this point, which is just over 100,000 ballots to be left. Now, we're in Wayne County. It's the most populous county. This is Detroit. And behind me, what you're seeing is the count going on. It has been going on for hours like everywhere else. People are on pins and needles wondering who is going to take this state. We should remember, too, that this is a historic vote here because there are more voters that came out this year than any other time in the history of the state. 5.1 or more than 5.1 million people came out to vote, cast their ballots. And we should mention that the last time they hit a record was 2008. That was when Barack Obama won, and that was about 60,000 votes less than what people have cast now. So an incredible number of people have come out to vote, and they are counting every single one. I will tell you this, what we've been seeing throughout the day, we will see people lifting up red flags anytime that they have any kind of discrepancy, any kind of issue they see with a ballot, and then a supervisor comes over and checks it. It is meticulous the way that they are going through each of these ballots, and if there is any problem, trust me, someone will find it, because they also have dozens of challengers here, both from the Republican side of things and the Democratic side of things, who are walking around. Anyone that you see sort of walking around, many of those are challengers looking at each and every vote, and if there's a problem, they swarm the table sometimes to see what is going on to make sure that every vote is counted.
It's a really important point you make, given what we anticipate, obviously, from the Trump campaign. What sort of things does warrants a red flag from somebody? Is it signature discrepancy? Is it something wrong with the ballot, multiple marks on the ballot? What is it?
I can literally tell you what I just heard. I was listening as someone had raised a red flag to say, hey, we have an issue. There was someone counting a ballot. They noticed that a name appeared to be on the ballot twice with two different addresses. And so they were concerned that that person may have voted twice. And so they've taken that ballot, and to ensure that there could be someone obviously with the same name, first and last name. And so they were looking to make sure that that person did not vote twice. It is things like that. They are looking at every single detail, and I think it should be made very clear that there is, if you look around this room, you see the number of people who are watching this. This is a free and fair election. There have been no major problems, according to the Secretary of State. And so, there are people that are painstakingly spending their time going through every single vote, and any problem that arises, trust me, you would hear about it from one of the challengers, whether it be a Democratic challenger or a Republican challenger. You will certainly hear about it. And, it may end up in the court that there is a huge challenge at some point in the day, but so far things going very smoothly here in Michigan.
All right, Sarah Seidman, appreciate that. I want to go back to John King, who's also standing by at the Magic Wall. So, John, given what we just learned from Sarah, about 100,000 votes in Michigan still outstanding, where do we stand in that state in terms of this race?
So let me do this backwards and explain first why today matters so much, and then I'll drill down on some of the states. First, though, I just want to stop again where we just saw from Sarah Seidman, standing in a room, watching Americans count votes, okay, transparently. You heard her talking about the flag. This is how it works. The president and the truth have a very casual relationship. We know that from the past 4+ years. When he talks about this, that is not how it works. This is my 9th presidential election. I've covered all the races for governor, everything else in between. That's exactly how it works. There are eyeballs in there. If Republicans see something they don't like, they'll ask a question. If Democrats see something, they will ask something. Anderson, I'm told I have to go back to you.
Yeah, stand by. We have a major projection. We are projecting the state of Maine, going for Joe Biden. Let's take a look at this. Joe Biden is the winner in the state of Maine, getting 3 out of 4 electoral votes in the state. Joe Biden, 76,648 votes ahead, 54.2% to 42.6%, a pickup for Joe Biden in the race to 270. John?
So, Anderson, I was just going to say, I wanted to go backwards, if you will, drill down on the states first. The Maine count you just gave us, that projection, makes it all the more reason to do so. So look at our map right now. This is where we stand. Joe Biden at 224, 223 for Donald Trump. Let's do the math. Let's do the addition you just gave me, the state of Maine. Let's bring it up right here. I gave most of it. I'm going to take one away now, right? Maine does this by congressional district. You just gave Joe Biden 3. Let's assume that Donald Trump carries Maine's 2nd congressional district. We're still counting some votes there, but Joe Biden's going to get 3. Get some. Let's assume Donald Trump gets that. That would get Joe Biden to 227. This is why today matters so much. Let's walk through this with me, okay? Please be patient. We haven't called Alaska yet. We expect that to go to the president. That would get him up to 217. North Carolina, we haven't called that yet. Georgia, we haven't called that yet. They're still counting votes, but the president has a lead right now. Democrats want to count those votes. I get this completed. Hypothetical exercise. If this stays red, that gets the president to 248, right? So this is why today is so critical in what you're hearing. That has the president within striking distance. But, now the but. Joe Biden leading in Nevada. Joe Biden leading in Arizona. We're not done with those states yet, but that gets you to 248 to 244. Leading in Wisconsin, leading in Michigan. If that holds up, game over, even without the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. That is why today is so important, because we expect progress here. Joe Biden leads in both Michigan and Wisconsin as those vote counts continue. And if the vote counts in Arizona and Nevada continue to have Biden leading, he could be, by the end of the day, won't be certified. There will be lawyers involved. There will be people asking, but Joe Biden can get to 270. And even if the president held on the lead he has right now in Pennsylvania, that would get you 270 to 268. 270 gives you the presidency of the United States. That is razor thin. That is why today matters, Anderson. Go ahead.
And it mattered. What's so interesting about that, without needing Pennsylvania, we heard from the Secretary of State, could take till Friday to get a final count. There's even ballots coming in from service members overseas and Americans living overseas that may take longer. If you don't need Pennsylvania, if the Biden campaign doesn't need Pennsylvania, we could have a result by the end of today, by tomorrow.
We could have solid numbers if they're very close. Remember what David Chalian said earlier. We will know the math. That doesn't mean the state has certified them. In some states, there's automatic recount. In other states, within a certain percentage, the losing candidate, the trailing candidate, has the right to ask for a recount. Given what we heard from the president last night and what we've heard from his campaign team today, we have every reason to believe that these results will be challenged, or that any legal right, and it is their legal right. If Wisconsin's razor thin and you're within the recount margin, that is their right. And if you're a Biden supporter, you need to respect that right. It'd be nice if the president would also respect the counting of votes. Everybody needs to respect the laws and the rules. But this is why today I just want to drill down on this. It's so important. If that lead holds up in Michigan and that lead holds up in Wisconsin and the leads in Arizona and Nevada hold up, what you just told us about Maine could get Joe Biden to the finish line. Now, the Biden campaign believes over time that Pennsylvania is going to flip this way over time. Just think about the period we could be going into, though, even if we keep this one uncertain. Right? Let's just leave Pennsylvania as a toss-up. By the end of the day, the Biden campaign could well say, we think we have 270 electoral votes. The Trump campaign says no, and we enter into this uncertain period where the results are not certified. The math is the math. We see it with our eyes. We're watching people count votes, but they're not certified. So that's why we'll go through the rest of the day. And I'm just going to come over here very quickly just to check in. Sarah Sidon was just here. And again, I hope our viewers, no matter who you support, remember what you just saw. Transparency. Honest, hardworking people counting votes, raising a red flag if somebody sees something that's a little odd. She said somebody thought it was the same name. So they have two names, then they check the voter rolls, they go back to the precinct, they sort this out. That's what we do every time in elections.
It's why I followed up with her, because I think it's so fascinating, the level of eyes on each ballot. There are poll watchers there who from both supporters of President Trump, supporters of Vice President Biden, and their voices are also heard in this process.
They are, and again, look, I said this last night, I'll say it again. No matter who wins this election, look at this. 69 million votes for Joe Biden so far, 66 million, 66.4 for President Trump. They're still counting votes, so these totals are going to go higher. You see, Joe Biden's leading with 69, right? Hillary Clinton won the popular vote last time with 65.8. More Americans voted in this election. That's a good thing, no matter who wins, right? So we come back to this election here. Counting. Maybe it's a civics lesson for people who haven't seen close elections and haven't been inside those rooms, but those are decent people trying to count ballots. Yes, some of them are Democrats, some of them are Republicans. That's not what they're doing. They're Americans sitting there counting the ballots. So let's see where she was. She was in Wayne County in Michigan.
Right, and
now.
They're saying 100,000 votes, about 100,000 votes still to be counted in Michigan. So do we know, is it mostly Wayne County?
We know a lot of them are in Wayne County because that's the largest jurisdiction in the state. So remember what you just said. We need to count them. We can also use our common sense. Joe Biden is ahead by 31,261. If there are 100,000 left, Donald Trump needs to win 2/3 of those. I'm doing this on the fly, but in that ballpark to catch up. Well, that's really hard to do if a lot of them are from Wayne County, where Joe Biden right now is getting 67% of the vote. So there's just basic common sense there about the trajectory. Now, sometimes the count defies common sense, right? Sometimes there's a surge. There's something we don't know about. So let's count them. There's no shame in counting them. But this is why the Biden campaign is optimistic about this, because of where the votes are still being counted, the lead they have right now, the data that everybody has. Both campaigns have this. The Trump campaign knows this. That's why the president came out in that mood last night. They know the votes still to be counted in Michigan most likely are going to be disproportionately for Joe Biden. They know the votes still to be counted in Wisconsin are likely to be, because they're early mail-in ballots, and we know Democrats by disproportionate numbers voted early. Most of the ballots still to be counted are those, and we know they're disproportionately for Joe Biden. And even over here, where the president's lead at the moment, 481,678, that seems like a big lead, and it is. But there are more votes to be counted, and we know from the data, and we know from what we've seen so far in the counties where they're missing, including down here in Philadelphia County, they tend to be overwhelming for Joe Biden. This is a steep hill for Biden to climb to come back in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, but it is doable because we know the number of ballots that are outstanding, and we know roughly from what we've seen in the ballots that have already been counted, the percentage Joe Biden is getting. If he can match that percentage in the ballots as they count them, he can get back in the game here as well. But just again, when you hear now the tension from the campaigns, I just want to walk back over here. The Trump campaign is essentially saying, please stop counting votes here. We don't like that you counted votes overnight here. We don't like that you counted votes overnight here. But, excuse me, can you keep counting votes out here, and can you keep counting votes out here? Again, set the politics aside, because that's politics because of the math. The math is trending against them right now. So they're trying to argue in places where they're hurting, and they're trying to keep the door open there, hoping that something brings them back, because they're very close. And you know what, Anderson? The math tells you the trajectory in Arizona and Nevada is not going their way. But that's okay. They have every right to ask people to look closely. The Trump campaign does, the Biden campaign does. I wish they would turn down the volume, but I'm naive to think they will.
Just to be clear, in some of these states, the reason they are still counting votes is that the legislatures in those states, Republican controlled, did not allow them to to process them earlier.
Yes, in both Michigan and Wisconsin, you have a situation where you have Democratic governors and Republican, at least one chamber of the legislature controlled by the Republicans. And the governors had asked the Secretary of State Benson from Michigan was on earlier. I've spoken to her repeatedly over the last several months, and she kept saying, we're heading in for this scenario, right? The scenario that's going to make it more controversial, more open to people criticizing it. I think it is fantastic that it's transparent in our correspondence, and everybody's correspondence. And again, Republicans and Democrats too. It's not just the news media in the room watching the votes being counted. Democrats and Republicans have people in there too to watch. That is how it works. But yes, they had asked some time ago, would the legislature please help? Well, let me put another question on another point on the table too. We have known for months that we could end up in this scenario, right? One of the things that the conversations in Washington when they were debating a coronavirus stimulus, do you give states more aid to help with this? Do you surge more resources in to help the post office? Did any of that happen from this town? No. It's not all the president's fault, but he had no interest in doing anything that was going to help with the vote count, help with the post office. That was a non-starter at the Trump White House. So here we are. And guess what? The states know what they're doing. They'll count the votes.
All right, John, stand by. Let's go to Aaron.
All right, and let's go to Gloria here and Abby, just as we start to see some of these gray pieces fill in, right? Small pieces of the puzzle as we wait, coming in bit by bit. Now we have a sense of part of Maine, Gloria. What are you hearing from the Biden campaign?
Well, look, just like you're hearing from the Trump campaign, I think they're saying they're very confident. They believe that if they don't win Pennsylvania, they think they need to win Pennsylvania. Obviously, they'd like to win Pennsylvania. If they don't get Pennsylvania or Georgia, they're very, very confident about Nevada. They're very confident about Arizona. So they think they're on the way. I've been talking to a couple of people this morning, though, about this notion of Trump deciding to take it to the court, because the Democrats have been there before. Yeah. They have been there before 20 years ago. It did not go well for them when it was taken to the Supreme Court. But what was talked about 20 years ago is what you were talking about now, which is counting the votes versus stopping counting the votes. And so what they say is that Republicans are throwing up roadblocks in state after state. You have a president of the United States who has said, stop counting, which, as we all know, is anti-democratic. And the Democrats are wondering, as am I, when some Republican will publicly come. and say, Wisconsin, you won by 22,000 votes. So you have no right to say any of this until all the votes are counted. And, they're not going to get through to him because, of course, he's still claiming that in the last election he won the popular vote, which we know he did not.
Right, he's going to hold, right, and of course, 2.8 million advantage right now in the popular vote as we have it right now for Joe Biden.
Yep.
Abby, when you look at these numbers, so Gloria's point, Abby, Mitch McConnell spoke just a moment ago, or not a moment ago, within the past hour, right, as he's won, and his comment was, claiming you win the election is different from finishing the count. That's about the strongest thing that we've heard on the record from a Republican at this hour, Abby, looking at these numbers coming in, looking at the votes as they're tabulated, and looking at that popular vote margin in favor of Biden.
Yeah, I mean, it's something. I would say that we need to wait and see what continues to happen as this week goes on, because there are a lot of Republicans, even in the United States Senate, who have tacitly approved of the president's stated strategy, which would be to take this to the Supreme Court to litigate the validity of a certain type of ballot, mail-in ballots specifically. Not because there's anything necessarily wrong or proven to be fraudulent, but just because they are mail-in ballots. It angers a lot of Democrats. But I think the question for the Democratic Party today, if Joe Biden does in fact, if he does pull this out, even if he does pull this out, they have a big question before them, which is how do they become more solidly competitive in these battleground states so that we're not always in these types of squeaker situations. I've been talking to a lot of Democrats and a lot of Republicans who say, look, this result is going to be what it is, but both parties are going to have to do a lot of soul searching about what happens next, because, these kinds of margins, 10,000.
These votes. They disagreed on what you ought to count and how long that ought to take and what counties ought to be counted. But at this point, they weren't saying that someone was stealing the election and inflaming the electorate.
Right, ballot dumping and things as he has alleged in just the past few hours. All right, thank you both, Abby, Gloria. And we are expecting to hear from Wisconsin officials shortly about the vote counting there, the very latest. And next, this one could keep us all in suspense until tomorrow. New reporting out of Nevada. Wait till you hear this on their count. That and more. Our live coverage continues.
A great future awaits.
I can say you
humanity from itself.
People are receiving.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
How much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN_. See all our reviews and recommendations at _.com.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi. I'm here in a remote part of southern India. From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
Simplify your skincare routine in 3, 2, 1 with Rory. From fine lines to breakouts to dark spots, Rory makes it simpler to reach your skin goals. Tell us about your skin, connect with a provider, and if appropriate, get custom. Shipping, one smart bottle. Your first order is just $5 with Rory.
At T-Mobile, we believe you should get more. That's why we merged with Sprint. Now, it's about to get even better. And as we work to integrate Sprint's network, our nationwide 5G keeps getting stronger, with the capacity and coverage to reach more people and places across the country. Who says you can't have it all? Now is the time for 5G. Now is the time to join T-Mobile.
For over 80 years, we've built on our expertise to make the world a better place. And now, when healthcare needs support more than ever, we will never stop easing the burden on patients and frontline workers while helping to reduce the risk of spreading infection with our state-of-the-art mobile X-ray and ultrasound systems. We will never stop accelerating clinical trials of our own antiviral drug. We're also supplying critical raw materials for vaccine and drug development and readying our specialized facilities to scale up production to help our partners one day ensure a steady supply for people around the world. At Fujifilm, our commitment to healthcare didn't start with COVID-19, and it won't end with it either. We will never stop innovating for a healthier world. Fujifilm, value from innovation.
This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
And there is a key race alert that shows that President Trump's lead has narrowed a bit in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania and in Georgia as well. Pennsylvania now, the president still leading with 472,623 votes, but that is actually Vice President Biden has gained about 70,000 votes, eating into President Trump's lead. Also in Georgia, the president still ahead with 87,608 votes. But in the last few moments, as more votes are being counted, Vice President Biden has gained about 15,000 votes in the state of Georgia. So narrowing of the lead for the president in both Pennsylvania and Georgia, more votes still to be counted. Erica Hill is standing by in Nevada with some information about when we may see more votes there. Erica?
Yeah, a lot of questions, Anderson, about these 6 electoral votes in Nevada. The Secretary of State made it very clear this morning, we're not going to get more results from the Secretary of State for another 24 hours, not until 9 a.m. on Thursday. And as we look at the numbers right now, this is a very tight race between Joe Biden and Donald Trump here in Nevada. What folks are really focused on are these mail-in ballots. Keep in mind, for the first time ever, the state sent a ballot to every active voter because of COVID in the state. So we know that a number of those were returned, more than 600,000, but a number of people also showed up to vote. Really strong early voter turnout. Early voting lasted for 2 weeks here in Nevada. We had about 84,000 voters come out just in Clark County alone yesterday. And the real focus is on Clark County because this is home, Anderson, to about 70% of active voters in the state. It leans heavily Democratic. And as people watch that, they want to know where the split is. Right now, Joe Biden also leading among votes tabulated here in Clark County, but again, it's those mail-in ballots. So in Nevada, as long as that ballot is postmarked by Election Day, so as long as it was postmarked yesterday, it can arrive through November 10th and still be counted. And there are a couple of days built in too, in case there are issues with that ballot, in case the signature needs to be cured. So as for when we'll know, yes, we're going to get more information from the Secretary of State tomorrow. Counties will likely be updating today as well, but we may not have that final count for another few days because we simply don't know how many mail-in ballots could still be coming in.
All right, fascinating. Erica Hill, appreciate that. We are awaiting word from the Secretary of State in Wisconsin for an update on the ballots in Wisconsin, on what ballots still need to be looked at. Let's go back to John King. John, let's talk about Pennsylvania and Georgia and Nevada. Whichever one you want to start with, let's maybe Nevada, since we were just there with Erica Hill. It is a tight race there. Where are the votes still to be counted?
West to east in this hour, Anderson. We're going to keep counting throughout the day. As Erica just very smartly noted, look, if you look at the math right now, this is pretty close, right? Very close. 7,647 vote lead for Joe Biden, 49.3 to 48.7. So the Trump campaign says, let's keep counting. They have every right to do so. Let's see if they have consistency when we come east. But to Erica's point, most of your votes, more than 70% of your votes, 72, 73% of your votes are going to come right out of here, Clark County. This is Las Vegas and among the fastest growing suburbs in America around it right here. This is where, again, more than 7 in 10 votes are going to come right here out of this county. Joe Biden winning 53 to 45. If you look at it right now, about 84% in Clark County. That means a giant chunk of votes coming out of a predominantly Democratic area, and they are mail-in votes, which we know are going toward Joe Biden. So every reason for the Biden campaign to think you're going to grow here. Second largest county in the state is Washoe, up here in the western part of the state, Reno, and then the lands above it. When you get further north, this gets more rural, more Republican. But down in Reno in the suburbs now, you see it's pretty close. This used to be a swing area. It leans Democratic now, but 51 to 47 there, about 11% more. So the bulk of the votes are in the two big population centers, the Reno area and around it, the Vegas area and around it. Joe Biden ahead by 7,000 votes. Again, common sense tells you you're leading, you have mail-in ballots, you're likely, even if they just split like this, but we count them. That's why we count them. And the Trump campaign has every right to say, let's wait this one out and see how it goes. So let's move to the east as we come. And again, that's the intellectual inconsistency, if you will. They say keep going out there, and they're close, and they have every right to say that, but they want to stop here because they're ahead. 472,000 votes right now, 472,623. That's a healthy lead, especially when you see 80% there. The question is, where's the 20% you're missing? And the Secretary of State in Pennsylvania tells us about 1 million ballots still to be counted. This is a rolling number, so if I say something now, they may have counted some ballots in the last 10 minutes or so, but a big chunk, about 1 million votes still to be counted. A lot of them come from here. And again, you have to use your common sense at home, no matter who you support in this election. You got 60% of the vote just above it counted in Philadelphia. It's always blue. It will be blue for the foreseeable future. You've got Joe Biden winning with 78% when you round up. The president at 22 if you round up. A lot of votes to be counted here. So we'll see as this goes by. Go ahead,
Sean, we're hearing from Wisconsin election officials. Let's listen.
Ballot has been counted and reported accurately. Today, the Wisconsin Elections Commission staff will be standing ready to assist clerks as they start the process of triple checking the results. the statutorily required canvass process begins today before we can certify those results. This includes the random selection of 5% of voting equipment that's used in this election, which must be audited to make sure that the paper tally is the same as the voting equipment. So all those things have to happen before we have certified results. Yesterday's voting process and election night counting went very well in Wisconsin and across the country. Despite more absentee ballots, the evening proceeded in a very normal fashion. Our election was executed with precision, and it's also, every step of the process is publicly observable. And I think that's really important. Every step of the elections process is publicly observable. You can observe election day and voters casting their ballot. You can observe the votes being tallied at night. The voter registration records are public information. The absentee data is public information. Each of the results are posted on the county's website. So again, our job as election administrators is to follow the law. And what the law says that on election night, that each municipality submits their unofficial results, unofficial being the key word, to their county, and the county then posts the unofficial results by reporting unit on their website. There is no certified election night aggregate of results. That is according to state law. That is not a process that we made up or adopted. That is according to state law, and we followed state law. Part of democracy is following the laws that have been prescribed by our elected lawmakers. And the elected lawmakers have prescribed this process for canvassing in our jurisdictions. I'm incredibly proud of the work done by Wisconsin's election officials, and I feel 100% confident in the election that they conducted, and that the laws that are established by our elected lawmakers were followed in yesterday's election. So there's no calling elections at the state level, right? That's called certification. And certification is a very meticulous, careful process that commences with the certification at the state level on December 1st. Up until that point, there is no statewide aggregate, there is no calling of the election. Any of those predictions that you're hearing are predictions by the media and other groups based on unofficial results. And I just think that's so important. And I know for so many of us, we've spent the last few months talking about this on end, talking about the mechanics of how the process works. And so I think, as we head into today, it's really important to continue to convey that message that we've all been working so hard to understand exactly how the process works and bring those mechanical facts to Wisconsin voters. Unfortunately, earlier this morning, I may have misspoken about all of the unofficial results being in from our municipal clerks around the state. So again, we have 1,850 municipal clerks around the state. And it looks like, according to looking through again all those county websites, that every single one of those jurisdictions has submitted their unofficial results, except for one tiny township of less than 300 voters. And they're working to get their ballots finished and counted and posted as we speak. And so beyond that, we have no reason to believe that there are any other ballots that have not yet been counted and included as part of those unofficial totals. But again, the canvass process, so important, right? The canvass process is where the municipal election officials double check all of the results to make sure that they have the correct number of registrations, to make sure that everything checks out. Then the counties, they do the same. So today at 4 o'clock is actually the deadline for the municipalities to start their canvass process and to then route the materials over to the counties where they start their certification process at the county level. They again do those double checks. All this publicly observable. You can go watch in your local communities. If you're skeptical about the process, engage. You can go watch the process in your local community. And so then it goes to the county level. They do their double checks. From there, it comes to the state. By state law, on December 1st, at the public meeting of the Wisconsin Elections Commission, is when those results are certified. And that's when we will have the official winner, we'll have the official results of the election, at that December 1st meeting as prescribed by state law. And so with that, I don't know, Reed, if you had any other background you wanted to lend, then we can open it up for some questions.
Sure.
Okay, you've been listening to Wisconsin officials talking about the elections, the state of the race there. John King, correct me if I'm wrong, essentially she is saying there are no more ballots, no more votes really to count, except for in one township that there may be about 300 or so votes. Right now, Vice President Biden has a lead of about 20,000 votes in Wisconsin.
Right, that is what she said. And what you just heard there was very refreshing and very revealing. Refreshing in the sense that, again, the state election officials feel the need to talk about how transparent this process is, how normal this process is. Even though we're going into overtime, if you will, the day after, we're counting votes, right? We're not done. This is what happens in the close elections. So that's refreshing to talk about the transparency. Everybody can watch this. The media can watch it. Individual citizens can watch it. Both campaigns, again, both parties are represented in every room where they're counting ballots. The revealing part, she said, December 1st is when they certify the results in Wisconsin. Because of this, 20,697. Again, as she noted, every county now goes back and does a sort of a systems check, a quality control check. You check some machines, some of your machines, a percentage of them, and you match it up with what you reported and say, okay, everything matches up. Or, oh, that's a little off, let's go back and double check something. All the counties will go through that today. That's what happens in every election in America on the morning after, every time. Nothing unusual. So she says we're just about done. So that means if Joe Biden has if that holds up, 20,697 votes, maybe a few more hundred to come in, but you're largely counted here. So you pop up here again, Milwaukee County, we have it at 95%. The county may change those numbers, but if this is the count, what she just said, the most interesting part there is they don't certify it. She does not call the election. Sometimes the media make projections. She will certify this on December 1st. December 1st. So if we're going to have legal challenges, if we're going to have lawsuits, if we're going to have challenges and processes, or if the Trump campaign wants to request a recount, you have to wait until the state certifies the results. Then you do that. So if we are in an uncertain period where if this holds up, 20,000 there, again, I'm going to walk over here. If that holds up and you have this here, Wisconsin holds, if the Michigan lead holds, if the Arizona lead holds, and the Nevada lead holds, that gets Joe Biden to 270, Anderson, just that. We're still counting in Pennsylvania. We're still waiting to get the rest of North Carolina. Georgia officials say that one's getting closer, some important votes to count in Democratic counties. But with Michigan, Wisconsin, Arizona, and Nevada, if those leads hold, Joe Biden is leading in all four of those I just told you, that would get Joe Biden to 270. It would get him to 270 in our math, and it would get him to 270 in the publicly available results that we have over here. It's not certified. And so that's when you get into the process of what could be, I'm going to say, interesting and contentious next several days and potentially several weeks. Again, every campaign has the legal right to double check the ballots. Every campaign can look at state law. Can you request a recount? There's nothing wrong with that, and we should be patient and walk through that. But the fact that the state doesn't certify it until December 1st, we're in a little bit of limbo here.
Yeah. Well, when we come back to you, John, let's look at Arizona and Nevada, and obviously also in Wisconsin and Michigan, and see where any votes that are left, where they are, what kind of counties they are left to be counted in. Right now, let's go back to Aaron.
All right, yeah, and as we try to, wait on these states, fill in these gray states into the color they will be, I want to go to the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger. Secretary, thank you very much for being with me. So, look, Georgia, we're still waiting. Where does the counting stand right now?
Well, right now, we're finishing up that process. There's probably about in the order of about 200,000 ballots that yet to be counted, and we're pushing the counties really hard to finish that up today.
So you want to finish up today? I want to just understand where those 200,000 are, if we could. 200,000, you're saying still outstanding. I know we had just heard about 74,000 of those come from Fulton County near Atlanta. Do you know really where all those 200,000 come from?
Well, the larger numbers are from the larger populated counties. So Fulton, DeKalb, Cobb County has a few. And then some of the fast-growing counties have like 7,000. So it's really statewide, but they're working really diligently today to finish up and get all the absentee ballots scanned and tabulated.
Look, in Georgia, I know there's no automatic recount law, but you can get a recount requested if the margin is equal or to or less than 0.5%, a half of 1%. Is my understanding correct? And do you think that you're going to be in those margins and this could happen?
Well, I wouldn't be surprised if we had that, particularly for a state house or a state senate, just because sometimes those elections are within 100 or 200 votes. So it's very possible to have those. But then we also could have that for a congressional seat or even a U.S. Senate and perhaps a presidential. But we'll face that if it comes to it. But within 0.5%, the candidate that's short by that amount, they can request a recount, and we can do that.
All right, well, as you said, by the end of the day, is the bottom line. You hope that we will have a full answer from Georgia, correct?
That's what we're pushing for.
All right, well, thank you very much, Secretary Raffensperger. You heard him there. By the end of the day, it's still 200,000 of those absentees yet to count. About 74,000 of them coming from Fulton County with Atlanta. And next, a live report on some of the issues that have plagued ballots, especially those carried by the U.S. Postal Service. So we have new figures on how many votes may not make it in by the state deadlines, right? They either be received by a certain date or your vote doesn't count. We'll be right back.
Did you know a blender is actually a lot like a car? We're talking horsepower, design, safety features, technology, and of course, how much did I pay? But does any of that really matter? It matters if you're in charge of the margaritas. Unrivaled research, unbiased reviews, undiscovered gems, uncovering the best. CNN_. See all our reviews and recommendations at _.com.
CNN International is open to the world.
I'm Christiana Manpour in Helsinki, Finland. I'm Becky Emerson in Abu Dhabi.
I'm here in a remote part of southern India.
From the New York Stock Exchange, Port Elizabeth, Birmingham, Puerto Rico, Hong Kong, London, Damascus, Jerusalem, Moscow, Nairobi.
Go international, anytime, anywhere, from selected devices. Stream it live now.
Exhausted before we've even started.
CNN Go International.
A great future awaits us. This is the perfect plan.
I can save humanity from itself.
People are worth saving.
Imagine right now, it's all on us.
Everything's building to this moment.
Believe me, it's extraordinary.
From deep dives to daily briefs, CNN Politics Podcasts have you covered. The Axe Files, Politically Sound, CNN Political Briefing, and more. Listen on CNN.com/podcasts. This is CNN. More people get their news from CNN than any other news source.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Complaining about the mail-in vote, as he has been, and a federal court is getting new data on how shockingly slow the delivery of those ballots have been. It's breaking news. CNN Tana Cabrera has that for us.
Anderson, a federal judge, saying just moments ago he needs answers, going so far as to say the Postmaster General may need to be deposed or testify under oath. Now, this is all as new court filings show there were a significant amount of ballots that did not move on time on election day. Let's take a look at the key state of Pennsylvania, where we learned only 62% of the ballots in the central Pennsylvania USPS district and only 67% in the Philadelphia Metro USPS district were processed on time. And now we've learned this affected 13,411 ballots in those districts. Now, faithfully, in Pennsylvania, ballots are allowed to arrive up until Friday, 3 days after Election Day, as long as they're postmarked by Election Day. But in 6 of the battleground states with low processing scores, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, Florida, New Hampshire, and Maine, they do not allow ballots to arrive after Election Day. So this means some ballots may not have arrived on time to be counted. And in 3 of these states that we just mentioned, of those 6 states that are still battlegrounds where there was that low processing score, 3 of them had yet to be called: Michigan, Wisconsin, and Georgia. It's unclear, though, how many ballots of those states specifically may have been affected, but this really matters. 2/3 of voters in Michigan voted absentee or by mail, according to the Secretary of State there. And think about the slim margin we're seeing in a state like Wisconsin. 97% of the vote counted there. Biden is leading by only about 20,000 votes. Anderson, every vote counts. And we just learned there are ongoing sweeps right now being done at some of these USPS processing facilities in battleground states. We'll, of course, keep you posted, especially if we learn more as this court hearing continues.
A judge had previously said that they had to do sweeps before the election. Do we know were those done?
Well, some of them were done, but they weren't completed on time. And that was a big part of the problem. As far as we know, based on the reporting we have, only 13 ballots were identified in those sweeps. But again, the judge unhappy because the sweeps weren't done on time. And we do know that the processing has been slow in so many of these battleground states, Anderson.
I appreciate the update. New reporting just in on Wisconsin. We've just learned that the Trump campaign is saying that they are going to contest the outcome in Wisconsin. Let's go to CNN John Harwood for details. John?
Great.
John's not ready yet. This is just coming in. Let's go to David Shelley, who's standing by. David, the Trump campaign saying they're going to contest in Wisconsin.
Yeah, here's the statement from campaign manager Bill Stepien. I'm just going to read it, Anderson. It says, the president is well within the threshold to request a recount, and we will immediately do so. The campaign goes on to complain that it's a razor-thin race. We knew it would be, and there have been reports of irregularities, they claim, in several Wisconsin counties, which raise doubts about the validity of the results. That's what the Trump campaign is claiming. We know that in Wisconsin, if the margin between the candidates is less than 1%, certainly the losing candidate can indeed request a recount, Anderson. It doesn't necessarily mean that much may change. I mean, in 2016, I think Jill Stein requested a recount, and I don't think many votes shifted at all after that recount. And that was when Donald Trump won the state by about a similar vote margin, some 20,000 votes, that he's losing it right now. And I think we heard the Wisconsin elections officials say they only have about 300 votes left to actually count. So this is a near complete initial count that we're seeing in Wisconsin.
Right. The election official in Wisconsin was saying that there's only one township that hasn't sent in the results, and in that township there's only about 300 votes outstanding. At last count in Wisconsin, as you see there on your screen, Vice President Biden is up by a little bit more than 20,000 votes. And Wisconsin says essentially the votes have been counted. We'll see how what the state says on the recount. John Harwood is standing by as well. monitoring events from the White House where the Trump campaign is headquartered. John?
Anderson, one thing we need to point out is that you can't make a formal request for a recount until 10 days after the votes have been canvassed. There's a review process. At the end of that 10-day process, then they can formally request a recount. It's also worth pointing out that the Trump campaign in 2016, after winning Wisconsin by a narrow margin over Hillary Clinton, opposed having a recount, which ended up not making all that much difference. So obviously a turnabout here, but this is a legal strategy that the Trump campaign can avail itself of, and they are going to avail themselves of that strategy while trying to simultaneously continue counting votes in Arizona, where it might help them, stop the counting of votes in Pennsylvania, where it could hurt them.
Yeah, I want to go to Fernita Tolson, CNN legal analyst. Fernita, just in terms of how recounts work, about the Trump administration, or I should say the Trump campaign requesting a recount, what's the legality of this?
Well, first, Anderson, thank you for having me. Let me emphasize that this is still part of a normal process. When you have two candidates that are as close as Vice President Joe Biden and President Trump, it is normal for the campaign that's trailing to request a recount. And so in Wisconsin, the margin is still within 1%. So it's not unusual that the Trump campaign has articulated their desire to request a recount. What it does do, though, is it drags out the process a little bit. But maybe we should normalize patience, right? We have been saying for months now that, this process would have to play out. The votes would have to be counted. It is unlikely that we would know who the president is on election night. And I just view this as part of that larger narrative that it may be a few days before, and then possibly weeks before we know who the president is. This recount process is part of the broader selection process of choosing a president.
Yeah,